Hey, what's going on, chat? Appreciate the raid there, Mahone. What's going on, Tricky Jim? Man, I guess I'm in some. I guess I'm in some hot water after my tweets the other day. Um, I genuinely think that there's no. I think it's funny. I think it's funny because I've genuinely thought that there's no problem with choosing not to win a game of Pokemon. I've never thought there was a big deal with that ever. Um, I've seen a couple arguments come up that are like, um, I've seen a couple things come up that are like reasonable arguments against my take, but nothing great so far. It's basically all just kind of like a moral thing, and the moral thing would just be to play. Like the conclusion of that would just be to play as much Pokemon as possible. No, to play as many potential games of Pokemon as possible. Because even if you choose not to win, you're still playing Pokemon, right? So yeah, that's the only real decent argument is on like a moral level to try and play as many games of Pokemon as possible, not even just play as much Pokemon as possible. Which is like okay, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to like go further on that though. I'd have to look at competitive Pokemon as a whole and just like pick out how many little things do players do in competitive Pokemon versus just like playing with your friend casually, right? And like how many little things change when you're playing competitively versus not playing competitively, and then see if this falls in line with most of them. Yeah, I'd have to like do that as well. That's a bad argument. Theoretically, just play the fastest decks in the format, controller stall decks. Nope. You could go that far. I think that's maybe reaching a little bit. I think it's maybe reaching just a little. I'd have to think about that as well. Yeah, you could make the argument then that's like theoretically it's immoral to play controller stall decks. I think it's probably reaching. I think it's reaching a little bit. I also think it's a bad word. It's bad to tie the word. I thought about this the other day when I was like, tweeting at people and stuff and replying to stuff. I think it's bad to actually lump the word stall in with slow play. I think slow play is a good word for what it describes, but stalling actually like isn't a bad thing. It shouldn't be like a word with a bad is the word I'm thinking of connotation in the Pokemon TCG? Because like if you like boss up your opponent's Genesect to stall them, that's fine. Or if you put something big in your active to stall, that's fine, right? So I feel like we should get away from using the word stall to mean slow play, because stalling is fine. In all the situations where you actually use the word stall, it's never like it's had nothing to do with slow playing. I got stalled out by 4 blocks. Actually, like stall is fine. Slow. I think we should like separate those words. Stalling and slow playing should be separated. Maybe I'm just one of the few people who use them together, but I'm gonna start using them differently now because they definitely do mean different things. If they don't want clock tactics, then best of one would be better. Well, best of one does remove a lot of potential for like ties and stuff. Obviously, yeah. Do I watch round 4, 6, 7 analysis or the stream? The stream and then watch that afterwards. Stalls exist in every card game in some form. Staller, slow player, definitely not the same. Yeah. There's always those cringe players playing stall at my locals. Cringe. Bro, let them stall, bro. I need your reaction to Sao Paulo round 7. I might probably review some of Sao Paulo. We'll see. I gotta get through Portland first, and then I kind of want to watch some of the Nagata Champions League. With Rod coming back, do you think Rapid Strike Malamar can make a comeback? Oh, I didn't think about that, but I guess it could. I don't know. Lost Box is pretty good still. Like Sableye is the real thing that killed Rapid Strike Malamar more so than anything. But it could be good enough to like beat non Lost Box decks. That's actually I didn't think about that, but I think it would help it a lot. This one can be 2 format dependent though. Best of 3 safeguards against awful donk decks. Best of 3 is definitely better as far as competition goes. I think best of 3 is still just better overall. Like I don't know. It depends what you're trying to get out of the tournament, right? Like I think best out of 3 is going to lead to the better players doing better more often. Which I think even if you're against some of the things that best of 3 brings that best of 1 wouldn't, you're still an advocate for that, because even if you're like not a top player in the game or like a new player, you still want to have some kind of, you want to have as much skill expression through your play as possible, and best of 3 offers that at a way higher rate than best of one does. So it's like a pretty hard argument to ever argue best of one being better than best of 3. I think you could make an argument for adjusting best of 3 to have more time, or like instead of +3, do like 50 minutes +5, and then maybe crack down on how long people take in their plus turns. Because I'm not even gonna lie, like once I hear time is called, you have +3 turns, like everyone plays more thoroughly, right? Everyone's like, well, we don't have any time to worry about it anymore. Let's like take through everything single action and like be a little bit more thorough. Like it's just like a mental switch. That, I mean, it happens to me, not all the time, but you know, the people, they'll be like, time. It's like, okay, +3 turns, we don't have to worry about time anymore. Let's make sure we don't fuck up here. A lot of players switch into that mode just instinctively. I do it sometimes as well. And that's why I like talking about the other thing yesterday on the stream about like choosing to not win games of Pokemon. Like on the stream here, like I don't think I do anything. I personally don't think I do anything unethical or against the rules in the Pokemon TCG. So everything I do in tournaments and stuff, I talk about here on the stream, because I think everything I do is by the book, fair, and not against the rules. Now, if the rules changed, or if I misinterpreted some of the rules and someone wants to come forward, you know, a judge wants to come forward and tell me that I can't, you know, choose to not win a game of Pokemon when I have game in hand, then sure, then I'll abide by that. But, you know, no one's ever told me that before. I've never heard that before. It doesn't make any sense by the current set of rules. So, yeah. Appreciate 27 months there. Baja Monster, 2 years and some change. Not bad. Appreciate 23 months there. Dream. I would have shared my sub sooner, but I was taking all the available actions I could before. Good choice. You don't want to misplay the sub sharing. But one is more luck based and dice rolls. It's a lot more. So I think overall, even some people who are advocating for best of one, once you go back to playing best of one, it's just so much worse, man. Like in terms of just like, in terms of not in terms of playing Pokemon, but in terms of like pure skill expression, best of one is like, it's like 2-3-fold worse than, is that the right word to use? It's just like so much worse, man. People understand the point. In theory, best of 3 is a very good format. It's the 50 minutes. Time rules are not being enforced, and best of one rewarding the same amount of points as 2-0 makes current best of 3 bad. I could see that, Benji. I could see it being, maybe you should get a point. If someone wins the match, how would you do that? If someone gets 2 wins, you could do it. That'd be weird. You could do it if someone wins the match. They get 3 points. If you only have 1 win in the match, you only get 1 point. That'd be weird, though. Maybe 2 points. Like, if it's 1-0, you get 2 points, but not 3 because you didn't 2-0 them. But that just, like, kills control decks. There's zero incentive for that player to finish game 2. Yeah, but what if you, like... But, like... some decks only want to play 1 game, though. Like, and that's... I think that's fine. Like, some decks only play 1 game of Pokemon in a certain matchup or something like that. So, like, how do you, like... I guess you can always just, like, assume, like, the average, right? You can always be talking about the average and be like, on average, you're going to play 2 games, usually get into the 3rd, maybe. That's one is so garbage. Lugia Guardian, a few others would just be unplayable unless you were running Turbo Hot. I will give it this, though. As someone who started to play in November, Best of 1 Locals taught me how to play well real quick. I mean, couldn't you be playing in Best of 2 out of 3 Locals? How would that change anything? People actually advocating best of 1. Yeah, I think best 2 out of 3, 50 minutes is still better than best of 1, like 25 or 30 minutes. But I could see because some decks just play slower. Yeah, exactly, Jeff. So then you're killing like deck creativity at that point, which I don't know if you want to do that. Although Japan seems to be fine with that, is right. Japan seems to be fine with that, right? Japan is what is Japan? Best of 1, 25 minutes or something, right? Give ties 0 points. I could see that. Give ties 0 points. I could see giving ties 0 points. Maybe. I mean, that'd be something. Is Top Cut best of 1? I believe it is. See, that also sounds terrible. That also sounds terrible. Best of 125 a minute sounds awful at casual locals. That sounds fine if you don't want to spend all day there. If it's like if it's a local tournament. The way Japan cultures, even if they didn't like the rules, they wouldn't say anything. Ties being worth 0 points. Yeah, ties being worth 0 points probably doesn't solve anything, to be honest, actually. Appreciate the prime sub there. Zix. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all at the tables. We got plenty of carpets. My idea is best of 2 format, 50 minutes, 1 point for each win you get. It's just so, so I understand what you're saying there, Benji. It's just so, best of 2 format is so unrewarding. I don't know a better way to, best of 2 format is super unrewarding. Like, it's the reason I don't know how to explain, like, playing in it doesn't sound enjoyable because you can't, like, yeah, best of 2 format is just so unenjoyable because it's so unfulfilling to just go 1-1 and be like, well, we don't have a winner. And like watching it is also not entertaining as all either. Now it might be a better format, but it is very like unenjoyable to watch and play because it's just like not very rewarding. Like you just go 1-1. It's like, oh, okay, next round. Like you don't win. Like there's no winner. You're not going into game 3 to determine a winner. Sure, you can 2-0 them, but that's like, you know, that's a little bit harder to do in Pokemon consistently. Like that's why, like, this is kind of like anecdotal, I guess. Like it doesn't really make a difference here, but like that's why I stopped watching European League of Legends. It's because they switched to a best of 2 format, and I was like, I don't care. There's no winners, bro. I don't care about this. The regular season turned to a best of 2 format, and I stopped watching because of that. Because it was just like super they go to 1-1. It's like, okay, I want to see the winner now. Let's go to game 3. Let's see a winner. And LCS switched over to best of 3 for that season. I don't know. That's kind of like it might not reflect whether or not it's good to do best of 2, but yeah, best of 2 is like super unfulfilling. Like watching it and playing it, there's just no winner. It's like, and they tied up at 1-1, and that's the round. Like I don't know. Current best of 3 times for top cut have obviously yielded the best games. The problem is you can't give 75 minutes to every round for a 1,000-player tournament. Yeah. If you want to keep 50 minutes, best of 2 makes more sense. Also, the coin flip is irrelevant. Yeah. I don't think the coin flip being relevant is like that big of a deal in Pokemon, though. What if you won 1-1? That'd be pretty impressive. They could increase the time of the rounds, but then like tournament efficiency would definitely have to go up, at least in the US. Europe probably as well. So like let's say they gave us best out of 360 minutes, like that's like a plus an hour and a half, like at least, right? Like the tournament efficiency would have to like go up by a lot. I don't know if it can. I think one way you could do it is you could run 2 separate, like these tournaments that are getting like 1,000 players. You just split it, you pod the tournaments, you know. You appreciate the primes up there. Anna Chan, welcome to the Rat Pack. For all the houses, we got plenty of hammers. Don't you turns when you hit time no more, maybe? Yeah, you could do that. You could take away +3 and add 10 minutes. Actually, that would maybe be about the same amount of time, but like with people having 10 minutes of time, you can get way more than +3 turns over in 10 minutes, right? So I could see that actually being a reasonable solution because it's probably the same amount of turnover time, right? Like, let's say a round goes 50 minutes. The +3, like, especially in early rounds, the +3 is at least taking 10 minutes for a lot of people, right? Well, you just do 5 minutes, not 10. So you're saying 55 minutes, no +3? I mean, then it's like not changing much at all, if anything. I don't think you're like actually adding turns to reasonable amount of turns to players, to games. That both players have the incentive to try to finish the game of Pokemon. I agree, Benji. I think the chess timer could be a solution. Both players have X minutes to play. I think chess timer would be okay. My problem with chess timers is always going to be that it kills some decks. Like some decks want to play 70% of the allotted time between both players, which I don't think is a bad thing. Like I know in the rules of the Pokemon TCG is it says players should both roughly play like the equal amount of time, but like I don't think like taking away the potential for like control decks that want to play 70% of the game by locking your opponent just draw passing is like a bad thing. Like You want to be able to have that like unique creativity, be able to come through cards, and then chess clocks would just like it wouldn't fully kill control decks, but some control decks would just be like unplayable at that point for sure. So that would kind of suck, and that's something that best out of 350 minutes does allow in like the US that is like doesn't actually work in Japan. Like control decks don't really work in Japan because they have best of 25 minutes, so they can't really play control decks. Not ever, but a lot of them they can't play. Our PokemonTCG has way too much shuffling for proper use of chess clocks. Oh yeah, chess clocks also don't work in Pokemon because like if I play escape rope, like as my opponent, they get to take time to, like yeah, chess clocks don't work in Pokemon because like if I play escape rope, my opponent does get time to think about what Pokemon they want to send up, but whose chess clock is active at that point? Do I go play escape rope, punch my clock, and then my opponent goes send up a Pokemon, punch their side? Like how do you do that? It becomes an APM thing. Yeah, that's just like I think that's just too much for Pokemon. Like you have a bunch of little kids playing the game. Like it's still trying to be a really inclusive kids game. Like the chess clocks, I think are just never a solution. I think it's like never. I don't think it's ever a solution. Yeah, I don't think chess clocks are ever a solution. I think that's just too much. Avery or collapse. So yeah, you're like play Avery, punch your clock, and then they go. So if you like, oh, then how does it work with Judge? Like if I play Judge and my opponent's not done shuffling, but they're not like maliciously delaying their shuffle, like what happens there, right? Yeah, I think clocks are so bad. I don't think chess clocks ever work. I think it's like a never working solution. We were playing a game designed to be best of one as a best out of three. It makes no sense. That's definitely a fair point, Chris. Yeah, we are playing because this is something I bring up all the time as well. It's like I want us to follow Japan's format because the game is built for Japan's format. So in the past when we haven't played Japan's format, stuff gets weird sometimes, it feels like. So I think that is a really good point. I still am a bigger advocate for best 2 out of 3 because I played best of 1 in this format in Pokemon formats, and I played best 2 out of 3, and best 2 out of 3 feels so much better. It feels like there's such a higher level of like potential for the better player to win the game. Although it would be nice for games to go to 3 full games would be nice. I agree with that. Like playing through 3 full games of Pokemon every single time would be nice. But yeah, best of 1 just feels bad, man. I don't know. Isn't Japan more time to play? No, they get 25 minutes best of 1. More total games. I mean, maybe it wouldn't feel as bad as I think it does if we did have if you did have like 15 rounds day 1, like 14 you can't have a side in this. You could change your deck way too much. Wait, what do you mean SG? I guess like that would be like I'd have to play like a regional in that setting to be honest. Best of 1, 14 rounds. Maybe that wouldn't feel as bad as I think it does. Like 14, 15 rounds, best of 1 day 1, and then you do what, like 9 rounds day 2 or something? I don't know. What option did you choose from my poll on Twitter? Was it the one that was best out of 3, best of 1? Someone said a side deck and best out of 3. If you did a side deck in Pokemon, it would have to be like 2 cards. But once again, I think Pokemon just wants to keep things simple. Like they don't want to do stuff like side decks. Yeah, I think I voted best 2 out of 3. If you side decked in Pokemon, well, no, I don't think side decking in Pokemon would actually break the game, but it would have to be like 2 cards. Like you could only like side deck 2 cards. That would have to be your side deck. But I don't think they want to do that either. Yeah, it'd have to be like 2 cards, and that's it. Because you couldn't, if you do like 5 cards, your deck could literally like change, like pretty drastically, like more drastically than other card games. So, Great Pound in the side would be nice. That's true. If you go from 9 50-minute rounds to, you're dealing with frustrating ties and gaining time as well. You're dealing with, well, I don't know. So I don't think you're gaining as much time as you think you are, Chris, because you have more time in between rounds. So like I saw your tweet, Benji, where you were like, what'd you tweet? And I can find your tweet. I can quote you accurately. Shorter tournament days / overtime situations. I don't think that's true. Like in a 1,200 person tournament, a round is always going to go to time, pretty much always. and then there's more. You have more in between round times. So I don't know how much more. I don't know how much shorter the tournaments are, because instead of time in between rounds 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5, 5 and 6, 7 and 6 and 7, 7 and 8, 8 and 9. Now you go 9 and 10, 10 and 11, 11 and 12. So it'd be about the same. So the tournaments would still probably end in the same, like about roughly same amount of time. If you had 9 best of 1, 9 best 2 out of 3 versus what's it called? I think the overtime situations cause the most delay in an event. Overtime situations. You mean like the +3? Like 50, the +3 after 50? I think they do cause like you definitely. Yeah, I mean that's something they could crack down on. To be honest, is like making players play more appropriate at a more appropriate place in the +3. You're moving a lot of the rounds to day 2 though. No, you'd be playing like 14 rounds day 1. Like you play the first 9 rounds at 30 minutes, taking about 4 to 5 minutes each round. Well, no, you play. No, you would proto. Instead of 9 rounds day 1, it would be 14 rounds best of 1 day 1. That's what it'd be. We used to do 9 rounds day 1. Yeah, but that's before we had a 1,200 player tournaments. That's before we had. If you're doing best of 1, you would do more rounds, proto. That's not how you would run it. Like if you're doing best of 1, no one would want to go to a best of 1 9-round tournament. The amount of variance in that is so high. There's like zero. There's like the skill expression is being reduced so much then from where we currently are. No one would want to play in a day 1 9-round best of 1 tournament. We're talking like if you switch it to best of 1, it would be like 14 rounds. That was still a 14-round tourney? No, it would be day 1 you play 14 rounds of best of 1, and then day 2 you would play another like 5 rounds. How am I supposed to have awkward conversations and play the game with my opponent in only 25 minutes? True. Also, a lot of the that's how we used to do it. Yeah, but we're not trying to go back to how we used to do it, proto. We're talking about what it could be instead of what it is. No one's talking about what it used to be. I mean, you could talk about that, but that's terrible format. Also, tournaments were super small back then, so it was like more reasonable. But when you have like tournaments this big, that's why you increase the rounds with the amount of players. It was like that for 2 years of Nats. It was the best experience, bro. That was not a good experience, bro. That was awful, man. Everything was so, and until you got to top cut, like it was just awful. Until you got to top cut in those situations, it was just like everything was just like you just dead draw once and you lost a whole round, and then there was only like you could only lose twice. I remember Nats that year. You had to go 7-2. You had to go 7-2 at least to make cut. And then going better than that really had there was no incentive to go better than 7-2 either as well. 50 minutes is plenty of time to finish 3 games of Magic, but not Pokemon. Yeah, I agree. Sanders says control would probably be unplayable in best of 125 minutes, but no one should care at less than 1% control at events. Quote, 30 minutes would be doable. So Sanders thinks 30 minutes would be doable. But no one should care at less than. Well, I think that would be like one of the things. I think it's a little bit more than that than just control though, Benji. I think like there's other decks out there that like win a 30-40 minute game. Just based on the style of deck it is. I can't think of one right now, but something like a Stone Journer deck or something like that could have like really long game 1s, and then game 2 just never finishes because they don't have enough they don't have enough time to win themselves, or there's not enough time to beat them. Like, but I don't know if they would actually be able to ever win. I guess you could. I don't know. You could always make the argument you could just play faster, I guess, but. Having control decks completely removed from the format, I don't think it's like I don't think it's like the end of the world. It's just kind of it's cool to have a broader spectrum of like potential good decks due to it being best 2 out of 350 minutes. I think it's just like it's like not a bad thing to have that. Of course, some decks are still always going to be excluded if you think about what was it, Top Cut Invitational. I want to see if I can actually find that video real fast. Why is Control never best deck in format? It is. It has been in the past. Control's been the best deck in the format multiple times. I think control decks are usually overly perceived as being harder to play than they actually are. But there is definitely a limiting factor being able to just like switch from like a normal draw 6 prize cards deck to a control deck and be able to play as efficiently. But if you go to your way to try and learn them, then you'll be fine. But people just don't kind of commit the time because it's like such a niche style of deck that it's like not worth committing the time to try and learn how to play the deck. So like a lot of people just aren't familiar with how to play control deck. So when a control deck kind of comes around and is very good, not only a lot of people play it because they don't want to take the time to become efficient with them, which is like fine. But yeah, control decks have been like the best decks in the past. Mewtwo Union, yeah, Mewtwo Union in that meta at least. Moving past that, who knows how broken it was? But yeah, that was definitely the best. Like Sander had the best deck at NAIC for sure. Pidgey Control was arguably the BDIF in that format. Pidgey Control was arguably the BDIF, but I think it was Mewtwo probably for sure. For Worlds that year, I think you could have argued Pidgey Control was the best deck in that at Worlds. Like, what are your predictions for the meta after Paldea? I have 0 predictions. I don't try and predict new format stuff. Let's see. Really like to play Japan's format best of 1 and legal sets. Designer make the cards with that format in mind, not ours. Best of 1 and legal sets. Well, we're on the same sets as they are, or close to it. Like right now, they are a format ahead of us, but when we get Paldea Evolved, we'll be in the format that they're currently in. So we're getting on track as far as that goes. We just get it later than them. Which I mean, it would be nice to have it on the same time, but you'd have to build your deck pretty different for best of 1, I'd assume too, right? No, not that different. I think like one of Tech's surprise cards would be like a little bit better. I can't find the exact video, but what I was looking for was at the Top Cut Invitational, Jason won. I think Jason beat Ross in the finals, but Jason was playing a deck that was unplayable in current standard because it took like 70 plus minutes to win a game. And that's what happened in like to win a game with the deck, it took like forever or something. So like the deck was good, but it was unplayable in the standard format because it took so long to win. So some kind of time constraints are theoretically always going to exclude some decks, but I think best out of 350 minutes includes most, if not like all, potential decks in most formats. When we get Paldea Evolved, I'll get a new one. Yeah, I mean they're always going to be ahead of us. Japan's always ahead of us, and it'd be cool if we're always like if we actually evened up with Japan. We're like on the same. Like they get Paldea Evolved, we get Paldea Evolved, or they get Snow Burst and whatever the other Clay one is, or Clay Burst and Snow Hazard, and then we get Paldea Evolved at the same time. That would be cool. Yeah, Benji, I voted for 9 rounds, 50 minutes. You also said bad matchups become less relevant, but I don't think that's true, right? What was I saying? Oliver has old Halsey on his playlist. It's the only good Halsey. I was saying something. I think your next take to set Twitter on fire should be how terrestrialization is the best mechanic that TCG has ever had. That's got to be an obvious troll, though. No one would take me seriously. This is actually a troll the whole time as well. Me saying all these things about choosing not to win even when you have game is also a troll. So that way, while I'm like, whenever I go up against someone, if I am sitting there and just playing Pokemon and they think I should probably have game here, they'll just concede even when I don't have game. This is actually all an elaborate prank for me to get free dubs when I literally am an unwinnable board state scenario. Someone's gonna play against me, and I'm like, they're like, I think they win here, and I'm like, yeah, according to my portion, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, yeah, I probably should win here, but I prize something, and my opponent's like, I think they probably just win here. I probably just lose, and I just like start playing stuff, and it's like they shouldn't need to do all these things to get the game. Okay, I'm just gonna concede, and then I just get the free dub. That's literally my mastermind. That's the plan. Mental meta manipulation. GG. Yeah, I'm ahead of everyone, bro. I'm so far ahead of everyone. It's insane right now. You guys can't keep up. I'm gonna be winning so many games of Pokemon that I shouldn't be able to win. What's better for best of one in Lost Box VIPs or more ball search? The reason you play the ball search, Jeff, is because you only play the ball search if you're playing Kyogre. If you're not playing Kyogre, then you play VIP passes. The reason you play the ball search with Kyogre is because as you see them, you can thin out your deck. So if you top deck a VIP pass, it's just stuck in your hand for the rest of the game unless you can like vacuum it away. But the ball search, fall crystals, level balls, whatever, you can just play those as you see them. So you're like, oh, I drew into a fall crystal here. Now I get to play it. Now if I get Judge or Roxanne, it's one less card in my deck, so that I'm closer to decking out to Kyogre. So that's the reason to play. I don't think there's like, you could make an argument that still playing the ball search is correct in other builds of Lost Zone decks, but that's like the main reason is like to combo that with Kyogre, so that way you'll get closer to decking out around Roxanne's and Judges and stuff, and then you deck out faster, more quickly, whatever, and then take your big knockouts or whatever. So that's like the reason to play it. What was I saying? Yeah, that's the reason to play like the ball search versus VIP passes. Dude, I literally just like lost my train of thought. They're so hard. Otherwise, VIP passes are generally just correct for like every other build of Lost Box. If you're playing non-Kyogre, play VIP passes. If you're playing Kyogre, I would test out the ball search stuff. I think there's an argument for it. If you're playing like a more aggressive list though, kind of like what I played at Portland with mostly turbo stuff, I think you still want to go the battle VIP pass route. But if you're playing like the Moffat build, what Alex Szymanski played at Portland, something like that, then I think the way they play it is probably correct. But I'd have to like, because it's just like someone says like explosive starts turn one in the mirror is kind of my argument against it still, because like getting off the turn on Cram is a lot harder when you don't have battle VIP pass. But you ever get the crown hat at BK? I think I picked up a crown hat before at BK. Do we need a Sableye direct counter? No. Just let the format evolve. I think Iono makes things tough for Lost Box. I don't think we need a... I mean, we have Espeon VMAX. We are getting the other green guy. Toads to Cruel. What about the double Axe Water Psychic build? I think you could make an argument to not play Battle VIP passes in there and play the Pokemon Search cards for the exact same reason. If you're not playing Turbo stuff, Vacuums, and Force Seal Stones, and you are playing Kyogre, if you're playing a one prize Lost Box Kyogre deck, I think it might be correct to not play Battle VIP passes and play the Pokemon Search cards, Fall Crystals, Level Balls, and so on. There is a Lost Box counter in the next set in general. Oh, you're saying there is? Wait, what is it? Sableye killed so many potentially one prize decks. Yeah, I agree, but I don't. But like we're so late into Sableye, like I think it'll naturally get dealt with Iono probably, but maybe not. I don't know. What's the best source for Pokemon deck lists? My YouTube channel and then limitlesstcg.com. Yeah, my YouTube channel and then limitlesstcg.com. The best places for those things. Check them out. All right, I think that's all I wanted to say about what's it called? Who knows? Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and be banned from Pokemon. But I think we're chilling. Japan sites. Yeah, also the was it How News or Ho Ho News? What is it? Something news. I have it bookmarked. Hang on, I can find it. Yeah, How News. I'll link this one in chat. Unless you speak Japanese, you got to translate it over to English. But yeah, that one, like that's for newer decks though, so that's not gonna really help you like current meta stuff. But if you're looking ahead towards the future, this is like what does well at what's called tournaments in Japan, like their city leagues and stuff. So you can check that out. Should we play Arc with bigger partners like Aggron or Melmetal? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. I guess the Melmetal is interesting, to be honest, in there. The Melmetal could be cool. How much HP does Melmetal have? Aggron seems bad still. The Melmetal could be dope. I'd be down with Melmetal. You can just look a couple on back on how yeah, but then at that point you should just look. That's like a yeah, I guess so you could, but at that point I would just go look at Limitless. If you're just looking for like competitive decks in the current format, because like theoretically the Japanese lists are going to be outdated because we're like the next evolution of that meta. So like there's really no reason to go too far back. I don't know, the Japanese players do come up with some funky stuff sometimes, but I could everyone's going for 310 damage, so 330 is broken. I mean, Guardian's still gonna hit 330 if they want to hit 330. I think they'll be all right. But I could see like against like Arctina or something, you'd be able to get over that, I guess. Oh yeah, that's a good one as well there, Team Maverick. Can you actually link that? I permitted you. What is the actual what is the actual I meant to bookmark that one too when I saw it the other day, but I don't actually know the okay, I actually found it. It's just it's Pokey here. I'll link this one in chat as well. I actually found it. I found it. I first I wasn't sure like the exact URL, but I found it. That's also a good one. I don't know oh, you got it, Cookie. I see that. So is this site because Pokebook or however you say that just posted like lists on Twitter all the time. Did they just decide to make a site because of how many? I kind of like this site's layout actually a little bit more than How News, to be honest, as well. I like this site's layout a little bit better. Did they just like make a site with like, well, I'm posting all these lists on Twitter, I might as well make a site? Or are they like not a person and they're like kind of the site of all their local events and post them? Yo, appreciate the 5 gifted subs there. Big B, welcome to the Rat Pack there. I am Joey, Jim Balsara, Squeezel, Angie, the real Master Ball, welcome all to the Rat Pack. We're all out of concrete, we got plenty of sidewalks. Use plain. What do you mean plain? Firewall? You mean just like go to the site and then translate it on Chrome? Or that you mean going to their Twitter over the website? Best Lugia build? Probably with I think probably right now is you probably want to go with plain was a typo. Oh, okay. Wait, someone just asked me a question. Oh, best Lugia build? Probably with Single Striker Shifu. Probably I would just like copy probably Reagan's list to start with. That Reagan got second with at Portland and then go from there. But I'd probably start there, yeah. Urshifu seems best. There's like a decent amount of Duraludon in the format and like the Arc decks. Yeah, maybe that's not true. Like Arc Dur is like not that popular. And Lugia is not that popular. I guess the big question would be, I don't know. I'm gonna go to Portland right now and I'm gonna see. I'm gonna go to Portland Regionals and I'm gonna look at cards. What did? Oh wait, that's Lost Box. Lugia. So let's see. Single Strike Urshifu was in 67% of Lugia's. Duraludon was in 17%. So the thing is, like, if you wanted to play Duraludon in your Lugia deck, you are unfavored up against the Single Strike Urshifu. So you kind of have to play the Single Strike Urshifu for that reason, probably. And like Arc Dur is like still a thing as well. So you probably just want to play Single Strike Urshifu in Lugia right now, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's probably just the best way to go. It also is like a way better. No, it actually isn't a way better. But you need one of them to help your Guja matchup as well, theoretically. Although Guja kind of just like disappeared. Guja literally got like squad wiped at Portland. There was no Goo. Where was the highest placing Goo in Portland? Oh, I'm going down. No way. How far am I going? Oh, it was only 32nd. I thought I was like scrolling further. 30 seconds not that bad. But yeah, Guja got like bopped. Overall, I feel like. I would have guessed one would be placed a little bit higher than that. I know Mahone was like was up there for a little bit. I sat next to Mahone pretty far up for a little bit, but then I guess fell off in the last couple rounds. Mahone, yeah, Mahone was on the game. How much did you expect people to respect Arc at Hartford? It feels like it could still only be the 4th or 5th most played deck. Yeah, I don't think it'll be get too high. I think like all right, I'm gonna do a Fresno tier list / meta prediction video next week. Not Fresno, Hartford. I'm gonna do a Hartford tier list video / meta prediction. I'll do it on the stream and I'll put it on the YouTube. So I'll be doing that next week. I'll probably do it early next week as well. I'll probably do it like a Monday, or even maybe I'll do it this weekend. So that way, like anyone who wants access to the information of like my opinion on Hartford, I'll have it out there early so people can use that information if you want. Because I assume anyone in chat would, if anyone in chat wants to see me do that, then they would want to see me do it earlier. But my prediction right now, if I had to predict, is Lost Box will be number 1, about 20%. I really want to kick Guardy down to like 10% because I think Guardy's in like a really bad spot. Because like if you build the Guardy with the Clef Keys and the V unions, your Arc matchups suffer. If you build it with the, if you don't build it with that, you're just getting farmed by Lost Box. So I want to put Guardy down to like 10% play rate. I think it's gonna like it was 20% at Portland, but I think for Hartford it'll probably go down to like 10%. I want to see it there because I think it's only like it's the only thing you can have it at. So I think it should be there. So it'll be like Lost Box 20, Lugia, maybe Lugia, let's say Lugia 15, because the Guardy players have to go somewhere. So let's say Lugia 15, Lost Box 20, Lugia 15, Mew 10 to 12, Guardy 10, Mew with the classic 10 to 12, Guardy 10, and then we have 2 more spots in the top 10. So it'll probably go to, it depends if Arctura and Arctina are like split up on the meta breakdown on the stream. But we could see Arctina and Arctura being like 5 and 6, and then maybe that's where the Goodra players go because Goodra's just. I didn't miss any major decks in that, did I? I don't think so. Yeah, that's what I expect. And then like Arctura, Arctine, and Goo, those will be 4, 5, 6. No, why no Sablezard? It depends. Do they mix Sablezard in with the? I was like kind of mixing Sablezard in with the 20%, but. Miraidon disrespect? Dude, it's not disrespect, bro. It doesn't have to be disrespect to be, like, reasonable. Being reasonable doesn't have to be disrespectful. Mew is unplayable? I don't think Mew's very good either, but I think it'll still be 10% of the meta. Like, I don't think Mew's that good either right now. Yeah, I don't think Mew's that good. You're just trying to start something, Abra. You're just like, I know there's some Miraidon stands in here. Let me rile them up real fast. They're everywhere, bro. The Miraidon stands are everywhere, bro. You gotta be careful. I love Miraidon. I think it's the best deck in the format. I think everyone's just getting really unlucky when they play Miraidon. I would play it myself if I didn't think I'd get really lucky if I played Miraidon. It's definitely BDIF material. We're just next set, bro. Next set, there's nothing that'll stop it. Next set, like you'll get less unlucky with Miraidon. So don't worry. We'll take over next format, Miraidon brothers. Yeah, I don't think Mew's very good either. Yeah, I agree. Whoever said that. I think Mew's not great right now, but I think it'll still be 10%. Like, it's insane that Mew's 10 to 12% day 1 into 10 to 12% day 2 is just ridiculous. Like, Mew is like always 10 to 12% day 1 and always 10 to 12% day 2. It's just like so consistently. But I think it's pretty bad right now. I do agree. I don't think it's great. So that's tough. It's tough. We could see a bounce back from Lost Tina onto the. We could actually see a bounce back from Lost Tina to make its way onto there. The thing is, I just don't know how they split up the decks. I don't know if they split Sablezard away from Lost Box decks. I don't know if they split Lost Tina. Well, Lost Tina is definitely split. I don't know if they split Arctina and Arctur. They probably do though. Then if I had to guess, I would say Arctina will be on the top 6 in the bottom 2. Dude, Arctina could be like 10% though, man. To be honest, Arctina could be like more played than Guardian. Like that wouldn't blow my mind at all. Yeah, Arctina could be way more played. I don't know. You could probably take a look at the trends of online tournaments and be like, okay, because like even if you look right now at the last late night, there was 2 in top 8 and it was 12%, which is probably the highest it's ever been in an online tournament. So you can look at the late nights next week and be like, okay, is it maintaining, trending up or trending down? And then you can work with that a little bit. One of the things that that you can do with like taking online tournament data is you can usually inflate like the top decks. So like if you look at the last late night tournaments, like 15% of 50% of the tournament, that'll be like 20 at a regional, and then Guardy is at 15 now, but I would expect Guardy to go down. So you do have to like apply some sense. You can't just like take the numbers for what they are. You have to apply some level of what's it called to it, but yeah. I mean, it's 10 10 to 12% of the larger day 1 and the smaller day 2 population, meaning Mew players get through proportionately, or 100% of people who play Mew day 1 make it through to day 2? The first, maybe. Yeah. So day 1, Mew is 10 to 12%, and day 2 Mew is also 10 to 12% of the meta. But of whatever the day 1 number is and whatever the day 2 number is, yeah, it's not all of them are making it through. That'd be insane. Then Mew would be broken. Everyone who plays Mew gets to day 2. Then they all end in the top 128. Do you think Mew is in the worst spot than Guardy? They're both in a pretty bad spot, to be honest. I think they're both in just a bad spot. I think Mew might be in a better spot than Guardy, because like Mew, no one's like trying to counter Mew, so you have that going for you. You're not gonna have like extra Drapions pop up where they shouldn't be. Like you're not gonna play against a Guardy player and then all of a sudden they're gonna drop a Drapion on you or something like that. So, that is definitely one of the reasons, Adam, for sure. Yeah, Mew is just a very accessible deck that's been around for so long that so many people have Mew cards and stuff like that. Kind of going back to Lugia Urshifu, why over Dura VMAX? I don't understand why Urshifu is better. Urshifu is better because other people are playing Urshifu. Morning TCG. Also, Urshifu is better because people are playing Dura VMAX. Dura VMAX doesn't line up favorably into Dura VMAX, and Dura VMAX also does not line up favorably into Urshifu. So instead of going neutral on the VMAX, on the mirror lineup of VMAX versus VMAX, you play Single Strike Urshifu, which means now you can combat that Urshifu on even footing, and you also combat other Dura VMAXs better, because Dura VMAX doesn't KO Urshifu or Dura VMAXs. Now, you could play Choice Belt, but then you would need to get 4 Single Strike Energy not prized, or discarded in a weird way, and then also find a Choice Belt and get it on it. And then your Dura VMAX KOs other Dura VMAXs, and it also KOs Single Strike Urshifu. But yeah, Single Strike Urshifu comes out favorably against Dura VMAX, and you don't have an edge against other Dura VMAXs with Dura VMAX yourself. You just kind of neutral against them. But playing Single Strike Urshifu does give you an advantage. You do play Choice Belt, yeah, but you need to find your Choice Belt, and you need to get 4 Single Strike Energy on it. So, and then the one advantage of Dura is better against Gudra, because you don't lose all of your energy to Papa Gudra, but Single Strike Urshifu loses all of its energy to Papa Gudra. So that's where Dura is better, but I don't think it's worth the trade-off when everyone's playing the other stuff. So Single Strike Urshifu is pretty good against Arceus too, because you can like use the first attack to KO an Arceus and the second attack to KO a follow-up. But Dura is still better in that situation. Like if you go up against Arctina, you'd rather have Dura than Single Strike Urshifu, because Single Strike Urshifu can't like cleanly KO back-to-back Tinas or something like that. So I guess maybe that would be the argument to play Dura instead, though, to be honest. I guess like if Arctina gets really popular, specifically Arctina, because Arc Dura you'd want Single Strike Urshifu, then I could see that argument to go with Dura instead. Lugia is so favorable to Arctina anyways. Is it really? I think that's a matchup I've never played. I mean, it really just comes down to Judge Path, right? Maybe it is just like a 50-50. If you get around the Judge Path early and it doesn't slow you down too much, then you're pretty good, right? You think Guardy will come back hot next format? Yes. Iono plus Super Rod. Guardy might just be the best deck in the format next format, which is like fine. It's not like a bad thing. Yeah, Guardy might just be BDIF next format, to be honest. Iono plus, that's like a plus Super Rod. You get to play so aggressively and have so much disruption and comeback potential throughout the game. It's kind of, Guardy's going to be, with those two cards, Guardy becomes insane for sure. Because you have to play Impact Energy. That does hurt. That does hurt the argument for Dura as well, I guess. I do like 1 Impact Energy with Single Strike Urshifu though, because if you discard a Single Strike Energy early, or you prize one, you can still with 1 urn you can get back-to-back attacks with the Single Strike Urshifu. So I personally do like one Impact Energy in the Single Strike Urshifu build still. You appreciate 33 months there, Jake. What should we do to prepare for NAIC now? I think definitely picking up Guardies right now would be a pretty smart move. Like if Guardies are like if whatever the price of Guardies is now, it's probably going to be cheaper than what they will be come NAIC. In Portland, Lost Tina went from 4% to 17%. I think it will get better with Jet Energy. Still worst deck in format. It might get better with Jet Energy. It's still, yeah. I don't think Lost Tina is actually that bad. I'm definitely buying into the meme a little bit, but I don't think Lost Tina is very good. I think Lost Tina is like if I looked back at my Portland tier list, Lost Tina would be a 2 tiers up from where it was. I was kind of like playing into the meme a little bit, but Lost Tina is not very good. I don't think so. Doesn't really matter what its conversion rate It did have a good conversion rate though. But like if you look at the results, but you can look at the results and be like, how did they actually overdo overall, right? Because there's always gonna be some like RNG of results no matter what, right? So it has to be like consistently replicated, or if like the deck wins, that's when I think you can put a little bit more of what's called it. But I think the highest placing one was top third. I think they're the highest two play. Maybe there's one in top 16. Lost Tina. No, I think the highest placing Lost Tina was, yeah, I think top 32. So I don't know. I think that's okay. I think that's like all right, but I won't ever play it. Tord thinks it's broken, right? No, Tord's initial tier list just had it in S. I don't know if Tord actually thinks Lost Tina is broken, but Tord just had it in S tier in his initial tier list. You have to take into account the people who are playing it too, right? Like no top players are on it. I think it's like a fair thing. Like that definitely increases its validity. For sure. Yo, there was a Darkrai that almost made top 32. What? Let's go. Darkrai? Bro, after you left last night, Anthony Davis teleported back into the court and scored 30 straight points, and the Lakers won. What a miss by you, Azul. Nah, dude, I saw he got bodied, bro. My man got bonked, and is he even going to play the next game? I saw a tweet that said he got taken off the court in a wheelchair. Is he out? He just got hit in the head, right? Like, thoughts on the rating Alakazam plus Holucha to counter Dragonite? I think it was a really smart, cool tech for sure. He probably will play, but yeah, left in a wheelchair, but will probably play. Okay. Nah, he's playing, or else he'd get permaflamed. Hey, he's got bonked in the head, right? Could have brain damage. Oh, was it a bad bonk? I vaguely stated. Oh, of course. Well, the Lakers would never say that he was in a bad spot. The Lakers would never make a statement and be like, "Yep, he can't play anymore," until like they literally have to. They're never gonna say, "Yeah, AD can't play." Like right now. Wait, when's their next game though? It's like in 2 days, right? AD def had brain damage. Have you seen him play? What do you mean? Like brain damage from the hit? Or oh, they play tomorrow? Oh, they have the day off then. I'm gonna. What time is the game, Peter? I want to watch it, dude. Yeah, Golden State versus Lakers is always hype. In general, are you just like memeing on him, Dara? Like, are you an AD hater? Just like. The rating Alakazam Holucha thing was like really cool to beat Dragonite. I thought I was cooked. He's so big, but he acts like a toothpick. Bro, I mean, so you're saying he flops. That's like different. I played up against Nathan Stratford, who got top 8 with the Arc, Dura, Holucha, Alakazam thing, Umbreon. I thought I was going to get cooked. That matchup actually was pretty close because of the build that me and my group specifically played. But yeah, I was like, I knew about the Alakazam. I knew about the Holucha. I was like, dude, I think I'm just cooked. I didn't know about the Volo. He also plays a Volo. But I was like, yeah, I think I just lose. But it actually wasn't actually that bad. We tied. Pretty close matchup. But I have to assume they're favored for sure. All right, let's do some VOD reviewing, man. So Big Bat acts like a toothpick. Let's pick up where we left off yesterday. This is round 8, I believe, and then round 9 they actually don't end up streaming because the tournament runs so late. About 1 ATB, 1 booster box, and pull 2 gold rare candies and 2 alternate arc artists. That's pretty good. Probably won't remember. I can call you Dylan. All right, Daidara. Mew versus Giratina, 120% cringe. Finally, a TRS deck on stream. Dude, finally, bro. It's taking us so long. Man, I was going to say something about this. How much do I have to pay you to play Lost Tina at the next big event? I mean, if my goal is to make top 8, and I don't think Lost Tina is that good, you'd have to pay me. You know what? Like I just enjoy playing Pokemon. You'd have to pay me. How much do you get for top 8 in a tournament? Yeah, how much do you get for that? How much ever that is, you have to pay me that. I'd be down with doing that. Yeah, Peter saying 5K in the chat. I would normally say 5K, but I would be down to just whatever, how much ever you make for top 8. Like, I don't think Lost Tina is terrible. I could try and push for a top 8 with that, or dub. Yeah, if you pay me however much you get for a top 8, I don't know how much it is, but yeah. If you pay me that, I'm down. I'll play Lost Tina at at the next major. 750? Yeah, 750. I'll just I'll copy Cameron's list. Not today, Peter. One day. If every viewer pays $2.50, we can make it. Do it. Hey, I'm just saying, it's the offers out there, chat. Just do it for Fresno, then you don't have to fly. I mean, that still doesn't make up the dude. My goal is to win. I mentioned this yesterday. Like, my goal in the PokemonTCG for me now is just try and win as many major tournaments as I can, bro. Like, I just like have like a, I have like a still like a pretty big competitive drive. Like, I don't know. Like, actually, like towards the end of this season, I've had like a bigger competitive drive than I think I've had recently. To just try and win, like just to win. I just want to win major tournaments. That's it. I just want to win major. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do. I don't really care. Like, I don't even care. Like, yeah, I don't even care how many I go to or like anything like that. Like, it's just yeah. But I'm not taking it too seriously either. I feel like that's what I want to do, and that's the plan. But like, I feel like I'm not taking it too seriously, like mentally either. Like if I do poorly at one, or anything like that. But yeah, but that's kind of like my goal from here on out for the rest of my career is just to win major tournaments. I don't really care if I don't end up top 16 for Worlds next season. Or not, because I'm not gonna go to local tournaments next year at all. Like I also like I've mentioned before multiple times. Like I currently like plan to maybe move to Vegas at the end of this year. So does special event Bogado count as a big tournament? Depends how many people. Like for me, like it just has to be like a certain number of players for me to consider it. Like I might like that's why I don't want to like. So I'm not concerned with going to SBEs except for maybe like European SBEs because like those are so massive. Like I would consider that a major dub. Like tournament adrenaline junkie. Yeah, like once I start playing in a tournament, dude, like it just completely changes like everything. Like even if I wasn't feeling great going into a tournament or didn't feel great the night before, as soon as you sit down for like round 1 and you start playing, like I don't know, bro, something like takes over, and I just like enjoy that experience so much. Like even when I'm losing, I don't know, there's just like something that happens. I don't know. Big time drive. Do you do anything to avoid burnout through a season? I definitely get there for sure. Like, yeah, I don't know. There was a point in like March or February where we had like I went to like 2 or 3 like majors in a row, and one of them was like an IC. That's like a lot. It is a lot. I think I might try and avoid that a little bit. But I might try and like skip some majors next year if it's like a 3 week in a row or something. Do one, take a week off of one, and then come back and do another one. I also really want to go to a European regional next year. So I want to do that. European regional. But then I say that, but I'll probably go to like every major event in North America, to be honest. Like I just want to win as many majors as possible. Like that's my goal. Just literally win as many majors as I possibly can. But yeah, I was saying like I'm gonna go to 0 locals next season. So if I don't make top 16 going into Worlds, I don't really care. Like if I have to play through day 1, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't really care about going to League Cups to try and like get that. Like it's just like it's just such a waste of time in my opinion. I like really, and maybe that's because maybe I'm saying that now because I like really love making content right now. I love streaming. I love making videos. Like I didn't feel that way at the beginning of the year at all, but now like where I am right now, I really am like really enjoying the process of content creation and streaming, YouTube videos and all that stuff. So locals just kind of cut into that. I would much rather stream on a Saturday and Sunday than go play in a League Cup or League Challenge. So, and also I'm moving to Vegas, and I think there's like no local scene in Vegas, so I won't even be like a thing. Like, it won't even be like a thing where I could actually ever go to a local event, because I'm pretty sure there's like no local scene in Vegas. Like everyone I've talked to who's like from Vegas, they always have to like come to California for like cups and challenges and stuff. So Yeah, so I want to have like a chance to go there. You can borrow Insane Bling from Josh Hatter. That's the move then. Yeah. Do you only watch basketball or also hockey? I don't watch hockey or baseball, basketball, football. I don't like keep up with like MMA and that kind of stuff, but I do enjoy watching it. I think it's interesting. I think Guardy will be top performing deck at NAIC then. It was a good shot of it, yeah. You could make some deck guide videos. Break down what would you want to see in a deck guide video? What is a deck guide video there to you charge? Like talking through the deck, tech options, what the deck list is, what it does, tech options, and then matchups. I have thought about doing that ever since they are a little they're a little bit loud on Twitter. Chaotic Meatball. I'm sure some people in chat know who Chaotic Meatball is, but they don't have. They're really bad at explaining their takes in like a reasonable manner, and they just kind of come off as a dick. But after I did see some of their takes on Twitter, like some of the stuff I do agree with. Deck profiles on how to navigate matchups would be awesome. Yeah, I've thought about doing that. I've thought about doing that, like going a little bit, like it would be like a 20-30 minute video, just kind of going a little bit more in depth just over a deck, like everything I think I could like talk about with the deck. Yeah, Chaotic Meatball like definitely made me think about that. For sure. Chaotic Meatball made me think about that for sure. They're really bad at conveying their point in like a reasonable manner, I feel like, but their points aren't wrong. They're just or their opinions aren't wrong. They're just really bad at like making them come. They just don't seem like a reasonable human being when they're tweeting, and especially because they're not in the Pokemon TCG community or haven't been, and then they just kind of seem like they're attacking the Pokemon TCG community. It kind of comes off bad, but yeah, Iona is bad. Well, they didn't say it's bad. They said they don't like it, which is fair. And they think it's they did say it was bad for the game, like it makes the game unfun. I don't know, like. I don't know. I think cards like Iona are super cool because it like adds more depth. Adds a card like Iona being in the format adds so much more depth to the game. Yeah, like more depth is always just good up to a point, right? You don't want to make the game inaccessible based on you need to be like so well versed in the game to actually ever compete that it's not enjoyable to sit down and learn how to play out the game. But I don't think Iona like is restricts that. But their opinions are definitely wrong sometimes. Yeah, their opinions are wrong. I agree sometimes, but the opinions that they have that are reasonable, they convey it in such a poor way on Twitter that it looks like they're just attacking the Pokemon TCG community and just kind of hate everything about the Pokemon TCG, which I don't think is true, obviously. But yeah. Yo, I appreciate the 300 bits there. Benji, I'll mark that down. That's your $2.50 towards the Lost Tina goal. I'll mark that down. I also like doing this a lot more. I like you guys in chat asking me questions or just talking about things, and then we have a discussion about something. And then like the plan today is to review some Portland regionals, and maybe this is why I've been liking content, so like streaming so much more. Is this? I really like this. I've been streaming for an hour and 14 minutes, and we haven't done anything that we plan to do yet. But I'm fine. I like just like sitting here, chat if you have questions for me, or if we're just having a discussion about something. I like that. It's just like very enjoyable to me, to do. So, and we've been doing a lot more of that lately on the stream, which is like I enjoyed like this like so maybe that's why I've been enjoying streaming so much more lately, because we've been doing so much more of this on the streams. About going to the regional in Wisconsin, any advice for the first timer? I'm really bad at that kind of stuff. I think there is a better way for me to like explain my thoughts on like how to be like mentally prepared for going to your first regional or planning your first regional. My biggest thing is just like, but my biggest thing, one of the biggest things, and I don't think there's like ever an argument against this, is like experience kind of trumps all. So you simply going to your first regional is going to be like, just going and doing it is like always going to be the like the best advice. Like you just got to go do it, but you're already doing that. So like from there, like I don't know, there's like not really too much more to. I would say one thing, I guess, just like general advice, make sure you try and check in on Friday as opposed to Saturday. It's just like such a nicer, less hassle to just check in Friday to Saturday. But I mean, just go play Pokemon. It is, you're playing a lot more Pokemon for a lot longer of time. Water, food throughout the day is a big one. Sleep the night before if you want, but if you're gonna be up late with friends hanging out, like you're not going super tired to like try and play perfectly throughout the whole tournament. You're just going there to experience the tournament, have fun with friends. Like I've literally like, and like, yeah, like I've literally stayed up like all night the night before like a day one of a regional, and just hung out with friends, just did whatever. Like maybe not all night, but you know, like stay up till like 3 a.m. not caring about Pokemon, and you know, just play the next day. Doesn't really matter. Snacks throughout the day or actually eating lunch? It doesn't really matter too much. I think people are going a little bit hard on Mark for some reason. I don't know. It seemed like there's like, I feel like some people had. So Mark's tweet, I don't think was that bad. Maybe Mark should have prefaced, obviously not recommending this. This is just what I do. I think maybe Mark should have prefaced that in their tweets. But I think I do. It feels like some people had like a thing against Mark, and they were like going after Mark. I was like, I don't know. These subtweets and follow up and replies feel a little bit like you have a problem with Mark and not with what Mark said. Like, I don't know. That was a little weird. That felt weird to me. I'm not gonna lie. Pokemon Twitter moves so fast onto the food thing. Yeah, I would say, I mean, eat, like, I try and eat, like, I was trying to have lunch. Like, dude, energy's real, man. Like, eating carbs and having energy, it's like a real thing. Also, make sure you drink a lot of water. Like, don't drink a lot of water, but like drink water throughout the day. You don't have to, like, you know, chug a water bottle, but just like sip on your water bottle throughout the day. Bring a water bottle, sip on it throughout the day. Yeah, you don't have to like all of a sudden like chug a whole bottle of water, but yeah, eat lunch. It doesn't have to be like anything huge. Bring a couple snacks with. Even if you just bring some protein bars, like if you can't go out of your way to get lunch, but you just have like a couple protein bars or snacks throughout the day, banana, apple, whatever. I personally haven't eaten since Florida regionals. Personal choice. Like, dude, I feel so much better after eating. Like, it's like 1 p.m. You're on lunch break. You go get like a sandwich or something. Bro, it's so much energy. It's this difference maker for sure. Pokemon's pretty mentally draining. You're usually getting up early, sometimes earlier than you usually do. Also, I recommend like caffeine is another thing that I recommend. Like, don't excessively drink it, but I would say like during that lunch break time, getting some caffeine, big positive, big plus. If you're not a caffeine drinker, I recommend trying it. If you are a caffeine drinker, then yeah, drink some caffeine. Like, it's just good stuff. Don't overdo it, obviously, but like, yeah, if you're not a caffeine drinker, try some caffeine, for sure. If you've never been a caffeine drinker, there's obviously like a million different forms of caffeine, so just find one and figure out which ones you enjoy. Coffee. I sometimes get coffee, not very often though. I'm usually Monster or if I remember to bring my tub of Advanced, then I'll just be drinking Advanced. I have my water bottle, so I bring my Advanced with. But if I forget it, then I get like, if I forget my tub of Advanced, then I just go get like a Monster or something. This last one I was flying. I didn't bring my tub of Advanced this last regional because I only had a backpack because I was flying Basic Economy United, so I like had nothing in my bag. So I had to end up getting a Monster when I was there. But usually I bring my tub of Advanced with and I just use that. Sometimes I'll get a coffee though. Like if like I feel like sometimes I just like feel like I want a coffee. Like I want something like more than just a drink. An energy drink type thing. And sometimes I'll get a coffee. Like I want caffeine, but I want something like sweet or like a little bit more to it. Have you played events overseas that are the opposite time of where you're at? So I'm pretty fortunate to have this kind of be my full-time job. So I usually try and arrive to like ICs pretty early. Like usually I get to ICs on like Mondays, and then I have a couple days to adjust. It's a lot harder if you don't have that luxury though. But you just kind of have to brute force. Like you have to like try and sleep on the plane, depending on what time you land. So if you land, like theoretically, I would assume most people are like if you're going to like EUIC, you'd probably try and land there Thursday morning, and then you play Friday. So you get there Thursday morning. Have some caffeine in the middle of the day to make sure you try and sleep on the plane. So when you land morning, early afternoon in, let's say, London, whatever, have some caffeine to make sure you stay up throughout the whole day. And then don't have caffeine too late in the day, but have it like say you land at 12, have some caffeine then go to bed at like whatever, midnight or whatever. If you land in the morning, try and stay away for a couple hours, have some caffeine, then push through the rest of the day. If you're fortunate enough to get there a day in advance, you still want to try and like reset your clock as soon as you possibly can, but that was my routine during a regional. What do you mean? Like, I mean, just basically everything that I just kind of described there is basically my routine during a regional. Bring snacks with, usually protein bars, water bottle. Always have water on me. Have caffeine, usually Advanced. Yeah, have caffeine, usually Advanced if I remember to bring my tub with. And then if not, be like a Monster or a coffee or something. And then, how do you prevent getting swamp ass at regionals? I don't know. I feel like I never get swamp ass. Wait, what are you saying, Peter? I think, yeah, just if you're hungry, eat. If you're not hungry, don't eat. So one thing is like anxiety and nerves and adrenaline can make it so you don't realize you're hungry when you actually are. So I would say like you know your normal eating schedule. So like if you would normally be eating food around now, and that's just how you'd feel normal after you ate food, then like you should probably just go eat some food. Like that's usually just probably correct. Between rounds 4 and 5, or which one? Oh, well, I usually eat. I eat whenever I'm like hungry. Like if I'm just hungry after round 7, then I'll have a protein bar. If I'm just like hungry, I'm like, well, I'm hungry. I'm gonna have a protein bar. But there's usually a lunch break, so I'll actually eat like a meal at lunch. Like it's usually a sandwich. Like if there's a Subway there, I'll just get a foot long and then eat that. That's good to go. And then if I'm hungry later around like round 7, I'll just like have a protein bar. Always have your water bottle with you. Make sure you're sipping. Stay sipping. Just kind of in general in life. And then yeah, I recommend caffeine. I use advanced. And bring snack. 1 or 2 snacks, like 2 protein bars or something, just in case. What is my Subway order? I don't know. Caleb always orders the Subway sandwiches. I just eat them. Watch some of your games at Portland, but I forgot to give you your round 6 quesadilla. I don't know if you remember. Yeah, where was my quesadilla? I get a bottle of water in a bottle of water in London. I did. Many bottles of water in London. Collab on top 4. I'm down, Grant. Yeah, if I get to top 4 today, if not tomorrow, I can bring. We can just like go through all of Top Cut if you want. Do you ever get angry internally but hide it when you draw like ass to start a match? No. Whenever I open with like a really bad hand, it's like usually just deflating. I don't like dwelling on stuff too much. I don't like to look at my. So at the beginning of day 2, was it day 2? No, day 1. At the beginning of day 1, they were like, okay, there's gonna be a delay to the round. There's a huge line outside, and we're like, okay. And I was like, me and my opponent, like I shuffled. My opponent cut my deck. I cut their deck, and I was like, I don't really want to draw my hand right now. And I was like, if we just have bad hands, who wants to sit here for the next 20 minutes thinking about how bad their hand is? So like those kind of little things, like mental, like I know mentally that would like it wouldn't check me, but it'd be annoying. So I just didn't draw my hand until they were like we were further along and we are about to start the round. And then we're like, okay, I'm gonna draw my hand now. Because I don't want to like look at my hand and be like, well, this fucking sucks, and then like sit there and be like, this sucks. So like I know little things that like kind of like it could tilt me, it could like mentally check me a little bit, and because of that, I'm just like, why would I put myself in that situation? I'm just not gonna draw my hand yet, because I'm gonna sit here for 20 minutes knowing what my hand is. I'm just gonna wait. Sure, I could think about my hand like a little bit longer, and I did draw my hand before like the round immediately started. Like we set up like probably 5 minutes before the round actually started, and then round started, and then we were playing from there. But yeah, I don't really want to like sit there and just know I have a bad hand for like 20 minutes. Like that sounds miserable. So yeah, like little things like that, whenever I can like kind of avoid them. When I know I can avoid them, like I'll like kind of optimize around it if I can. Like little things like that. It's like hard to like do all those little things, but whenever you can, I guess it makes a difference. Like judge shuffling, like that's why I do it. That's why I do judge shuffling, because like I know like mentally I'm gonna think about, well, I cut them, like, and especially like if it's like a really low odds of them getting the card, then it's just like, I don't know. That's probably something I need to get over, especially like the judge shuffling thing for sure. The other thing is like not that big of a deal. The judge shuffling thing I probably need to get over and just like do it myself. But the one thing that always eats at me is like, I mean, it just does remove the fact that my opponent could potentially do something malicious, and that I like the idea of that is nice as well. I don't do it. I do it like once a tournament. Maybe the judge shuffle comes up. It probably comes up at least once a tournament. It's at least once a tournament. It's probably like 1.2 times a tournament or something. But yeah, I just don't want to. If my opponent needs a 1 of card that's left in their deck and they're about to B-barrel for 1 or Squavette, I don't want to cut or what's it called. I want someone else to do it. Watch judge shuffling at any point in a game of Pokemon TCG. Now you probably can't overly use this, but at any point in the game of a Pokemon TCG game, you can ask a judge to shuffle instead of your opponent shuffling your deck or you shuffling your opponent's deck. I never ask it for my own deck. I only ever ask it for my my opponent's deck. It's just like I don't want to pick between like cutting or tapping or shuffling my opponent's deck when I know like they need to use Squavette to try and hit like want a boss left in the deck, I just have the judge shuffle it. And then when a judge shuffles a deck, Grant could have done that in top 4. Bro, I'm every time my opponent uses Squaw Vet, bro, I'm asking for a judge shuffle. If they shuffle their deck right before they're about to use Squaw Vet, bro, that thing's getting judge shuffled for sure, bro. I'm not getting granted, bro. No, I'm actually kidding. You can at any point you can ask an opponent to shuffle a deck. You said it was like a finishing move. It basically is a finishing move because it's like literally the game gets won or lost on the judge shuffle. That's the only time I ever call for a judge shuffle. Like I said, it happens like 1.2 times a tournament maybe. Does not feel that either deck is officially randomized immediately following a shuffle, or if a player prefers to not offer their deck to an opponent for randomization, a judge must be called over to shuffle the deck in question. No player may shuffle or cut after a judge's shuffle. Yeah. And it's not that I think my opponent's cheating either. It's just like I want to remove myself from the decision of the final maneuver of the deck or whatever you want to call it. I just want to remove myself from that because like mentally I don't want to be picking one or the other. And if I thought my opponent was cheating, I would call over a judge and be like, I think my opponent's cheating. So I don't do it because I think my opponents are cheating. I just want to do it because I want to remove myself from the situation. It's probably optimal to not do it though, to be honest. Like, it's probably optimal just to have a, what's it called, but it's probably optimal to not have what's it called. And that's what I always like strive for, is optimal. As you guys know. So it's probably something I need to get over, but I don't know. Blame the judge. No, but like I don't know, because I've had that thought, like whenever I've like been in those situations and I cut my opponent's deck instead of tapping it, and then they get the card. Like I'm like, well, what if I just freaking shuffle their deck or just like cut their deck instead of tapping it? And then like, but whenever I've had a judge, like up until this event, every judge shuffle has gone in my opponent's favor. It happened at NAIC. My opponent needed to draw an out to a boss off of a Roxanne. I had him judge shuffle. They drew the out to the boss. And then another one was a Marnie off of a Dragon's Horde. My opponent got the Marnie off the Dragon's Horde when I called over a judge for a judge shuffle. But I don't, like, mentally, it doesn't wane on me. But it mentally wanes on me when I cut their deck and then they get the right card, right? I don't know how to explain it, but like, it definitely mentally, like, it's a mental thing for sure. You appreciate 38 months there, Professor Yeah, so when my opponent gets it off of a judge shuffle, I don't care. Like, it doesn't mentally wane on me. But if I'm the one who cut their deck and then they got it off that instead of me tapping their deck, then it does mentally wane on me. So it just, I don't know. It's a mental thing. IRL, you look like a refrigerator, Jim, putting in work. Wait, you look like a refrigerator, Jim, putting in work, your unit. Oh, I appreciate it, Godmaster. I thought you said refrigerator, Jim. Is there like a difference between like a regular refrigerator and a gym refrigerator? If it's one of those games is decided on this one shuffle, but it's if it's every person asking frequently, it's going to be a problem from the judge source point of view. Yeah, of course. Like I said, I use it 1.2 times a tournament. Like it'll happen like once a tournament for me that I ask for a judge shuffle. Like usually, like this is only it comes up like once a tournament, maybe. Punctuation helps, yeah, but I don't use it either, so I can't blame them. So don't use it at table 450. I mean, no, it doesn't matter what table you use it at. I don't think that's fair. Because like, what if you're at table 4? Dude, I was at table 450 on like round 1. I don't want to have called for a judge shuffle in that game, but you say you don't like to cut for your own fate. Yeah, basically. Well, like deciding between cutting, tapping, or shuffling. Like if I had to cut my opponent's deck, if every time my opponent shuffled their deck, I had to cut it, then I would be fine with it. But it's the picking between cutting, shuffling, and tapping. It's like, well, fuck. How do you pick? The next time I'll be on PTCG Live tomorrow? Probably not, but maybe the day after. Shuffle, cut, then tap, and you're good. But then my opponent can cut their deck back. That's another thing. If you cut or tap, you're like changing the potential of the card being that one card, right? You're either cutting into one card or you're tapping, and then it is the one card that was on top. If you shuffle, then it could be like theoretically, depending on how long you shuffle, it could be like any of the cards, right? But the card you stop on it would be the one card. That's a little bit weird. But then your opponent can cut back into a one card. I don't know. It's just like mentally can't get over it mentally. Have you ever called a judge because you suspect your opponent was cheating? No, I don't think that's ever happened in I definitely think I've been like I definitely have been cheated against. Like I've been playing this game for what year is it? I've been playing this game. This is my 13th year playing the game. 10, 11, 12, 13. 14th year? That's my 14th year playing the game, right? Um I think it's my 14th year playing the game, right? Yeah, I'm in my 14th year playing the game, right? Because if I played the 2010 season, this would be my 14th year. What the fuck? Yeah. I've definitely been cheated against. There's no shot. There's no way I haven't been cheated against in 14 years. Especially with how many tournaments I go to. I started playing in 2010. I started playing in 2010. Oh, this would be my 14th year, right? Because I played 2010. Yeah, yeah. Year one would be 2011. Yeah, I started playing 2010 though, so this would be my 14th season. Um, you have cheated against me. Well, I know you cheated against me, but I'm talking about like other people. Yeah, I don't think there's. I think there's. I don't think there's a world where I haven't probably been cheated against, which is like fine. I'm not like holding a grudge versus the anonymous cheater, but yeah, in 14 years played, I've probably been cheated against. I go to so many events. There's enough cheaters out there that the chance that I've been cheated against, like, opposed to anyone else, is like super. I've maybe been to the most. It is actually possible. I have maybe been to the most major Pokemon TCG tournaments than anyone else. Is that possible? Who else would be competing with me for being to the most major Pokemon TCG tournaments? It'd be like me. I don't know actually. I might be. It's like me or Caleb probably. Cause like if you like, yeah, Ross. There was like so few events back in the day though. I guess no, towards European. So like a lot of the years, Tor didn't go to that many major tournaments. Pablo maybe. The thing is with like Pablo and Pram. Yeah. So the thing is like back in the day, you couldn't go to that many major tournaments. But I've gone to like everything. The last couple years. Mahone? No, definitely not Mahone. People like Ross and Pram don't go to everything though. The thing is like people like Pram and Ross don't go everywhere. Whereas like I go everywhere, but they have been playing a lot longer than me, so it's possible that it might be one of them actually, to be honest. But Ross like doesn't go to that much. The last couple of seasons, Ross has not gone to like very many tournaments. Still gets his invite every time, but Ross doesn't like go to everything. So I've maybe like caught up to where Ross is. So it was maybe Pram. It'd be like me, Pram, maybe Pablo would be up there as well. And then Caleb was the only other person I can like think about. Yo, how do you feel about Pokemon video games as Pokemon Go? Have you played the video games? I have not really played the video games. Or wasn't at Portland, right? No. Would you play anything like Radical Red? What about Pogo? Pogo's like all right. I'm not really into any of them. I don't really have any time to like commit to other stuff. I do like playing video games, but like I like playing, yeah. Like I've been playing like God of War, the second God of War recently, Ragnarok. That's what I'm like. Those kind of video games is what I play when I have time. I hate to say it, but like I like the idea of competitive VGC, but the Pokemon video games are not good video games. Like God of War is a good video game. The game I played before that was Jedi, or before that I played the other God of War. But like those are like, in my opinion, those are good video games. I don't think the Pokemon video game is a good video game. Competitive VGC is different though. Pram's playing VGC at Milwaukee. It's insane. My favorite God of War. I've only played the new ones. But yeah, they're crap. Like they're not good video games. The competitive side of VGC is dope, but like the Pokemon video games aren't good video games. Like there's kind of whatever. Like even if you like that, like build up a team battle style video game, there's ones that are so much better than Pokemon. Like actual good video games. There's actually games that do the same thing that would be qualified as like a good video game. Only bad takes, at least your title is right. My favorite Pokemon? Nope, you're wrong, Worm. You have video/reference for first time prep, and I still be first. I do not. It's definitely a type of video that I might make eventually. Recycled youth. Yeah, and like previous years of like competitive, like the reason like Tord wouldn't be up there is like previous years of competitive play, like Tord only played in Europe, right? Tord didn't come to like any American regionals, so we had like double the amount of major events that they had in Europe. So I've definitely been to more majors than Tord has, just based on that. Not like that's like an achievement, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's just like a thought that I just had because I was thinking about. I was like, maybe I am the person who's been to the most major tournaments. But I've been to every major tournament Caleb has. And Caleb went to like, yeah, so it'd be like me, Caleb, Pram are probably like in the top three. That's how long Pram's been playing, but Pram hasn't gone to like everything as much as recently. So, but Pram has so many more events that he's gone to in the past. Then, so yeah, Ross is probably up there too. It's just like a thought, and not a very not a very important stat or achievement stat, but it was a thought. Make that one of my goals. I'm gonna be the player who goes to the most major tournaments throughout their career. Did I review my match with Stratford yet? Well, it wasn't on stream, but I did talk about it. I did talk about it a little bit on my. I talked about my Portland run yesterday, and I put it in a video on the secondary YouTube channel, AzulGG 2, so you can check it out there. And I talked about it a little bit there. Who has the most wins? Major wins? I mean, I don't know. It's a good question. It's probably Tord. I don't know how many regional wins Tord has though, so. Into Nagata, some triggering stuff. Some triggering stuff and we get reactions. Okay, let's actually get into this game then. Give me 1 second, and then we'll get into it. Yeah, but I'm talking about like not just regional wins, but like major wins. Because like Pram has 8 majors. Because Pram also won. But even then, like you can look at that and be like Pram got second at Worlds and stuff like that, which is like still pretty big. Tord got top 4 at Worlds. I need to get at least a top 8 at Worlds before I retire. Hopefully I win a Worlds, but Evan wanted me to read a Giratina text. A Pokemon that is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours. It appears in an ancient cemetery. It's just like it pops up in a cemetery. Why retire? I mean, eventually, maybe, right? Like, I don't know where life's gonna take me. Like, I don't know if I have kids in the future or get an opportunity to do something else in content full time or do content full time, or I don't know. Like, you never know where life's gonna take you. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna retire. It'd be cool to be able to play this. Like, I don't know. I'd be down to play like competitive Pokemon. Like, continue to travel to tournaments. At some point, I'll definitely like not go to as many major tournaments for sure. But I think I'll just like kind of base that on like where my competitive drive currently is, and currently it is I want to go to as many major tournaments as possible within reason. But yeah, within reason for sure. Who's better, Jason or Tord? I don't know. Let's have them play best of 9. Have them play a best of. What year is it? 2023. Have them play a best of 23. Have Tord versus Jason play a best of 23 with each different game being a different format, and then that'll be the decider. So all the way from the format 2000 to the current format, Worlds format. Best of 23, best 2 out of 3. You each get to bring 3 different decks to change within the best 2 out of 3 for the format. Yeah, that's it. Guess this flavor Pokemon. This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever. This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention, it'll follow you forever. Soda King. Mimikyu seems like a pretty good guess. What give me an attack name. Give me an attack name. Benji. Underworld Stroll? Dude, what kind of attack? So it's definitely some kind of ghost Pokemon. Is it Graveyard? That seems like a good guess. It is definitely something to do with a dog, that's for sure. Some kind of like dog or like pet type Pokemon. Graveyard. Dude, Chip thought with the flavor text last week. With the flavor text last week, Chip thought Pancham would be reasonable for me to get off of that. Yes, man. Not sure how many points you get. Well, I'll give me 1 point on that one. I get 1 point. Yeah, Chip thought I'd be able to get Pancham. What was it? It makes scary faces, but it likes being patted on the head or something. I don't know. Yeah. It's so dumb. How would I ever get Pancham from that? That was ridiculous. He was gaslighting too. He was gaslighting. What was it? It was like likes to make scary faces, but something about patting it on the head. Gaslight, gatekeep, Pancham. Who knew Pancham was a Pokemon? Bro, I knew about Pancham because freaking Ryan Simons, back when we both lived in Indiana, the first time I met Ryan, he was playing a Pancham control deck. He was playing a Hoopa deck that had a Pancham in it because the Pancham like killed Coco or something. That's how I know about Pancham. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't know about Pancham. I'm never coming back at this point. What do you mean? I'm only down 4 points. I'm down like one good guess. I gotta make them tough for Chip though. Moving forward though, to give myself a good shot. Otherwise, it could get scary. I did not think Chip would get Indeedee for 4 though. That was absurd. Absolutely absurd. All right, let's get into this one though. We got Cameron with the. It is not 1-1. It's supposed to be 0-0, but they didn't. Production L, right here. Not a big deal though. Cameron with Lost Tina, my favorite deck, and then John with Mew. Excuse me. So I definitely favor Cameron in this one as long as Cameron plays the Drapion, which I'm just gonna assume Cameron has Drapion. I definitely favor Cameron. So basically the way you can play this as Cameron is you can just like attack with weird Lost Zone dudes, and then the thing that John can do, like the thing that can be weird about this is like Cameron doesn't have to put a Tina V in play immediately, but then John can kind of sit there and just Psychic Leap and never leave a Mew VMAX in the active. So that can get kind of weird. I definitely favor the Tina deck here, but you usually want to probably just put a Tina in play aggressively so they can't just sit there and Psychic Leap. It looks like John has a pretty good opening hand though. So I definitely favor the Tina deck because you have Drapion knockout into Tina V-Star knockout. Are we starting at 1-1? It's not. It's 0-0. Yeah, Lost on Tina is definitely favored. Ideally you want to, but the thing is, the problem with that, Nicholas, is if you don't bench a Tina until you use Drapion, they don't have to leave a Mew VMAX in their active, like, ever. You can just like all right, Psychic Leap knockout, Psychic Leap knockout, Psychic Leap knockout, or just like Psychic Leap not knockout, and then just push up another Mew V and be like, go ahead. And then Cameron has to be like, well, and then you have to do something. Is that triple vacuum in the hand? Is that triple vac? Ooh, 4 Mew V on the bench is not good, but I think you have to do it here as John. Dude, that is triple vac, and I don't know what the other card is. Is it a tablet? You could have played that tablet, I think, here. There are the coins. It is a tablet. I think, let's take a look at that again. I think John should have played this tablet and drawn 2 cards with this first Genesect. I don't like the not draw. Tablets aren't that important in this matchup because usually you have to get through 1 Drapion and then 1 Tina V-Star. So it's usually, it depends how many Choice Belt John plays, to be honest. If John plays double Choice Belt, I think I would have liked to have seen the tablet go down. If John plays 1 Choice Belt, then maybe I'm fine with holding the tablet. Yeah, 4th Mew is pretty bad here. But if you can start to Psychic Leap them off the board, it's not that big of a deal. So you can start to like Psychic Leap them off the board. And then we get 2 off this. 2 shoes, double turbo. The double turbo's nice. The shoes is kind of whatever. Some UV max. All right, so we got the turn 2 attack here from John, and then just pass over to Cameron. So Cameron here, so this is one of those weird things where you can kind of test the skill of your opponent, or test how good your opponent is. Not really test how good they are, how well they maybe know the matchup. That's what I want to say. You can test how good how well they know the matchup. So Cameron this turn could just like fill up their bench with Greninja and a bunch of Comfies, maybe hit with Cram, and be like, go ahead. And then if John hangs a Mew VMAX in the active, next turn Cameron can be like, okay, Drapion, bench Giratina, knockout. So I'll be interested to see how Cameron chooses to play this here. We'll see if Cameron, like, if they have the option to bench a Tina, do they choose not to try and like see like, all right, does John know how to play this matchup? Or do they not? And now I can kind of take advantage of that because it doesn't seem like they know how to play this matchup. Cameron's like start is not that great here though. I don't think they have a ton of basic search here. Manaphy definitely is biting the dust. Yeah, there's like 3 Colress in the hand and a Roxanne. I thought this wasn't supposed to happen IRL. This is only supposed to happen on PTCG Live. What the heck? Got the Ultra Ball though. They're probably going to use Comfy first here though because you want to maximize your basic finding potential, and then we can Ultra Ball. I think that might be another Comfy in the hand there. I can't actually tell. There's definitely a Sableye in the hand. Beach Court. You definitely want to hold the Beach Court there probably because you need to be able to bump Path to be able to actually use Drapion. So I think you have to take the Beach Court here as Cameron. For the Grass Energy. You saw me tap cards. Oh wait, I should speed this up. We're at normal playback speed right now. All right, Ultra Ball. What is that? Is it double Sableye? I like it. I'm fine with getting rid of double Sableye here as Cameron, to be honest. I think getting rid of double Sableye is fine. It goes with the Roxanne though. The Roxanne is still pretty good later on though. Like it's a good draw support of the Draw Judge or Roxanne. So I don't like getting rid of the Roxanne here as Cameron, to be honest. Because your win condition really isn't the, you know, your win condition is like KO2 Mew VMAXs pretty much all the time as this deck. You can go like different routes, but I'd be interested to see if they go for the Greninja here or the Comfy. Greninja might be prized as well, in which case it wouldn't be even an option, but there should be at least a Comfy in here to grab. I didn't really check the prize cards beforehand, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Double Cram. Oh, double Cram is prized as well here, actually, for Cameron. So Cameron's probably not attacking with Cram turn 1 here. There's like another reason, actually, that John should hold the tablet, though, so that they can Psychic Leap. Would you consider adding a Drapion to your Turbo Box list, or think, no? If you play Kyogre, you shouldn't play... If you play Kyogre, you shouldn't play Drapion. So I think we're going to see attach retreat to the active here from Cameron. You definitely, like I said, you don't want to burn the... Boss versus Nest Ball. I think you probably go Nest Ball here and give up the Boss. You just want to set up and then like push for more setup. You can probably bench a Sableye here as Cameron. So the Giratina or there's no energy in hand, but there's no energy in hand, but there should be a Greninja in the deck then, unless they don't play Greninja. I like the Comfy grab here because there's no energy in hand. You want double Comfy. Okay, there is the Greninja in the deck. I don't know if I like the Greninja grab or the Comfy grab. I would probably go with Comfy here. Yeah, because you can't use the Greninja. If you could use the Greninja, then I like the Greninja grab, but also a lot of the energy in the Lost Zone already for Cameron, which isn't great. 2 energy in the Lost Zone. So 3 Comfies. I'd probably bench a Sableye here as well, because if you get Judge, you just don't want Sableye in your deck anymore, and you have plenty of bench space to work with, I think. So I like benching Sableye here, because I think you have the bench space to work with here to do that as Cameron. Okay, so now so this is like the big turn here for John. So John can either attack with Mew VMAX and leave Mew VMAX in the active, and then you can get Drapion, or John can Psychic Leap. So I would like to see John... They immediately retreated. I would like to see John not retreat immediately, but play the tablet, play into Psychic Leap, and then just draw cards with Genesect, and then Psychic Leap back to the deck. Got a Cram now. That's cool. Heads. I don't even know what you grab here. You could go for Judge. Is that a Path? I'd probably go for Judge here, though, if I was John, because you're not that set up. And once again, you can Psychic Leap, so you're not leaving your Mew in the active to get KO'd by... Yeah, I don't think Path is that good here at all from John. You're not like in a situation where you're scared of Drapion, like at all. Like you're just not scared of Drapion this turn if you just Psychic Leap. So, and I assume that's what John's gonna do. So I would like a Judge there, because unless John plans on playing the Path and then vacuuming the Path out of play, but why not just Judge? That also refreshes your hand. So John is just favoring just getting the Path down. Psychic Leap, knockout. But then okay, so this is like the misplay here from John. Like John should just go back to the deck here. Like, Cameron's board state is not equipped to deal with John has 2 Judge prized. Yeah, but you just go get a Judge out of it. There's a 3 or 4 Judge in this list for sure. There's no way. John's list actually might be available, so I can actually even, like, confirm. So, John should just go back to the deck here. There's, like, no reason There's no reason John should not go back to the deck here. Yeah, John's list is available, so it's like peep that real fast. Yep, John has 3 Judge, pretty predictably. Yeah, there's like no reason that John shouldn't be cycling back to the deck here. Now this is perfect for Cameron. Now Cameron can go, ideally get Tina V, bench Tina V, attack with Drapion. You do have the potential of getting Roxanne next turn immediately, and that's why I liked the idea of Cameron keeping their Roxanne around. But I think it's definitely the play you want to look for here as Cameron. You could wait another turn and thin out your deck further. That's what I was kind of saying. I was like, as Cameron, you can kind of test the waters and see how well John knows this matchup. You can kind of test the waters and see how well John knows this matchup. All right, so no Tina V. So just going Drapion, no Tina V isn't great here. Well, we're not done yet, actually, though. We do have the other Comfy. Still no Tina V. Maybe even have to go with the energy over the gate here. Yeah, it goes with the energy over the gate. There's a Sableye. I think Cameron might retreat to Sableye here. That's like definitely not unreasonable, to be honest. If Cameron could attack with Sableye here, attack with Sableye to put 6 on 2 of the Mews wouldn't be a bit terrible either. I see, I don't really like this play from Cameron. I don't know if Cameron can avoid doing this, though. I don't like attacking with the Drapion here as Cameron. Yeah, I don't like attacking with the Drapion here as Cameron if you don't have a Giratina V hitting the bench here. Because getting Roxanne next turn is, like, brutal this early on with how unthinned your deck is, with how little you have established in play as well. Once again, John should have Psychic Leaped the Mew back to the deck still. Even though, like, this board state is fine for John, I feel like, actually, like, this isn't terrible for John. John still should just, like, Psychic Leap back to the deck. Gotten a Judge, played the Judge, Psychic Leap back to the deck, rebuild from there. And the reason you want to play the Judge last turn is because then you can draw more cards with your Genesect and just see more new cards in general to help you chain the Psychic Leaps from this point on. But it's going to be a little bit harder to chain Psychic Leaps as John if you don't play that Judge last turn like they could have. So, now this turn you have to commit to Mew V Max Knockout. And then if Cameron just has... It's possible Cameron just has... Also, I don't think you want to burn a path there as John either. It's possible Cameron just has the Clara for Drapion, because I doubt John plays Lost City, but maybe does. Actually, I can check. No, John does play Lost City. Okay, I take that back. So John actually can Lost City the Drapion here, which I guess is the goal. Does only play 1 choice belt. So yeah, Lost City the Drapion. Hope Cameron doesn't play 2, but actually I can check Cameron's list as well, and we can check... let me check Cameron's list, and I can know for sure. It's the same list. Okay. 1 Drapion. Okay, 1 Drapion, 1 Clara. Does have Thornton as well. But yeah, if the Lost City happens, then it won't matter. There's a Tails on that, though. The Lost City does have to be found here from John. And I think John really should definitely go for a Judge if possible. If they can find a Judge here, they definitely want a Judge. Or even Roxanne actually would be better, to be honest. Yeah, if they can find Roxanne, they should go for a Roxanne here. Can't imagine Stream would put a 2 Drapion list against a Mew on stream. I don't know how thoroughly they check the lists before they put them on stream, Snoopy. I'm actually not sure. And then also another like important thing is Cameron only does play... Oh, they found the Roxanne, actually. They're kind of chilling. Yeah, Cameron only plays... so we just see that should just see the Roxanne get played right now. You should just play the Roxanne. Because it's more likely that you would draw... No, I don't like the Genesect for 1 here. I think this is bad. I think it's a misplay. Because I think I'm like... Let's see how the Check and Choose goes. There's the Lost City. Oh, we didn't have the Lost City yet. Okay, all right. That was pretty nice. I think that was like a little bit lucky there. But I think on average, if you play the Roxanne now, you're going to draw more than... On average, you'll draw more than 1 card. You'll probably draw like 1.5 cards or something if you play Roxanne before you use the last Genesect. But if you use the Genesect right now, you're only guaranteed 1 card. So your potential outcome of seeing more stuff is higher if you play the Roxanne first. So you should definitely play Roxanne first there as John. That was a pretty nice draw, though. The Genesect for 1 into the Trek and Choose into the Lost City. I mean, you can't really complain with that. John does need to still find a double turbo energy here. But like I said, I would like to have seen John Roxanne before that last Genesect use, because I'm pretty sure your return on the Genesect after the Roxanne is probably like... It's probably actually like 2 point something, to be honest, cards. Like on average, you're going to draw 2 point something cards on that last Genesect after the Roxanne. See the Cram. No energy yet, so it comes down to this Cram. Cram away an Escape Rope and pray for John. Let's see. Tails and Drapion survives. That is huge for the board state here, I feel like. Because actually, I feel like Cameron could have been in a pretty bad spot if they'd whiffed. Did they just retreat? Retreat pass? Okay. I don't know what Cameron has in hand here. It depends how many Cram and Ultra Ball are left. Yeah, but like in the current situation, just on average, that's why I said just like on average, there's a higher return. Like sure, current situation this, current situation that, but like on average, your return is just higher. like in like 95% of scenarios, your return is higher than just Genesecting for 1. So once again, that could have been why. Like maybe John doesn't whiff there if John just plays the Roxanne first. Sure, they hit the Lost City, but not getting the knockout. Getting the knockout is more important than hitting the Lost City for sure. It doesn't seem like Cameron has a great. And this is why I wasn't like a huge fan of Cameron's potential play on the previous turn. Is because now you're in this situation. Like you could have been in a worse situation if your Drapion had gotten KO'd. You'd be like in a worse situation. You at least still have your Drapion to work with here as Cameron, but it's still not like a great situation because of the potential of the Roxanne, the early aggressive Roxanne with how little you've thinned out your deck with like so little established as Cameron. So maybe Cameron should have just chilled. Does go for the KO as well here on the Genesect. So they could have, I think there was a switch card in hand. Cameron could have switch carded to Cram and just punched with Cram potentially. So I think this is it. Because there's still so little established here for Cameron, I think this is still winnable for John. I think this is still winnable for John because of how little there is established here on the field. Genesect for 1. There's the double turbo. Still needs a modifier. I don't like that choice of draw there from John, though. You could have done quite a bit more. Probably don't want to play the boss, so I don't mind that. But you could have sent up Mew or Genesect and then switch carded into the Mew VMAX to begin your turn because the switch card was in the hand at the beginning of the turn. The top deck was the gloves. So not a big fan of that sequence there from John. Should have pushed Genesect first, switch into the Mew. Drawing one card is just so whack. Like you drawing the second card is huge. You could have also gone Escape Rope plus Boss. Could have gone Escape Rope, switch card, Boss. I don't hate that as well, to be honest. That you don't get to potentially play Judge if you draw into Judge. But because Cameron didn't really do anything on their turn, you don't really want to judge Cameron anyways. So actually, I think I do like that play more that I think about it. I think Cameron should have gone Escape Rope, switch cart, Boss. Maybe you hold onto the switch cart and just play the Escape Rope, but you really don't want to judge Cameron because Cameron literally went draw, attack. I guess they do have like a 3-card net hand now because they got 2 off the prize cards. But I think you should just play the Judge, the Boss to go Escape Rope, Boss the Drapion back into the active. You still have Lost City in play. Knock it out, draw the extra cards. Because judging them probably isn't great here because they got like 2 random cards as opposed to the Judge will give them 4 random cards. There's the Judge, but we're still short a modifier here. We're out of Genesect uses. See, I don't love that sequence there from John. Also, I don't know if John, actually, I don't think John, what's been KO'd so far? A Mew, VMAX, and a Mew V. I guess you do want to be able to Psychic Leap still. Do you actually care about Psychic Leaping still at this point? I don't know if you do. With Cameron having 1 prize card left, how valuable is Psychic Leaping? It's possible John should have sent up one of the Mew Vs instead of a Genesect because that cuts into your draw potential and draw power on this turn by sacrificing a Genesect as opposed to sacrificing a Mew. So I'm not sure about that either, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. Maybe should have sent up the Mew. We're looking for a modifier. There's the last Genesect. Could also Ultra Ball away the. I think you should just get rid of these 2. You have a path left, I believe, is John. The path's not super relevant. Greninja's not in play. And you're lost owning the Drapion. So yeah, I don't like this either. This is just play some cards, John. Just play the Ultra Ball. Boss is like good, but you have Palpad left as John, and I believe there's like 2 other boss left in the deck still. John is like putting everything on like maximum RNG. I don't know, like minimizing the odds to hit anything every single turn. John is like always like, you know what? I'm gonna get off this 1 card. And I hope, no punish. Double Forest Seal Stone, so that guarantees it. But it'd be nice to not use your Forest Seal Stone this turn, right? Like, yeah, I don't like that from John at all. I think John definitely should have just Ultra Ball those 2 cards away. You want, like, the boss is a powerful option next turn, but you still have a boss left in the deck, and you have Palpad left in the deck, so it's not like you're out of bosses for future turns. But getting this KO this turn right now is literally the game without locking yourself out of options next turn, so I don't really like this. I do not like that sequence there at all from John. Not a big fan. Finally KOs the Drapion, though. And then we go back over to Cameron. Cameron's got to somehow come up with 1 prize card, but there's no easy prize cards on the board here. So Cameron probably wants to start punching with Sableye, maybe set up second Sableye. I believe Cameron does play 2 Sableye. So if Cameron just finds second Sableye here, you could just Sableye the Genesect off the bench twice, and that could be your win con. Sort of Escape Rope. I'm not sure what Cameron kept there. Kept the Greninja. Probably makes sense. Thinking about not benching it. I don't know why that would ever make a difference, though. You probably always want it on the bench here. Doesn't have a way to move into the active and use Greninja, though. Interesting. Yeah, definitely possible for the comeback here from John, actually. So here comes the Sableye, but there's nothing in the hand here for Cameron. Cameron's hand is literally dead. I wonder if Cameron... if Cameron took the Greninja and then used the Greninja instead of retreating the Comfey, that's one thing. But I guess it's like the same. No, but in this scenario, if so, I think Cameron should have given up the Greninja and taken the escape rope and used another Comfey there. I think. Second stabilize in discard. Okay, second stabilize already gone. Wait, is it in discard pile or is it in? It should be in the lost zone. Is that what you mean? Stabilize lost zone. Okay, so then Cameron's win condition. I guess taking the Greninja makes a little bit more sense if the other one's in the lost zone because now you can go 12 on a Genesect and then snipe it with Greninja later. And the switch card is gone from John, so unless John has Silene to get it back, it's kind of cooked. Or you can get Boss plus Cram KO on that Genesect as well. Ultra Ball? He Ultra Balled it? Oh, he does play Ultra Ball. Okay, yeah. So you can recover it with Clara still. Yeah, so I don't know about the taking the Greninja versus using an extra Comfey there, actually. To be honest, that one's like kind of... I'm a little bit unsure about that one. But you have the win with Cram on the Genesect, or you have the win with Greninja KO Genesect. But you have, like, your hand is just not able to do that as Cameron. So I don't love this play from Cameron, because your hand just can't do any of those plays. Your hand sucks. So I almost would like to see the extra Comfey happen to try and dig for a Colress so actually you can actually set up for real plays on the following turn. So I don't love this play from Cameron of getting the Greninja over just using another Comfey. I almost like using another Comfey a little bit better for sure. I don't think I like this Judge play here from John. Like, Cameron didn't do anything last turn. Yeah, I don't like that Judge play there from John. I would just like leave them with their hand. I'd be like, okay, whatever you got, it's fine with me. See what you got, and then go from there. Because you're giving him +1 card. Like, Cameron did literally nothing last turn. Yeah, Cameron did literally nothing last turn to make you think that you would ever have anything. Now you're giving Cameron +1 card. I don't think you had any information on Cameron's hand last turn that would ever make you think that they had the nuts. Maybe okay. The only other thing though would maybe John has to play the. How did John get that knockout last turn? John might have to play the Judge to see more cards, but I think John could have thinned out that hand with Ultra Ball, drawn cards first, because John does need a double turbo on the bench Mew to attack with the bench Mew, because the active Mew can't attack because they use Technoblast. So John does need another double turbo here to actually attack this. Oh, gives up the Pal Pad? See, all right, that doesn't make any sense. You could have kept the Pal Pad. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Is it that bad? I think, oh, so I first think John should have started with... No, that's fine, right? Yeah, because did John draw with the Gen? Wait, what the heck happened there? All right, I'm like confusing myself on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Horn. Ultra Ball. Doesn't. Oh no, this is. We have to go back a little further. Hold up. Let me see what happens here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, has the Track and Choose in hand. Okay, that's fine. Play Track and Choose. Check. It's but as soon as this is Pal Pad here, as soon as you see Pal Pad there, I feel like you should Ultra Ball away the boss and the Battle VIP pass, and then Pal Pad back the boss, right? Or am I trolling? Now that you drew it like this from John, I guess it's okay, because now you Ultra Ball away, but then you have to Ultra Ball away this top deck with the VIP pass and not the boss to get rid of those two, which is fine to get rid of the Echoing Horn. I don't think you need that. You just need bosses at this point. But you don't know what that next top deck is. So I feel like John should have kept the Pal Pad and then put the boss in the, like, kept the Pal Pad, Ultra Balled the boss, like made that the Ultra Ball target for the turn, and then gone from there. Oh, John actually does, and John actually has a switch cart left, so you definitely want to find that switch cart to heal your benched Genesect. Oh, it actually doesn't matter, because it gets, even if you heal it, it gets KO'd by Cram. It doesn't get KO'd by Greninja, though, so you do want to heal your benched Genesect, because it doesn't get KO'd by Greninja then. It would only get KO'd by Cram plus Boss or Sableye. So it would take away the Greninja option. So you do want to find that switch card this turn as well. You need to find switch card and you need to find double turbo. Okay, found both. Oh, wait, 2 switch card left. I thought John burned a switch card. No, I guess not. So this is definitely a mistake here from John to not switch card the Genesect and heal it. I do like the Path to the Peak, though. Potential second Drapion. Also stops the Greninja draw power. But definitely a mistake here from John. Like, I don't like the Judge from John, because I think John could have Ultra Balled in the previous hand before the Judge, thinned out the hand, drawn some cards, just try and get a double turbo and attack. Because I don't think Cameron did anything on their last turn that, like, said that Cameron had, like, a boss in hand to win with Cram on the next turn, or had, like, Clara plus switch card or anything like that. So I don't think it makes sense from John here to play it this way, to have played the Judge initially without trying to dig for the double turbo first and the switch card, I guess. And then definitely should have played the switch card here, because now Cameron could theoretically win with Greninja. But does just win if they just have boss. And you could have removed the Greninja win condition. Thorin into Sableye, but has... Okay. Thorin into Sableye is pretty cool as well. Wait, could there have been a double... No, you can't switch twice. John couldn't have switch carded the Genesect twice, could they have? I don't think so, no. Right? I don't think so. Yeah, so I think pretty sloppy from John there. On Cameron's side, If he found rope, I think both ropes are gone. But yeah, if he did find rope, double stabilize probably doesn't really matter. On Cameron's side, the only question is, and like I just don't have experience with Lost Tina up against Mew, like currently, like how to kind of feel it out. The only question for Cameron was, should Cameron have waited until they could have benched a Tina? Should they have waited one more turn before attacking with Drapion? Is the only question from Cameron. Of course, if John Judge paths you on the next turn, the chance that you get a Stadium plus the Drapion again isn't like super high. So maybe just going for it when Cameron did is correct. But I will say this, because I know someone in chat is thinking it. Just because it worked out for Cameron doesn't mean it was correct. All right, Battle VIP pass from John. Yeah, if you found... I don't think there was another rope. But yeah, double healing the... Well, no, but if you rope, then you're not KOing the active Sableye, which I think you do want to prioritize, right? I think you want to KO that Sableye. So the rope would only work as if you also bossed for turn. I've grinded this matchup with my friend / teammate for hours. Have you actually, Soda? Wait, the answer is yes to what? I actually wouldn't be surprised if you actually grinded this matchup, to be honest. But I can't tell when you're just trolling or you're actually being serious, so. Yes, they should wait with Drapion. Okay, yeah. That's what I figured as well. So pretty good start here from John again. I don't like this though. Why are we just like... Why is John not trying to see more cards? Hang on, let me rewind this real fast. You want... Okay, so even if John feels like almost like 100% of the time I get to do what I want next turn, or I get to at least attack next turn, that's cool, but we want to maximize our options and maximize our outs to actually pull off attacks. So John starts with the Battle VIP pass. That's chill. That's cool. Is this going at 1.5 times speed? It is, okay. That's cool, right? That's cool for John, but you also want to like actually like increase your odds of doing that, or increase your odds of having more options. So the Trek and Choose comes down here from John. Trek and Choose, boom. What do we see? I can't see, so I don't know what it is. We haven't used either Genesect yet. Let me see what this is before I like make a judgment call on that. The Choice Belt. Oh, Choice Belt's really good to grab. Double Turbo goes here. All right, stop. But okay, this is actually makes zero sense. So one reason to not play the Force Seal Stone is you're scared of Vacuum. That's okay. I guess that's reasonable. So the only thing would be Vacuum. If Tina plays a Vacuum, they play like what? Maybe one. But just seeing more cards is, I feel like it's just so important here from John. So I would like to see the Choice Belt attached to the Mew that doesn't have the double turbo. Because you get put in a situation where you attack with a Mew VMAX, you might not want it to have the Choice Belt on it. You might want to save the Choice Belt as a follow-up to the Drapion, or you don't want the Choice Belt to go back to the deck when you Psychic Leap, because you want to have the Choice Belt in play to potentially take advantage of like Gust KOing a Giratina. So you want the Choice Belt always kind of in play. So Choice Belt should go onto the bench Mew V, I feel like, and then Force Seal Stone should go onto the Genesect here, and they should just draw with Genesect. Like, you just want to see more. You want to do more. You want more options. Like this makes no sense. So you should Choice Belt to this Mew over here, not the one with the double turbo. Because then you kind of you're all in on that Mew, and then if Cameron has like a really bad hand but has like Drapion Gust KO the Mew, you kind of like lost everything. So Choice Belt to this bench, the Mew down here, and then Force Seal Stone to the Genesect here, and then draw 2 cards. And then if you have more cards to play, then draw more cards. And then if you get another Genesect, draw more cards. And now your chance of like attacking next turn or doing whatever you want next turn is so much higher because you just like saw so many more cards, played so many more cards. Yeah, I don't like the... Just like, yeah, just do more. Just play more, do more. Watch him talk top deck battle VIP pass next turn. That'd be nice. Not gonna lie, that'd be good old punish. You love to see it. Battle VIP pass also started here for Cameron. So Cameron, like I said, you just want Comfeys and Greninja to start with, and then you want to know when to go into something else. Am I doing coaching only through Medify? Yes. Nest Ball as well. Gonna probably go grab the Greninja here. You want it online to be able to use it as draw power, and then you accept the other Comfeys kind of around the Greninja. And also as Cameron here, you probably want to be able to punch with Cram this turn if possible. Just put some damage in play, put some pressure on, give yourself more win condition options. Like the go-to win condition in this matchup for Cameron might be Drapion plus Tina, but it doesn't mean you can't open up more win conditions by playing the matchup a little bit differently. So the question here, I think, for Cameron is just has one way to move the active in hand is just the energy. Also does have the Drapion. So it's thinking about retreating to Comfey versus using Greninja. I kind of like retreating to Comfey a little bit better because I think establishing your lost zone is a little bit more important than just seeing the 2 cards. And that's it. Pass from Cameron over to John. So this is where John, once again, we want to see some psychic leaping happen from John. Has the Force Seal Stone, has the Choice Belt. Should go to the other Mew though. I think. I don't think you want it on that Mew because you want to psychic leap this Mew back to the deck. Does put it on that Mew. So you want to also potentially be able to go like boss up a Comfey. Okay, the Comfey is just fed to you here, so this is perfect for John to just psychic leap this Mew, or psychic leap this Comfey. Can't currently do it, and actually the hand is not that good. But like we could have been so much deeper into the deck and seen so many more cards here as John if John had just played the game more last turn. Here's an Ultra Ball though. Can go get another Genesect, draw some more, and the Choice Ball on the active is pretty bad because now you can't put the gloves on the active, so you have to use a tablet to psychic leap back to the deck. And hopefully John picks up on that this time around and actually realizes, oh, I should be psychic leaping back to the deck here. Because Cameron's hand has Stadium. Cameron's hand literally has Stadium plus Drapion. So, yeah, pretty good follow-up here potentially from Cameron. And then if Cameron can find the Tina V. But I don't know. Even if you find the Tina V here as Cameron, you haven't established a very good board state either, though. So it would still be a little bit risky, I feel like. Also from John, psychic leaping into kind of a blind judge isn't great either, I don't think. I think we would want to see the... We don't have a fully established board state here from John either, so I think we'd want to see the Cram get used there from John to potentially put another Mew V in play to work with. I don't love that from John. And once again, I'm curious to see if John actually goes for the psychic leap back to the deck or not. On this judge, I don't think you have to. Like this time around, I don't think you have to psychic leap here as John. But if you're not going to psychic leap here as John, then I would have liked to see the Cram happen first on that switch card. And if you get heads, you get another Mew V Max on this Mew V, and then you can copy Max Miracle, and then you get to save the Power Tablet. And then you still want to try and find another Mew V right here, but yeah, not psychic leaping here I think is fine. You got the path, you got the judge. If John doesn't psychic leap here, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it's like fine. I also wouldn't play this Cram yet here from John because I don't think you know what you want here. Like if you get heads here, I think he's gonna get a vacuum, but what if you top decked vacuum? Now you could Cram for literally anything else. This makes no sense for John to play the Cram right now. Also, you're up against a deck where you know you're not going to get hand disrupted, so just do this next turn. Because if you top deck vacuum and then still get heads on Cram, you get +1 of anything instead of getting the 1 of anything that you could have top decked. So that makes no sense for John to sequence it that way. And there's the Mew VMAX. Once again, we kind of wasted a tablet there. Not the end of the world, I don't think. The Choice Belt being on the active could be the end of the world. Wasting a tablet plus losing this Choice Belt off this active, that could actually be pretty bad, to be honest. All right, Comfey up. There's a Gulch in the hand here now for Cameron. Also has a Nest Ball. Doesn't have a Stadium yet, though. So I don't think we're going to see... If I had to guess, I don't think we're going to see the Drapion play this turn. But if this is one of the things, like I was saying, like, in Game 1... Cameron, like, theoretically, I don't know how Cameron was thinking about going into Game 1, but Cameron can be like, how well does John know this matchup? And kind of put him to the test and be like, all right, John, I'm giving you a board state where you can just, like, literally Psychic Leap me and make it so I don't have to work very hard, or I have to work really hard if you do the Psychic Leap route. Let's see what you do. And then we saw that John did not take that approach and went with the full-on approach of just Mew VMAXs in the active. And then Cameron can be like, okay, I see how you're playing this. Now going into Game 2, you seem to be doing the same thing. If I just play the same and you don't actually see how you can take advantage of this scenario because I'm not setting up my Tinas, then I can sit here and Comfey for theoretically like 3 turns in a row. And then when John goes down to 3 prize cards, you can just be like, okay, Drapion, Tina, retreat, knockout, load up some energy on my bench, Tina, load up some energy on the Drapion with the gates even. So you have to KO the Tina now. You can't ignore it. And then your deck is like super thinned out and you're like guaranteed to hit everything you need. And then John just can't win. So it's like another thing you can do is like be like, okay, how good is my opponent? How well does my opponent know this matchup? Sometimes when you approach a certain matchup, and you can be like, you can play in a way where you don't just lose because if they do know the matchup well, you wouldn't just lose. But you definitely get to feel it out and be like, how like, because like if your opponent is pretty bad at the matchup, you can play in a way that increases your odds of winning the matchup. You could play differently than how you would normally play, and like delay a turn on your Drapion attack and stuff like that. So I don't know if Cameron had that thought process going into Game 1, but definitely could have been like, because like it is definitely a matchup where I feel like it is pretty specific of how to like tackle it. We see there is a Nest Ball here from Cameron, but I don't think you really want to bench a Tina here as Cameron still. I think you just want to probably retreat to Cram and Punch. Retreat to Cram and Punch, conserve your Comfeys. Or actually, no, I like the Escape Rope now. Actually, I actually think this is actually better from Cameron. Because you don't actually want to... I would attach to a Comfey, though. I think Cameron should preemptively attach to a Comfey right now to be able to have it ready to retreat next turn. But I do like this because you actually... You're more so not wanting to lose a Comfy or a Greninja than wanting to attack with Cram. You don't care if this Cram attacks or doesn't attack, to be honest. But if you do attack, you don't want to have to use the escape rope next turn to like dig deeper with Comfy. So using the escape rope now, but then attaching to one of the Comfies, I think was a mistake. It was a mistake from Cameron to not attach to a Comfy here to have that set up. Especially if you do get judged, then you want like a Comfy in play ready to be able to move. We'll see what John does here. Once again, Psychic Leap should be on the menu here from John. This one's actually a little bit interesting, though. Because the stadium was in play, do you really want to bump your own path? Could be a question here from John. So John could have just gone Retreat Max Miracle. I wouldn't have hated that. That would have been an interesting place. But I think Psychic Leap, once again, you don't want to leave a Mew VMAX in your active. I don't know if John's going to pick up on that. You do need double tablet here from John to make that work, though. And that's a little bit, might be a little bit to ask for. We'll see. Another Force Seal Stone. Has the Echoing Horn. Could Ultra Ball away the Echoing Horn and the Mew VMAX, maybe. Because that was one Genesect left to work with. Does want that second tablet for Psychic Leap, I feel like. And they actually just went for that. Wait, do they not have another double turbo on the bench? They're protecting their bench Mew by attacking with the active Mew. Is that what's happening here? I think that is what's happening here. Okay, so they're just going to max Miracle here, which is interesting. They still have one Genesect left to use. Here comes Ultra Ball. They're going to get rid of a Mew VMAX and something. Yeah, the Echoing Horn, I don't know how valuable it is here, to be honest, from John. I don't know how valuable it is to keep that Echoing Horn. Could have maybe got rid of that instead of the Pal Pad. The Echoing Horn seems okay. Yeah, it seems okay. John still can get the Psychic Leap off with the active. But, see, I don't like that sequence from John. Like, if John does draw a tablet here and then uses the tablet and then Psychic Leaps, then John, like, missequenced here. If, like, John is planning to Psychic Leap here this whole time and go back to the deck, he was done before using Last Genesect. Yeah, that was, like, a missequence there for sure. There's a boss from John. Okay, so I do like this from John. I like John is going after the Comfies instead of KOing the Cram, because John knows the Cram's not really relevant. And then John is going to Psychic Leap back to the deck. But then, yeah, using the... If John, like, wasn't going to... okay, thank you. I thought John was going to push the Mew VMAX, bro. Yeah, so that sequence there, once again, made no sense from John. There's no reason you force Seal Stone first. You want to go Ultra Ball first, then draw with Genesect, then force Seal Stone, depending on what you drew after that. Yeah, I thought John was about to push the Mew VMAX. Okay, see, and this is why... So now John is playing the matchup appropriately. Now John's playing it well. And now on camera, it's like, shoot, okay, well, they did the right thing this time. Now what do I do? You have no Tina established, so you can't respond to the Mew V. So, like, this turn from Cameron, I feel like you have... Oh, what do you even do? That's tough. This turn from Cameron... Yikes. I don't know. I don't know what you do this turn from Cameron, to be honest. You could maybe just swing with Cram again and hope they can't Psychic Leap again. That could be the play here from Cameron. It's just swing with Cram again, hope they don't Psychic Leap. You could bench a Tina. You could go... Okay, so another play you could do here as Cameron is you could go bench Tina, take the knockout with Drapion, and then next turn go Roxanne plus KO the Mew VMAX with Tina, and then just need one prize card on the final turn. But if John has the back-to-back knockouts, you do just lose, so... That wouldn't be great, but... Maybe if you can get Boss KO on the Mew VMAX with Drapion this turn, actually, I think Cameron can do that. Because the path was bumped from John. Oh, John didn't put the path back in play. John had a path to put back in play, actually, and didn't. That's definitely a misplay from John. John had a path in hand to put back in play. How big of a misplay is that? Do you want to do that when you're leaving a Mew VMAX in the active, or do you want to do that? But Cameron did have a pretty big hand. I think Cameron does have Boss plus bench Tina here. Has Drapion, Boss plus bench Tina. This is going to get actually pretty bad for John. Yeah, with how big the hand was there for Cameron, I think John probably should have put that path back in play on that turn. Because now you're getting punished big time here. It definitely makes sense. There's the Drapion, has the Boss, but is maybe going to go the Tina route instead. But could go Boss, get the Tina out there, attach to the Tina, would be a V-Star and energy short from winning. And with Cameron going with the Ultra Ball first, I think that is what Cameron's going to do. Actually has a Mirage Gate as well. So can Mirage Gate to the Tina as well. Giving up a Psychic and probably a Colress, to be honest. You probably give Psychic Colress here. Definitely unsure about their prize cards here as they're... Ooh, getting rid of the gate? Nah, you get rid of the Colress. You want to play the gate. As long as there's energy left in the deck. There's the Tina, there's a grass and a water. You have Psychic in hand. No, you don't have a Psychic. Oh no, did Cameron mess up? Uh-oh. If there's not a Psychic hitting the Tina this turn, that's definitely a big mistake here from Cameron. Let's see, let's see. Oh no, there's the grass. There's the switch cart. You definitely play the Mirage Gate this turn. It thins out 3 cards from your deck. No! How does the Mirage Gate not get played, bro? There's no shot! Only 5 in the loss zone? Oh, is there really only 5 in the loss zone? Okay, I'm trolling then, I'm trolling. Wait, then. If there's only 5 in the loss zone, then Cameron 100% should keep the Psychic Energy and get rid of the gate, right? Oh, there's only 5 in the loss zone. Wait, is there really only 5 in the loss zone? No, there's not. Oh, there is. I saw it up there now. All right, never mind. My bad. I was like, how is there only 5 in the loss zone? So no dig for the Roxanne here from John. Yeah, top left. I see it now. I was like, I just thought there would be no way. But yeah, Cameron's only played 1 Colress. Has Cameron actually even played a Colress? Cameron must have played a Colress. Yeah, there had to have been a Colress played. Okay. So we'll see if John can draw the out here. That's a pretty good hand there from John. So I think it's definitely possible. Mew, Trek and Choose. Could go with the Cram. I think I like the Trek and Choose better. That seemed a little bit better in my head. All right, I mean, that worked out. Found the Battle VIP pass. Got a heads. So now you go search the Mew VMAX or a modifier, whichever one makes more sense based on how many you have left of each. I can't see how much is in the deck, so I'm just going to assume John is correct on this take here. Could have also, the other thing that John could have done actually, instead of taking Mew VMAX, you could have actually taken an Ultra Ball and then drawn 1 less card on the initial draw, but your follow-up draw was theoretically draw more. So that would have been like another play that John could have done there. I'm not too sure on that one, to be honest. Yeah, I'm actually not too sure on that one. Has the combo, though. Does need Path to the Peak here still, though, because you don't want to lose to Clara or Thornton. So you do want a Path here as John. I would play the Cram here right now. Get a little bit further into the deck, at least with the Genesect. I don't know if John's attached for turn yet or not. John should definitely attach that energy to the Mew if they haven't. Yeah, 1 more card. Has an Ultra Ball, but every card in the hand is good here, to be honest. I would not play the Ultra Ball here. No, you need to play the Path. Do not play that Ultra Ball. Attach the energy to the Mew, because I don't think you have. They maybe have, and if they have, then you don't. And then Path. All right, cool. I don't think they have, though. I don't think they attached for turn yet. I think John could have attached there. All right, for Cameron, yeah, there's only 5 in the loss zone. I was freaking out a little bit on that last turn. I was like, what is happening here? But yeah, you couldn't do it. Has Colress. I don't think has an out to a Drapion. John only has 2 prizes left, but John's hand is not very well equipped, I don't think, to actually KO a 2-prizer off the bench. Yeah, I don't think John's KOing any kind of 2-prize Pokemon off the bench. So Cameron will get +1 turn to kind of make this work. Yeah, I don't think that Tina's going down. We'll see, though. There's a Comfy Grab. Has a Colress as well. So probably just going to dig with Colress, set up Tina. Yeah, I don't even think John has enough modifiers left to take the knockout on a Tina V-Star. So it has to be KO through the active plus boss KO on the following turn. We'll see. John does have Horn in hand. That's true. So Cameron does want to try and fill the bench. Yeah, that's true. There is a Horn in hand, so you could bring the Drapion back. What was that other card? I think it was a Stadium. Oh, just literally Stadium Thorin. Let's go. That's ridiculous. That works, yeah. I didn't see the Thornton in the hand. All right. I mean, that works. Will Cameron block Horn? Apparently, it doesn't matter. That's where Cameron wanted the Drapion in the discard pile the whole time. Yeah, so I think John definitely played that pretty poorly. I think John played pretty poorly. I think the only like major thing we saw from Cameron was that in game 1, like, was it correct to go for the Drapion play the turn they did? But yeah, John's sequencing was super off. The overall game plan and understanding of the strategy of the matchup was off. So, not surprised with the overall outcome. Yeah, it doesn't seem like John like fully knew how to like play that matchup. So I'm not surprised that Cameron coming away with the dub here for sure. But yeah, stuff to learn on. But yeah, for anyone who didn't know how to play this matchup as Mew or how to play it on the other side as Tina, now you know. You want to combo your Drapion with your Tina. If you go first, though, so that is true for the most part, but if you go first as Tina, if you have a solid setup, just putting Tina V in play turn 1 is not bad. Because if you just set up a Tina V-Star turn 2, like, that's a lot for a Mew deck to try and chase after and KO if it's just on your bench. And and they have to extend a lot of resources to do that. And if they're boss KOing your Tina V-Star off the bench, then they're not judging you. So that means you get to keep the hand that you just had. So it's not bad. If you go first, it's not bad to bench a Tina V on the first turn. Or if the Mew player has like a really slow turn and you have a really good turn going second, you can do the same. But usually you want to kind of wait and you want to combo Tina V-Star with Drapion. But the Mew's answer to that is being like, okay, I'm just going to psychically pepper time. I'm never going to leave a Mew VMAX in my active. And there's no reason for them to, right? Because you're trying to bait out the Drapion. And for like that kind of same reason, you don't have to actually put Path in play aggressively as the Mew player. So you can like not put Path in play, so you constantly have access to your Genesect. You sit there and just use Genesect a lot, Psychic Leap all the time. Because if they, at that point, just don't put a Mew VMAX on your bench so they can't go boss KO your Mew VMAX. And then you just sit there and Psychic Leap over and over. And eventually the Tina player has to be like, all right, well, I literally lose if I don't do anything here. So I'm going to go ahead and a Tina KO a 2-prizer. And you're fine with that kind of trade-off. Even if you could have prevented it with Path, not preventing it with Path and letting them get the 2 prize cards so you can get the 2 prize cards back is like a fine trade-off. And then you can like Lost City it if you wanted to as well or something like that. All right, let me pull up day 2 real fast. We actually might get, what time is it? It's 2? We actually might get through all of it today. Is double Draven always unnecessary? No, don't listen to... Yeah, because there's not that many... What, this is already round 12. They're doing 12, 13... 14, 15. So they're only doing 4 rounds of the 6 rounds a day too. Okay. We get to see that Miraidon action. Let's go. Double Draven always unnecessary? Like you mean to play or to beat them with? Like do you have to pull off some kind of Clara or Thornton play? All right, Lugia from Trevor versus the Miraidon from Anthony. This matchup, I would definitely favor Lugia, I think, versus the build that Anthony is playing. Anthony is not playing a very aggressive Miraidon build here. It's a little bit slower. It's got the Flaffies, got the Raichu, got the Magnezone. And I feel like that's usually how you come out on top in this matchup. I'm going to pull up both lists real fast. Anthony versus... Trevor. And there is the Stonejourner in the build here for Trevor as well, which is like a pretty big deal. All right, so Anthony going first, and looks like heavily prioritizing just the squad. Anthony actually does play a Sky Sealstone. That's interesting. That definitely is like a pretty big deal, I would say, in this matchup for sure. So here we go, Miraidon and a Flaffy, and then the next one gets used, and we're going to see probably Raikou and a Flaffy, maybe? I don't know if you need double... yeah, what do you even... Raikou for second Raikou for sure. Maybe leaves the bench space open. Doesn't really play anything to utilize with the bench space later, though. Like, doesn't play... because you're using the Raikou early here from Anthony. I guess maybe you'd want the potential of an early Raichu. But I don't think that would ever really happen, to be honest. I don't think it would ever happen. It could happen, I guess. I don't think so, though. Yeah, that could happen. All right, Lightning to Raikou. Did they use Fleet-Footed? I wasn't paying attention. I'm just going to assume they did. But there's not the little ability thing. Did we forget the Fleet-Footed? Hopefully not. All right, Tails from Trevor might even be like necessary here because you need to get second Lugia in play. Like I said, Stonejourner is really good in this matchup. It'll be really interesting that, yeah, so Trevor can actually like, or Anthony can actually like get a clean prize trade or a pretty clean prize trade in this matchup because of the Sky Sealstone. So the one thing that the Lugia deck can usually do is they can usually throw you off the prize trade because they can go attack with Stonejourner. So you go like KO2 prizer, KO 1 prizer, they KO you Stonejourner, and then they go, Trevor can go 2 prizer, 2 prizer. But Anthony can go KO 2 prizer, KO Stonejourner, and then Gust KO the second Lugia V-Star that probably has to come out, knock out that Lugia V-Star, and then, ooh, another Capturing Aroma, okay. Heads, so this one's going to be an evolution Pokemon. So it looks like we have the research here, which is pretty good. So you have Chops, Ultra Ball for Chops, research, but then Trevor does have to hit another Lugia V off this, or double turbo to retreat the active Lugia V. So needs to get something here. They did Fleetfoot? Okay. I wasn't paying attention, so I just kind of assumed. Is it possible? Trevor also could have... Wait, couldn't have Trevor have gone... Trevor got Tails on the first Capturing Aroma. Trevor could have grabbed... Actually, no, that doesn't work. It worked in my head, but... No, this is fine. This is actually... Well, Trevor could have guaranteed... Trevor could have used Luminion for Burnett plus Ultra Ball... Yeah, Trevor could have used Luminion for Burnett plus Ultra Ball for... Probably should attach the Gift Energy active here. Well, maybe wants to be able to retreat. I guess that's like the only thing. You have to hit a double turbo here to be able to retreat here from Trevor. We'll see. There's the double turbo. All right, so can retreat. Did not get second Lugia, though. But can attach retreat to Luminion plus bench Stonejourner. And even bench T-Tar is pretty good here. Actually, you probably want to retreat to T-Tar, to be honest. Like, T-Tar plus Stonejourner on the bench here, I think is probably correct. Yeah. I would bench Stonejourner as well, because you can force the... Because now you have 3 2 prizes in play, so theoretically Anthony could go Gust Knockout or Escape Rope Knockout. I don't know if they know if they do or do not have Escape Rope, but usually Miraidon plays Escape Rope. So we can see Escape Rope Knockout, Gust Knockout, Gust Knockout. So I'd bench Stonejourner here, so if Escape Rope happens, you push the Stonejourner, because Anthony can't really... If they KO Stonejourner, they get 1 prize card, which once again, they can still prize trade into fine. Or they can't even KO T-Tar with Raikou, so... Yeah, so now you're just going to get Escape Roped, and then the Luminion's going to get knocked out here in this situation now as Trevor. So yeah, not a huge fan. And now we see the next basic getting grabbed here, I think, from Anthony. Might not grab a basic, might just be checking the deck, but I think you should probably know if you'd want something here and be able to grab it, because you know... Yeah, I think you should be able to grab something here as Anthony. Because, like, if Trevor doesn't take a knockout next turn, then you win. And if they do take a knockout, then you have your bench space to put anything else you'd ever want in play. So I think grabbing, like, second Raikou here or something. Or maybe I want to bench something from hand, which would also be fine, I guess. There's the Fleet-Footed. Yes, I think like, thinning out the deck by a card would have been correct. And there is the Serena on the Lugia. And then the game's basically over from here, probably, pretty much. It's going to be pretty tough. Yeah, Trevor really needs to try and get to... Trevor really needed to try and get 2 Lugia V in play there. Out of the current hand, it wasn't really possible from Trevor because of... Like, the current hand here, there's only 1 Ultra Ball in there to find Pokemon. So that would make it awkward. One thing Trevor could have done, though, was, like, Ultra Ball for Lugia V, and then use Read the Wind. And then use Read the Wind to try and draw into more outs for the future. This is where I would consider just conceding from Trevor, to be honest. Like, I would just consider conceding here and going to the next game. You can probably play it out. You have plenty of time, so you could play it out a little bit more. Just in case, if the T-Tar doesn't go down next turn, then I guess you still have a chance. Yeah, if the T-Tar doesn't get KO'd next turn, you still have a chance. So I guess you can play it out for a little bit here. You can attach the T-Tar or the Stonejourner on the bench. Pass. But I'm pretty sure in the opening hand from Trevor, I have to go back and see. Yeah, so Trevor opens Lugia, plays Capturing Aroma, and then plays Capturing Aroma. Grabbed Luminion, but could have gotten Luminion, but then Ultra Ball for Lugia V, use Luminion for Burnett, use Burnett, or play Capturing Aroma again, see what that landed on. If it gets Tails, you get Lugia V. If it gets Heads, you get Lugia V Star, and then you Ultra Ball for Lugia V Star if it gets Lugia V, and then you get Burnett off Luminion, and then Read the Wind with a Gift Energy on the active. I feel like that would have been better in the opening turn. Yeah. I feel like that would have been better in that situation. Hit him with the Squiddy. V-Guard on the Lugia doesn't really do anything. V-Guard on the active does, though, I think. There's a boss in the hand here for Anthony, so this is over, I think. I think Anthony might need a basic Pokemon here, but... So we're looking at, what, 140? Yeah, 100, 140, 280. Yeah, so Lugia dies here, and then the game's over. Then the game's definitely over. There's like the comeback. I mean, it's possible, I guess. It's pretty unlikely though. Yeah, the chance that there's a comeback from that point from Trevor, I don't think is happening. some flaffing. Has a lot of cards in hand. Still can use fleet-footed. Possibly, yeah. Okay, and there's a concede from Trevor. All right. Skip ahead. Pumpkaboo and a V-Star prize for Trevor. Yeah, there's a couple different ways. There's a couple different things Trevor could have done in that last game. There's a couple different things Trevor could have done. Also, even just like attaching the gift energy to the active there. Even just attaching the gift energy to the active there, and then using Read the Wind after the research. Because then you could have committed the Ultra Ball for a second Lugia V. You are hanging a Lugia V in the active. The big question for Trevor really is just how important is it when you go second in the matchup to try and make it so your opponent doesn't get a KO at all, or doesn't get a KO on a 2-prize Pokemon? That's like the big question for Trevor. And if the answer is super, super important, then pushing the T-Char there I don't hate, and not going for the second Lugia V is not that big of a deal. Because if they get the 2-prize knock, if Trevor gets the knockout, maybe Trevor always wins anyways. I don't know. Or not Trevor, Anthony does. So that's like the big question for Trevor. It's like a matchup I'm not super familiar with, so I don't know how if it's that important. The fact that there is the Sky Seal Stone in the build here for Anthony, though, is a pretty big deal to like have like a pretty aggressive prize trade. Like no matter what, you can kind of win the prize trade. So, but we do have Trevor going first in this one. And the hand is pretty good actually, but there is escape rope in the deck there for Anthony. So Anthony could actually basically do the exact same thing this turn, and escape rope, push the Lugia up and KO it. So Trevor really wanted another basic Pokemon there, but with the current hand, I don't think you can afford it. Because Trevor has Burnett, Ultra Ball for the V-Star next turn. Like you can't, like even if you can't use the Ultra Ball there for another V. If you use Ultra Ball for a V there, you're almost like never getting a turn to attack. Because even if the Burnett wasn't in hand, Ultra Ball for an Archeops and then research away the Archeops is still super good. Or holding the Ultra Ball in case you top deck an Archeops and Ultra Ball away, get another Archeops. So yeah, Trevor, I think playing the hand the way they did is correct. Like punching into the Lugia V there is not winning you the game. So you just have to hope that Anthony does not have the turn 1 KO on your Lugia. Although it's not that unlikely, to be honest. They got 4 Shield Stone, they got 2 Escape Rope, they got the 4 of the generators. I'm not gonna lie, looking at how cleanly this deck sets up Flaffies is kind of sick. I'm not a huge fan of Miraidon. This build versus the other build, I don't know which one's better, to be honest. I don't really have an opinion on it too much. Getting the second Mareep is interesting from Anthony, though, because Anthony does only play 2 Flaffy. So that's an interesting choice there from Anthony to actually set up the second Mareep. Maybe just in case he gets chased after, or it does give you something to push up in like weird situations. Like Trevor could play Escape Rope, I guess. Like Trevor could definitely play Escape Rope. So I don't hate the double Mareep. It's just like you're never going to see, they're not going to both become Flaffies at any point. So did Anthony play Magnezone? Yeah, 2-1 Magnezone for Anthony. Yeah, seeing how cleanly... Okay, here we go. This is big. 3 for 5. The whiff. 0. Trevor's probably feeling pretty happy about that. Yeah, seeing how cleanly this sets up the sheep, that's kind of cool. I kind of dig, like, that's just cool. Now, is that good? That's a different question, but that's definitely cool. Like, no matter what, that's cool. All right, here comes the research. We're looking for escape rope energy or generator into 2 energy. That's some energy. I see the 4 seal stone. Okay, I think we're safe here, though. I think Trevor is safe. Oh, another reason to get the Mareep there, actually, from Anthony is to run to a sheep this turn, which actually makes a ton of sense. You want to run to sheep this turn as Anthony. Oh, and actually going to get in there for 10 damage. Yo, that damage is actually relevant. Yeah, because how much does Miraidon do? 220? Yo, the Mareep for 10 is genius. Yeah, it definitely makes a ton of sense, actually, there from Anthony to get double sheep there. Because if you whiff, you want to run to a sheep. Definitely. And the 10 damage, broken. Love to see it. Okay, over to Trevor. Here come the chops. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Now, unfortunately for Trevor, this means Trevor can't play boss this turn. I think Trevor should keep one of those researches, to be honest, because it's possible you end up on the favorable side of the price trade from here, I feel like. So I guess you have a gift energy, though, so you're going to be gifting. So maybe it's fine to actually Ultra Ball away both researchers. Have the option of the boss and the judges, maybe better. Gift energy active and go from there. I could see it. And also, Trevor can actually play around the Collapse Stadium, or can play around the Sky Seal Stone in this matchup by Collapse Stadium away the Lugia V-Star at some point. So it is possible for Trevor to play around the Sky Seal Stone. Like I was talking about how good it possibly is in this matchup, but you can definitely play around it as well. We will probably just see a Cragalanche here from Trevor here. It also means you maybe don't want to commit too many energy potentially to your Lugia. Design up a gift and a V-Guard. You could attach a gift out of hand though and just get a V-Guard. The V-Guard does keep you... The V-Guard actually does absolutely nothing here, right? Because like it's an EX. Yeah, the V-Guard actually doesn't do anything here. Could search out a double turbo. Actually, yeah, double turbo to search out here. Probably throw on the Lugia to make it a pivot because it's like the best spot for your double turbos. Probably it's putting on the Archeops instead though, which is interesting. I guess that maybe makes sense because you probably assume your Lugia is like a bigger target anyways. I guess it's okay. I almost would like to see a gift on the Archeops. I'll go with the gift on the Lugia. I don't know. I like the gift on the Archeops, the double turbo on the. Actually, no, maybe that makes sense because if you get bossed here. Yeah, if Anthony goes boss KO on your Lugia, you want to be able to draw cards off that or the T-Tar. Actually, I kind of like that because you're okay if Anthony goes for a one prize knockout. So, but then making your Archeops a pivot doesn't feel necessary if you're gonna make your Lugia. If you have Lugia and T-Tar set up like this, making your Archeops a pivot. Well, maybe it does because you don't want to like retreat the gift off the Lugia. Okay, actually, no, I think I like the way that Trevor played it out. I think it makes sense. V-Guard on your T-Tar doesn't make any sense though, but I don't know if you'd want to burn another of your other energies anyway. So it doesn't like do anything. You're not getting any value out of it being a V-Guard on the T-Tar, but it's probably better to have the V-Guard on the T-Tar than a double turbo or, well, definitely a double turbo. Well, not definitely a double turbo. Could have done double turbo there on the T-Tar actually. But yeah, putting more single strike energy you probably don't want to do because you're trying to attack with like Stonejourner and maybe more T-Tars throughout the game. So yeah, it makes sense probably to do the V-Guard overall. Like, V-Guard shouldn't make a big difference anywhere else. Like on Lugia, it can make a difference if there's like very few bench Pokemon in play on both sides, but that's probably not going to happen. So for Anthony to get a KO here, you're looking for a lot, to be honest. You gotta get the energy set up on the Miraidon. Actually, that's interesting. Shouldn't Anthony have sent up the Raikou? I guess the reason you wouldn't send up Raikou is so you have the option because you don't get the fleet-footed now. You could. I guess it depends on if the second Raikou's prized or not. Because you could have put second Raikou on the bench. That's actually an interesting choice there from Anthony. I guess you don't maybe want too many Raikous in play. We're just going for the Gust on the Lugia immediately here. This means you won't have the Sky... This is actually like... There's no Sky Seal Stone option later now, though, for Anthony. So now, Trevor can go into the Stonejourner and basically just checkmates the game by attacking with Stonejourner, I feel like. Wait, no, not quite. Well, no, maybe. Yeah, I feel like Stonejourner might be a checkmate. Or not quite, but like pretty close to. Let's see. So Trevor can now go... It's pretty close. Yeah, I wouldn't have sent up the T-Tar here, though. I would have sent up the Lugia and then attacked with Stonejourner, I think. Yeah, but Stonejourner is pretty good here. Stonejourner almost like checkmates the game. Not quite, but pretty close. I think I would have attacked with Stonejourner here, though, as Trevor before the T-Tar. Because you don't know if, like, Anthony plays something like Echoing Horn. So if Anthony plays something like Echoing Horn, then Anthony could go KO T-Tar into... Oh, when did Anthony V-Star power, actually? I didn't even see that. When did the 4 Sealstone come down and get used? I'm tripping. I didn't realize that at all. Yeah, I think attacking with Stonejourner here makes a little bit more sense first, because if Anthony does play Echoing Horn, next turn Anthony can go knock out the active for Flaffy. Oh, okay. I thought it was an Ultra Ball for the Flaffy. Yeah, so now Anthony could go knock out active Echoing Horn, boss KO, a Lugia, or a T-Tar again out of the discard pile. So I think you should force Stonejourner as often as possible, because then Anthony would need back-to-back Gust effects. So I'm not a huge fan of the T-Tar first. I think I would like to have seen the Stonejourner first. There's discard 4. Pretty good 4 to discard. Those are kind of all useless cards. The Ultra Ball could have been okay, I guess. I mean, any of those could have been good to find Luminion, I guess, the Aromas or the Ultra Ball, but yeah. Also, it means you don't mill 4 cards. Like, instead of milling 4 cards first, you don't. And also, you're not in a situation where you probably need... Another thing here with this, actually, is I don't think Trevor really needs Gift Energy to pop this turn. But if Anthony takes a knockout on the active, then Gift Energy pops. But I don't think Anthony or Trevor needs Gift Energy this turn, but you might need it on the following turn. I guess actually the Single Strike Urshifu is a pretty good follow-up here as well. So actually discarding the Single Strike Urshifu is not that great. Also, so another thing that happens here, like because of the Echoing Horn possibility, or like Hand Disruption with Judge or Roxanne, or there's another one. You don't need the Gift Energy to pop, Judge, Roxanne, or Echoing Horn. So now on Trevor's next turn... Trevor can't bench another 2-prize Pokemon and start setting it up. Because then if Anthony goes... Let's just say Anthony gets KO on the active and then goes down to 2. And then Trevor's like, okay, respond with Stonejourner. I have no 2 prizes in play. You theoretically can't win. But now Trevor can't bench a new 2-prize Pokemon and start to build it up this turn. Also, the triple Single Strike energy here is interesting. I think you'd maybe want to save one of those in the deck. You could theoretically establish it on another Pokemon the next turn. But you didn't attack with the Stonejourner this turn anyway, so it's like fine. Also, yeah, you don't need the gift to pop. Now, Trevor can't bench another 2-prize Pokemon to kind of be ahead of the Hand Disruption because... So Anthony goes knockout T-Tar. If Trevor benches the 2-prize Pokemon, Anthony could go Gust KO the 2-prize Pokemon, right? And just win the game. So now Trevor can't do that. And now if Trevor doesn't bench a 2-prize Pokemon this turn, now all of a sudden Anthony can go Judge or Roxanne possibly, and then Trevor might whiff the follow-up attacker and lose the game because of that. So, yeah, attacking with Stonejourner here I think is like always... like infinitely better to attack with Sojourner. You don't mill yourself, so you possibly don't mill all your outs, some more attackers. You don't need the gift energy to pop this turn, but you might want it to pop next turn because you have back-to-back attackers set up, so you don't need it this turn, you might need it next turn. And now, if Anthony doesn't have the Gust KO on T-Tar, or if they don't even think that's worth it and would rather KO the Stonejourner, now on the next turn, if they do KO the Stonejourner, Trevor could push up T-Tar and then also bench a new 2-prize Pokemon, play the urn, load it up, and then you just have back-to-back attackers set up and you have them checkmated on the board. So, yeah, I don't think, it's a pretty bad sequence there from Trevor, I think. Stonejourner should always be the attacker. Stonejourner should always be the attacker there. All right. Let's see if Anthony can actually even get the KO here, though. Let's see if Anthony can even get there. There's a Raikou. Raiku's obviously not getting the KO. Gonna have to go with... Needs at least one generator, and he needs to hit at least one energy off the generator. Doesn't play Raihan or anything like that. Here's the generator. Here we go. Can Anthony do it? Double. Okay, that's pretty big. That can get him one energy attachment ahead for the next turn. So definitely has a knockout on the active. Has the attachment for turn and can accelerate Flaffy to the other Miraidon. This is definitely winnable here, I feel like, for Anthony. For all the reasons that I've said up to this point. EXP share to the active, dope. Attach to the active or retreat and then attach to the bench Miraidon. So you're only an energy attachment away from knocking out like another 2-prizer or just knocking out something in general. Gift draw from Trevor. So yeah, now Trevor can't bench a 2-prize Pokemon. Well, you could, but you probably don't want to. Also, the Urn doesn't actually trigger for 2 single strike energy, which means you can't use T-Tar to actually get a knockout on the next turn. So you can only earn for 1 single strike energy. This third single strike energy here is super weird from Trevor. If you did this sequence as well, because if this was in the deck and there was a different energy here, or just no energy here, for like there was a gift, there was a V-Guard, there was a ton of different energies you could have put on the Stonejourner actually. There's 2 V-Guards in there, I think. You don't need the triple single strike energy here. This was really weird. Because then you could have 2 single strike energy in the deck right now. So then all Trevor needs next turn is bench T-Tar, load it up, you win. But now Trevor actually has to find another... Ooh, okay, actually, Trevor can actually win with Gust of KO on Flaffy. I actually didn't see that. I missed that, actually. Trevor might need to find another. I missed the Gust KO on the Flaffy, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. So Trevor probably has this one locked up. Yeah, but you lose the win condition of just not attacking through the active. But it is probably over here. I actually missed the whiff condition on the KO on the Flaffy. So it is probably just over. Yeah, Anthony's only out is... We have to knock it active and hope they don't have boss. You don't have a judge in hand for Anthony. Yeah, I missed the Gust on the Flaffer there. That is fair. But Trevor did limit their... Everything I actually still set up to this point is still valid. It's just... you just reduced your win conditions as Trevor. Everything I've still set up to this point is still valid. It's the chance of it actually affecting the game is just way less because there's a freaking Flaffy on the bench. Yeah, it's just way less relevant because there's a Flaffy on the bench. But it still increases your win conditions. Yeah, there's a swing, knockout, and then, yeah, Trevor goes knockout. Gust, Lumineon for Gust, or even has the boss in hand. Yeah, checks for Lumineon real fast. Checks to make sure there's a boss left in the deck, and then going to send up top deck, and then Lumineon for boss. Okay, and had the gift energy on the Stonejourner as well, so... Had the gift energy on the Stonejourner as well, so even if Anthony had Judge there, you're still drawing... You're seeing at least 8 cards going into your turn to get the knockout. Alright, game 3, we will have Anthony going first once again. We definitely need to see... actually, hold up. Does Anthony choose to go first? Ooh, double generator prize is not good. All right, here we go. I assume Anthony chooses to go first, but by what the image made it look like is maybe not. Okay, not a super aggressive start here from Anthony. Just Raichu for an energy, the fast charge. Uh-oh, no Miraidon turn 1 feels so bad with Miraidon because that feels like that's the coolest part about Miraidon. That feels like the one thing the deck does really well, or it's like the one cool thing the deck does for sure is just like when you go turn 1 Miraidon for a basic Pokemon and a Miraidon, and then you use the second Miraidon to get 2 basic Pokemon. Like that's insane. It just feels so good. Not being able to do that turn 1 feels so sad. Okay, over to Trevor. The hand is not great, but a Tails here would equal a Lumineon. I don't know if it was a heads or a tails, though. It is a tails, so we do get the Lumineon here, so we are kind of cooking. And we can get down double... Trevor can get down double Lugia V as well. The hand is kind of awkward there past that for Trevor, though. Still can KO Lugia. Yeah, Lugia can still be KO'd. That's the most important part. Yeah, the hand is... It's a research. There's just Archeops in the hand. It's not that bad, actually. It's just, you just research. You go double Lugia, attach a gift to one of the Lugia. Double Lugia, attach a gift to one of the Lugia. Anthony still could win the prize trade, just kind of based on the board. Like, just go 2 prizer, 2 prizer, 2 prizer. But with how slow of a start Anthony had, it doesn't feel great. That's for sure. Lugia, attached to a Lugia, player research. There could be an argument to attach to the T-Tar, I guess, but I think it always makes more sense on the Lugia, probably. And there's the research. Ultra Ball in the hand as well. That's pretty good. I think I would play it here. I don't think Trevor has seen a hand disruption card from Anthony yet, but Anthony does play 2 Judge. I think it's still fair for Trevor to assume that there could be a possibility of a hand disruption card in the hand. Yeah, just get the Stone Journer. But just don't bench it. Because if you bench Stone Journer here as Trevor, things could get a little bit weird. Where if like Anthony passes, then all of a sudden you only get out 1 Archeops or something like that. So grab the Stone Journer, but just don't bench the Stone Journer as Trevor, and then just pass from there. But yeah, Trevor's in a pretty good spot now. Trevor's in a pretty good spot. Like Anthony, like I said though, Anthony can still win the prize trade on board. Like it's still possible. And yeah, pass. I don't know about, I guess like maybe discarding another Lugia V-Star is incorrect there from Trevor. I could see that being incorrect to discard a Lugia V-Star, but it's probably fine. Yeah, it could be incorrect there from Trevor to discard a Lugia V-Star because maybe theoretically you want, like maybe theoretically as Trevor you want, like if you get judged, you want to increase your odds of drawing into Lugia V-Star, but I guess the trade-off would be discarding a research. I don't know. Yeah, because you want to keep, oh, it could be discarding a judge. Thinking about setting up the Lugia with the gift. I do like giving up a Lugia here as Trevor because you have seen the Sky Seal Stone. Like Trevor has seen the Sky Seal Stone from Anthony. It doesn't really matter actually. You don't have to evolve both Lugias. You could just evolve one of them. It just depends on how bad you want to draw off the gift now versus potentially saving it for later to draw off the gift later. I feel like drawing off the gift now doesn't do a whole ton for Trevor, but it's probably fine. Okay, here comes Serena. I guess the only thing to debate here is do you keep the Flaffy? And you kind of do want to keep the Flaffy here, to be honest. That's how you chain attackers from this point on. So, yeah, I think you do want to keep the Flaffy here as Anthony. And then you're just hoping to get a Miraidon out. If you get a Miraidon out, I think you're okay here as Anthony. There's the Nest Ball, so we're chilling. Which is like one of the reasons like you, with the deck, it's like you kind of want to play 4 Nest Ball in Miraidon because you don't want to whiff turn 1 Miraidon, but you don't want to play 4 Nest Ball in Miraidon because, you don't want to play 4 Nest Ball in Miraidon because you only need like 1 to get going, and then you're just like kind of fine from there. Would Urshi VMAX be all right in this matchup because it hits for weakness and can't be KO'd? It's a good question. Well, no, it can be OKO'd. It can be KO'd by the Raichu. Yeah, based on the energy count on board, I think what you could do, quality, is you could bench the Urshifu V in this matchup and then just wait and maybe make it a VMAX. Yeah, so you'd do that and then you'd wait. And you'd be like, okay, I'm going to put it in play and then we'll see if it's any good or not. So this attack this turn from Trevor, I think you want to, once again, you want to force... So from Trevor here, you want to attack with Stone Journer. You don't actually want to attack with the 2 prize attacker. Well, actually, he's attacking with T-Tar fine. Attacking with T-Tar might be fine, to be honest, because the chance that the Raichu knocks it out... Like, you're getting rid of a Raichu and there's not that much energy in play for a Raichu to abuse. But I still think attacking with Stone Journer as soon as possible is going to be correct because that forces your opponent to have gust effects to chase 2 prizers. So I think attacking with Stone Journer here is maybe correct. If you could do it, you'd have to send up Luminion so you could retreat it. Would be the thing, but you do kind of want to force that on your opponent as soon as you possibly can. We'll probably see the judge here, I think, from Trevor. And once again, attacking with T-Tar aggressively this early means you're milling cards, which is just not great. I think we'll probably see Trevor we might see Trevor put a V-Guard on the T-Tar. You don't know for sure that Anthony doesn't play Choice Belt for the Raikou. Like, your bench is full here as Trevor. Your bench is full here as Trevor. So you possibly want a V-Guard there just in case. Like, you probably go for the V-Guard here just in case you actually run into that situation. And you probably want the gift as well. So yeah, going to the T-Tar here, going to the T-Tar here is fine, I guess. I think Stone Journer is a little bit... going the T-Tar is fine. I think going with the Stone Journer is safer though, just because like Anthony could just have second. You don't know if Anthony has second Raichu, but like they could have second Raichu, or they could have Choice Belt on. They could have Choice Belt for the Miraidon. But if you go Stone Journer here, the chance that you lose is just less. Like, so I think Stone Journer is just correct here from Trevor. So they probably should have pushed up Luminion and then tried to get into the Stone Journer knockout. See, I don't love that choice from Trevor to not try and get the Stone Journer in the active. It was the same thing that we saw last game too, where it was like correct to probably just use Stone Journer as soon as possible. V-Guard energy coming down. I don't mind attaching it somewhere this turn. Probably to the Stone Journer makes the most sense. Don't give him Mezagoza. And then, yeah, you also mill 4 cards. Like, if these are really bad 4, single strike energy is not great, but the rest are, like, kind of fine. Okay, Raikou send up here from Anthony, gets the fleet-footed to work with. And needs to get a knockout this turn. Anthony has to get the KO with Anthony needs a lot here. It is possible, though. Anthony could go for a Gust knockout as well. Here we see the Ultra Ball coming down. I assume he's going to go get a Flaffy. Gives up the Arven, which could find 4 Sealstone plus a Generator. But I think, actually, we're going to see Anthony go for the Gust KO on the Lugia this turn because it has the energy and then wants to just start loading up energy on Miraidon to go for the win on the next turn. This deck is, like, super cool from Anthony, the way it plays out in these matchups. It really is just like in this matchup, it really is just like chase 2 prizer, chase 2 prizer, chase 2 prizer, like over and over and over again. Like, that literally is just the game plan. So yeah, is chasing now. It's just going to go chase, KO, I mean, you might as well take out the Lugia here, I feel like. Taking out the Lugia here is correct. And then next turn, you try and go chase KO the Luminion, right? So you go chase Lugia, chase Luminion. Okay, Lugia's gone. Goodbye, Lugia. So now for Trevor, on Trevor's turn, Trevor does play Collapse Stadium. Let's see how many it is. It is 2 Collapse Stadium. So Trevor this turn is looking to Collapse Stadium away the Luminion. That's Trevor's game plan. Okay, well, we got a Nest Ball, so that's a good start. So you can Nest Ball. We also got the Urn to recover that single strike energy that just got discarded. So here we go. Go get Serena, put it on the bench. Hope to find Collapse to remove the Luminion, and then hope that Anthony does not have second Raichu KO on your T-Tar. And then you should be in a pretty good spot. I actually think Trevor probably shouldn't play the Urn here. Yeah, Trevor shouldn't play the Urn here. And then there's, you shouldn't put Mezagoza in play. Well, you don't want to put Mezagoza in play because you want to get the Collapse Stadium. Yeah, don't play the Urn here. You have 2 attackers set up that win you the game. You don't want to, if you earn into a single strike energy and then draw into it, then that's not good. And you should, like, fully thin out the deck as much as possible here. So I would grab the 2 energy. I like that. Throw them on a Chops. Doesn't really matter where you throw them. Just need to get 2 energy out of the deck. And then you have to draw into Collapse Stadium here as Trevor. Ultra Ball coming down as well. And like I said, don't play the Urn. Don't play the Urn here as Trevor. Because otherwise that's +1 bad card in the deck. How important is the Sojourner? Reagan was a finalist without it. It's good for this matchup. Other matchups is, like, less important though, for sure. All right. And does Trevor find the Collapsed? Let's see. Anthony, I believe, doesn't have the win yet in hand, but it's pretty close. And no Collapse. That's pretty unfortunate. Trevor's seen, like, a lot of their deck, and yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. 2 left in the deck, I believe, and has seen a ton of their deck, so that feels a little bit bad there for Trevor, but what can you do? Tails here can go search out a basic Pokemon. Maybe one of the Collapse was discarded earlier or prize as well. I don't know if both are in there. I see 1. There might not have been both, though. It doesn't really matter. Trevor still wants to thin out the deck because you still want to make sure you can gust around a potential Flaffy send up pass. Because it's possible Anthony goes send up Flaffy pass next turn. So you have to play around that. Had a Collapse prize. Okay, there was a Collapse prize. Okay. Oh, and it is in, like, the last 2, yeah. All right, over to Anthony. Does not have game for sure, but is just an... Oh, has Switch card. No, does have game for sure. Yeah. Almost sent up the wrong Pokemon there. It does have game for sure. And then we see, yep. And then Switch card and knockout. Okay. Dub for Anthony with the Miraidon. Yeah, I don't know those. I guess, like, there was also, like, an argument, I think, based on Trevor's board that game. And we can go back and look real fast at the beginning. I'm just curious, at the beginning of this game, how did this go? So we opened the T-Tar. We had a Lugia in hand, though. We go Luminion. No, so there's always going to be Lugia. Yeah, like, the T-Tar didn't even get chased at the end of the game, so it's, like, fine. Yeah, it doesn't really matter there. It would have been the same thing no matter what. Yeah, Trevor just couldn't find a Collapse Stadium in time. That's all it was. If Trevor had the Collapse Stadium there, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a way that Anthony was getting the dub. All right, let's get into this last one. Dude, what is that emote? Let's get to the next one. I'm sorry. Last one, next one. It could be the last one. Maybe I just don't want. We don't watch it anymore after this. Let's find out. There's only one way to find out. We gotta go watch it. Wait, I think I'm gonna skip mine because I don't actually play any Pokemon. Wait, what round did they start in? Well, if they start around 13, 14, 15, they only streamed 3 rounds? Well, let's skip mine because mine doesn't actually. I don't actually play any Pokemon in mine. They're technically playing Pokemon, but I want to keep going. Lee versus Reagan. This should be a good one. Want to see my round? No shot. I don't want to see myself misplay again. You can sweep with single strike energy plus DT on Urshifu VMAX. Yeah, but it could get 1 KO'd by Raichu. That's like the problem. It just depends how many energy opponent has in play, but exactly. Actually, I didn't go to Portland Regionals, so people kept saying I did, but I don't know. Bizarre stuff, but bizarre. No shot. I do. You know what? I am pretty hungry though, so I should go get some food. So I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm just gonna toast a bagel and add some yogurt to my fruit. So 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. I also kind of have to pee, so I will be right back. It's lunchtime for me. All right, we're back. How long was I gone? I actually kind of want to time myself because I wasn't sure how long I've been taking for these. It should make the same amount. People who have the same amount of points that are on the bubble instead of resistance playing a factor, they box it out for the 8th seed. I mean, they got them play it out as well. Eight minutes? How do you know V6? Yeah, whenever I go to get food, I'm usually gonna be gone like 10 minutes. I bet you could win in a fight against both of these dudes. Dude, I probably weigh as much as Reagan and Lee do combined, bro. I hope I would win. I would if it was legal, if it was, and they wanted to, I would fight them for 8th seed if they really wanted to. Shank my ankle. Are we doing like a fair fight, or can Reagan shank my ankles? I thought we were gonna be doing like a fair fight here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I probably weigh as much as Reagan and Lee do literally combined. So I think I could probably take them in a fight. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but that'd be my guess. No holds bar. No bar holds. How tall am I? 6'2". To be honest though, I haven't measured myself. I definitely am sometimes. I don't know what I've measured myself before, and I've been 6'3", but I don't know if I'm I don't know what makes me become 6'3" sometimes. Maybe it's like after going to the gym, like doing pull-ups and stuff like that. I haven't measured myself in years though, so it's possible I've shrunk since the last time I measured myself because I am getting older. So I could be like 6'1" now, but it'd be nice to be able to say I'm 6'3" all the time, but I don't think I am. Early in the morning, you're a smidge taller. Shirtless Azul doesn't exist. It doesn't exist until I get ripped, and then I'm good. All right. Let's get it into it. Final Swiss round of day 2. Reagan with the Lugia Archeops with single strike Urshifu, which is a pretty big deal because Lee's playing Arctur. So this matchup, triple double turbo. Good thing Starbirth exists to find the 4th one. So the matchup, I'm actually not sure who's favored, to be honest. Like, you have the Urshifu for Reagan to be able to get through the Duraludon, and then Lee has the Duraludon, also has the ability to chase and KO the Urshifu before it could even get used, like punching it. Lee does go first, has a really slow start actually, so really slow start from Lee here. Fine start from Reagan so far. Yeah, fine start from Reagan. Found the Ursh, or not the Ursh, found the Lugia. How's the Ursh? Has Mesagoza and is debating giving access to it to Lee. I actually don't think I like the Mesagoza play here from Reagan, because it's probably getting replaced next turn by a... The Mesagoza is probably getting replaced by a Lost City. There's a good chance it gets replaced by a Lost City next turn. So Reagan's probably not getting 2 uses of Mesagoza. I guess you could argue that would be the reason to, or Um, Reagan could play a different Mesagoza next turn, and that would be 2 uses of Mesagoza as well. So there's some Mesagoza in the hand right here from Reagan that I don't hate it. I don't know. But giving it to Lee does not seem particularly good, I guess. Like, yeah, giving Lee access to Mesagoza this turn doesn't seem particularly good. But I think the second Mesagoza might be in the hand there for Reagan, so then I actually don't mind it, I don't think. It's like you're guaranteeing yourself to... No, that's a Serena. It's not a Mesagoza. Yeah, I'm not sure about this Mesagoza play here from Reagan. You really don't want to give Lee access to Mesagoza. But you obviously want it yourself, and potentially 2 uses of it would be pretty good. Because like doubles your chances to find a Pokemon, so... I don't know. Seems pretty good to me to use it twice, but potentially not give it to Lee is... not giving it to Lee is the question. Well... you have a chance to be the aggressor here as Reagan, because Lee is drawing so slow, so there's like another reason to play it, I guess, and potentially get 2 uses out of it. You're definitely going to be the aggressor here as Reagan, probably. Mesagoza. Tails for Lee. There is the Lost City in the hand, though, for Lee, like I was talking about, like... so it can go Lost City, and then probably pass. Lost City pass here, I think, from Lee is the move. You don't want to leave the Mesagoza in play, I don't think, for Reagan to use again. You don't get it next turn for yourself as Lee, I guess, is like the flip side of that, but... if Lee started Arc, then I would definitely play Mesa, but not the Durastart. Yeah, with the Durastart makes it, I feel like, a little bit worse that I played the Mesagoza there from Reagan. Reagan has a Serena, and currently is only short... Godheads is currently only short the Lugia V-Star, but here he comes, because now you can Serena away the Chops, and then you have the Lugia V-Star, and then you're... I don't know if you're getting the KO this turn. I don't think you're getting the KO this turn as Reagan. You have to find the Urshifu VMAX and get the energy on it. I don't think that's happening. So Reagan's probably just going to load up... if all single strike energy are in the deck, you probably just mill here as Reagan and just mill 2 cards. You could also just like go to double turbo on the T-Tar and pass, and maybe attach to the single strike Urshifu. That's like also a possibility. You definitely attach the single strike Urshifu to the energy, single strike energy in the hand to Urshifu, I think, and then Serena draw. Yeah, just keep the... You could keep the urn. You don't have to keep the urn here either. Oh, no, you're not going to keep the urn because there's 4... You could bench Serena and keep the urn, or then discard the urn and draw the extra card. But the urns are probably still pretty good. Yeah, like I said, I don't think Reagan can win this turn. I don't remember the energy cost. Yeah, because the energy cost of Urshifu, it should be impossible for Reagan to win this turn. So Tails looks like he's going to grab Luminion. Or... draw potential options next turn. Probably go look for a research because you don't want to judge Lee if their hand sucks. Another reason, actually, that's probably the reason to not bench a Serena there, of course, as well, because you don't want to bench lock yourself out of Luminion. So, all right, and then here comes the Chops. Probably just a double turbo to the active. Is looking at the gift. Your active's not getting KO'd next turn though. Your bench isn't getting KO'd either, to be honest. Looks like Reagan is going to go for a mill here. And then, yeah, load up the Ursh on the bench. There's no threat to the Urshifu, so loading it up completely here makes sense, I'm pretty sure. Although Reagan's, like, maybe sussed out about potentially Urshifu, or the Duraludon somehow KOing the Urshifu. Puts the V-Guard on it. That doesn't even matter against Duraludon, though. The V-Guard is, like, you know, maybe you just want to keep... Actually, I think Reagan's just keeping the second single strike energy in the deck so that you could potentially attack with T-Tar with the big attack, which makes sense. Mill 2. The water energy wasn't doing anything for Lee. The Judge would have been good, but it wouldn't have been the next top deck. So let's see how good this next card is for Lee. It's another Duraludon. Okay. Boss up the Lugia and pass. Okay. Reagan just needs the Ursh. Oh, and there's the Ultra Ball. All right. That's a good top deck. All right. Game 1 is quick. Reagan making sure he knows what the card does. Chops 1, TT active, retreat, knockout. All right. Reagan takes game 1 pretty quickly. Into game 2. Lee will, of course, be going first. Let's see those prize cards. If anything important is missing. Single strike energy could be big for a back-to-back. Ursh attacks, actually. So the single strike energy being prized. This is what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned that I kind of like 1 impact energy in this build. So if you prize a single strike energy, or you discard a single strike energy through like a research or something, the Urshifu, single strike Urshifu VMAX takes 3 single strike energy, or 3 fighting energies, 1 colorless energy. So if you prize this single strike energy, and let's say Reagan goes, okay, triple single strike energy, attach, or another energy, just like a gift, V-Guard, whatever, discard all energy, knock out your Duraludon, draw, 2 prize cards, 3 prize cards, whatever. If this is stuck in the prize cards, or if you have another single strike energy in the discard pile, through like a research, whatever it might be, on the follow-up attack from the single strike Urshifu, now you need double earn to potentially attack again with single strike Urshifu. Whereas if you play the impact energy, you would just need like 1 urn plus the impact energy, or 1 urn plus the 4 single strike energy, but having that extra fighting energy to work with can like make the difference in that for like the back-to-back single strike Urshifu attacks. It can be a little bit harder to pull off the back-to-back when you only have like the 4. So this being prized here in like the last 2 could definitely affect Reagan actually getting back-to-back Urshifu attack. So if Lee does have like double Duraludon set up pretty aggressively, then we could see Lee kind of winning because of that. We'll see. And actually, the single strike energy might be the last prize card there for Reagan. I don't know how, when they're flipped like that, I don't know which side they're drawing on first, to be honest. And the Burnett's prize as well. The Burnett also being like a prize card is also pretty annoying. There's a lot of hands with Lugia where you like play through it and you're like, all right, Burnett's the most efficient way for me to get to the double chops. But it looks like Reagan has a pretty good start here, actually. I'm not sure who's, like I said, I'm not sure who's favored in this matchup. So one thing, you need 3 single strike energy to do 330, 2 single strike energy and impact is 310. Oh wait, is that actually true? Oh, maybe my math on that is just wrong then. I guess you do, yeah, for like to KO Duraludon specifically, then you do need. Okay, then yeah, I'm just wrong on that. I guess the only thing that would actually work against would be Gujar then. So yeah, maybe it isn't worth playing the impact energy then. I just thought you'd KO no matter what, to be honest. I was like, you do a lot of damage, hopefully it's enough. No, wait. No, you are right, yeah. Okay, maybe yeah, I'm just wrong then, actually. I guess you shouldn't play the impact energy is not as good to play then as I thought it was. Alright. Reagan's still drawing pretty well though. Research. Double chops in the discard pile, I think, yeah. So this turn from Lee, we could see Gust. Am I going to Hartford? I will be at Hartford, yeah. We could see the Gust punch on the Urshifu from Lee. And you definitely want to get another basic Pokemon here from Reagan so it doesn't just get Escape Rope punched. So you're probably just going to go get a T-Tar to play around Escape Rope. Appreciate the 613 sub there, Dusk. We'll probably see the... I mean, so this is like the thing with this matchup with like... So I don't know who's like favored in this matchup. Also because like Reagan doesn't play the Thornton, I believe. I'm going to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure Reagan does not play Thornton. Let's see. Where's Lee's list? Yeah, it doesn't play the Thornton. So like if Lee just has like turn 2 boss punch the Urshifu, like you're already almost trapping Reagan out of like getting to the Urshifu ever. So like going first is a pretty big deal for like who gets to get to the VMAX versus not first and like use the VMAX potentially. You'll appreciate the 12-1-3 sub there, Calamity. Also, like if Reagan, I mean, I don't know. If Reagan goes first, you could turn to like turn 2 boss KO the Arceus. It's pretty unlikely though. So pretty good so far from Lee. And this is where you want to probably boss KO Urshifu to be, or boss punch Urshifu. You don't get to KO it. You can't want to KO the Urshifu, but getting the damage on it before it gets to get used is pretty good. So I think from Lee here, we want to see Starbirth for boss and then punch the Ursh. I doubt Reagan is boss KOing your Duraludon next turn. So if you just grab double boss here as Lee, I think you just win. If you just grab 2 boss here as Lee, I'm pretty sure you just win the game. But we'll see. You draw 4 for the win? I don't think so. Is that true actually? It depends on the rest of the hand for Lee, but boss here is pretty good. Or boss Duraludon. Actually, no. The better play actually is boss Duraludon V, I think. Oh, yeah. And Lee has a boss. Okay, there we go. Boss plus Duraludon V is 100% the play here, yeah. So now, you don't need boss. Boss actually doesn't make any sense. Boss Duraludon V makes sense. So now, Lee's going to go punch Duraludon, or punch the Urshifu, load up a Duraludon. And then even if Reagan has Evolve, boss KO your Duraludon that has the energy, then Lee goes, okay, cool. KO your Urshifu, evolve the Duraludon V to Duraludon VMAX, and then I just win the game. So this boss punch almost checkmates the game here. Looking at the fightings and the medals. And also, well, actually it's a little weird. No. All right, so the one thing that can happen here, though, actually, so this depends on Lee's energy count and left in the deck. The prize cards could be relevant here. I'm trying to find the prize cards so I can look at them again. There's no metal energy prize here for Lee, though. And how many energy does Lee play? Lee plays 4 metal. So this is a little weird from Lee. Because now Reagan can actually go knock out the active plus Judge, and then Lee could whiff the metal energy attachment. I don't like this play from Lee, actually. Because let's say Lee... So Lee has 4 metal energy. There's no metal energy prized. So if Lee goes punch with Arceus, and then Reagan goes... Judge Evolve, knock out your active. If Reagan goes evolve, boss your Duraludon VMAX, KO Duraludon VMAX, then Lee can go, okay, send up the Arceus again, evolve the bench Arceus V to a VMAX, knock out your active, load up the Duraludon VMAX, or just evolve to VMAX plus knockout wins, right? You don't even have to attack theoretically from Lee ever again, as long as you win the deck out. But now Reagan could have Judge, plus even retreat the Urshifu to a Stone Journer, knockout with Stone Journer, and then if Lee doesn't have boss immediately, or maybe can't even attack because they don't have the metal energy, but if they have the metal energy plus the boss, they could boss KO the Urshifu and win. But now they could whiff. He plays Belt. Who plays Belt? Lee? Does Belt matter? Wait, why does Belt matter? Oh, because dirty ass if Lee played Choice Belt. Yeah, Lee does play Choice Belt, but Choice Belt doesn't KO the Urshifu. You're still off by 10 damage. So I don't like this play from Lee, I don't think. I think Lee should have loaded up this Duraludon VMAX here. I don't like the non-load up here. Yeah, not loading up here means you can lose to Judge now. Like, Reagan can go Judge. Judge, retreat, knockout with Stone Journer would be the play. Is it possible for Reagan to actually retreat and knockout with Stone Journer? It should be possible. So Reagan wants to go Judge, retreat, knockout with Stone Journer. Yeah. And then not having the Duraludon immediately set up from Lee means that Lee can't just win with boss. It needs to draw into quite a few metal energy to have a chance to win the game here. And this, like I said, once again, though, even if you fully loaded up this Duraludon with energy, Lee didn't prize any energy. So maybe there could be an awkward hand here from Lee. That could be the only thing. Lee's hand could be awkward. It could have like research plus like 2 metals, 3 metals, which I don't think it does. I think it's just research and something. So Lee, if Lee just loads up the 2 metal energy here on this Duraludon, even if, what was I going to say? Man, I don't even know where I was going with that, to be honest. I'm just like saying things at this point. I was like, what was I trying to say? I don't remember what I was trying to weigh. No Stone Boy in Reagan's list, right? That's right. It matters. Contact the play you were talking about. Oh, true. There is no Stone Journer in the list here for Reagan. Okay, that's actually a pretty big deal. Okay, there is no... The play still works out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So then you could... Lee can't, like, go boss knock out the Urshifu. That's what I want to get to. Is like, Lee can't go boss KO Urshifu next turn. There's no Stone Journer in Reagan's list, though, so that Reagan can't even make that play. So Reagan needs to go... It's fine, though. Reagan can just go attack with T-Tar... Yeah, Reagan can just go T-Tar knockout still, though, I think. Yeah, Reagan could also like eventually run out of energy because of all these plays, but... So Reagan can just go T-Tar knockout here, which is the same thing as doing the Stone Journer knockout. Basically, you just need to take a knockout with something that is not Urshifu VMAX. You're right, there is no Stone Journer in Reagan's list, but you just need to take a knockout with something that is not Urshifu. If you attack with Urshifu, all Lee needs is the metal energy. But now Lee doesn't even have a metal energy in play, so Lee can't even just win off of boss, effectively, here. Comes the minion. I assume the Judge is going to happen here because I don't think Reagan... Actually, I think Megan... I think Reagan maybe does know... I don't know if Reagan knows for sure that Lee held one of the Starbirth cards or not. If you know Lee held a Starbirth card, then you probably want to Judge. But Lee didn't take triple metal here. Double metal here. Ooh, the penny is actually pretty cool here. Oh, the penny's like super sick here, actually. Yeah, the penny's actually super sick here. I didn't think about the penny play. Resets it. Yeah, see, once again, if Lee had put 3 energy here, if Lee just top decks boss, Lee just wins the game. But now Lee can't even win off that top deck of the boss. Megan. Not Megan. What was I saying? Lee. Jesus Christ, bro, I'm losing my mind. Yeah. Reagan, I think Reagan knows there's a Starbirth card in the hand, but there's not triple metal here, so you know that you're not under threat of a triple metal attack. Because there's no way he can KO my VMAX if I do that, then maybe I could get off second Nova if he whiffs. I think I should have grabbed Dura V and Judge the penny play. Yeah, the penny play is pretty big here. There's no way he can KO my Dura VMAX if I do that. Then maybe I could have get off second Nova if he whiffs. I just think you should have put the third metal on the Duraludon, to be honest, Lee. I think you should put the third metal on, or the second metal on the Duraludon. I think that's like what you should have started with. Like, that should have happened, I feel like. Yeah. The penny play puts you in a pretty bad spot no matter what, to be honest, though. The penny play is pretty gross. Another Ultra Ball from Reagan. Gets the Ursh. This does protect it from it getting KO'd. Yeah, if it wasn't for the penny play, you'd be in a fine spot, but the penny play makes things pretty awkward. Reagan could still get screwed over here, though, by the discard 4 play. Yeah, you could like discard all your urns or something here as Reagan. I don't think there's any urns in hand, so unlikely to happen. Using that attack is always so nerve-wracking though. We'll see. Attach to the bench. You probably want to evolve it, or I guess not though. Reagan's not evolving the. Nothing too relevant. That's actually interesting. Why wouldn't Reagan evolve it there? I mean, you're basically assuming. I think it's fine for Reagan to assume that Lee does not have Metal Boss because of how Lee played out the last turn and did not put double Metal on the Duraludon. So I think that's fine. This turn from Lee, you probably need to try and evolve the bench plus attach a Metal to the bench now. Can't evolve. Oh yeah, because they just pennied it. All right, yeah. I'm paying attention, I swear. Yeah, they just penny it so they can't evolve it. So we have the second evolution here from Lee, which is a big deal. The second evolution is a big deal. Because otherwise, Reagan could go boss KO the bench one with T-Tar and then only need to get one attack off with the Urshifu. But now Reagan does need to get off 2 Urshifu attacks, which is a lot of energy to go through. That's definitely a lot of energy to go through. And to be honest, no, Reagan should have enough energy to do it, though. I think there's still 3 urns left in the deck. So Reagan can just sit up there until Reagan draws the play, can just sit up there and mill. I like the switch as well there from Lee. I would have attached... I think... His turn was so long it could have evolved. I think Lee maybe should have attached a double turbo active here, though. Which, does it reduce the damage you do? No, it does reduce the damage you do. Actually, that's not that good. Well, the active one's not attacking anytime soon. No, you probably should... Oh... Because you want to potentially be able to retreat this one if you draw a Metal. That's like so far away, though. The play that Lee could make happen in 2 turns would be if Lee attaches the double turbo to the active, and then next turn attaches a water to the active or a Metal to the bench, and then the following turn water to the active or Metal to the bench. You could retreat. Now, does Lee play? Lee does play the Raihan. Then you could retreat, Gust KO the Urshifu VMAX, and punch it before Reagan is able to find the urns, possibly. Gust and punch the Urshifu VMAX, and then go, your Duraludon gets KO'd, and then you go Raihan, attach a Metal, search the deck for the Metal. Of course, I assume you find the Raihan, but then you get the Raihan, do the Raihan, and then go from there. So the double turbo to the active, it's a little weird, though. You know Reagan's evolving. No, the double turbo to the active actually always makes sense because you know Reagan's evolving the V to the VMAX next turn. Reagan's not going to float a V here. So attaching the double turbo to the active always makes sense here, actually. Also, if because it's going to evolve as well, if Lee can ever boss the Urshifu up, Reagan can't retreat twice. So yeah, I think actually attaching to the double turbo to the active there actually always makes sense, because even next turn, if you could just boss the Urshifu, because even next turn if you get a Metal and you can go retreat boss punch, Reagan can't retreat the Urshifu to the T-Tar, and then the T-Tar back to the Urshifu, and then KO that Duraludon in 1 turn. So you have like another turn to play the game, guaranteed, with that Duraludon being online, and build up towards that Raihan play once again. So I think Lee definitely should have attached that double turbo to the active here. I could be trolling, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. I think I am correct on this one. Of course, this is all assuming that Reagan just doesn't KO your Pokemon this turn. If Reagan just KOs your Pokemon this turn, you probably just lose. Well, no, there would need to be a follow-up attack from Reagan, a follow-up attack from Reagan, but... Reagan can Craglanch for free. That's true. It's probably not great. That would be kind of like assuming... No, you're right. Yeah, Craglanch kind of always beats you in that. All right, no urn yet from Reagan. Yeah, so I wonder if Reagan should like retreat... Like, Reagan should maybe retreat the T-Tar this turn. Like, maybe... Well, if there was the double turbo on the active, maybe should have. Because then Lee could have gone Metal plus boss. Because once again, you can't retreat twice as Reagan. I think Lee can probably safely assume there's no escape rope in Reagan's deck after seeing the penny. Playing penny in escape rope is cringe. Reagan's lists usually aren't very cringe, so pretty good discards as well. Yeah, so like if the double turbo was on the active here, yeah, the double turbo should just be on the active here. I'm pretty convinced actually at this point. The double turbo should just have been on the active Duraludon on the last turn. It should have just been on the active last turn, 100%. I think I convinced myself of that one. Was the possibility to be able to retreat that and punch with the bench Duraludon, whether it be this turn or next turn, or the turn after that even, I think is worth the double turbo existing there. Especially because you knew the VMAX was evolving. That was the biggest thing. We definitely want to see... Also, I guess Lee still should have actually attached a double turbo this turn as well before the judge for the same reason, because even if Lee sees a metal energy here, you can't attach the metal energy anyways, but once again, you still want to try and get that threat of gust KO as soon as possible. So even before the judge happened on this turn, just like last turn from Lee, Lee should have attached a double turbo to the active Duraludon for the exact same reasons, and build up toward the possibility of retreating the active plus attacking with the bench one. But we'll see if Reagan has. Reagan does have an urn, so Reagan can. I mean, guess you just go for it. Ideally, you have a boss here as well from Reagan, but you don't want to wait until Lee can kind of boss you. So, boom, energy on. Now Reagan does just have to find one more urn. Yeah, one more urn. Reagan needs one more urn, and then the game is basically over. There, actually, the urn's in hand. Let's go. We got it. Judge him into 2 urns. Let's go, bro. Lee's on another level with these plays. Love to see it. All right, Schlapp. Oh, and gets the single strike energy off the prize cards. It was not the last prize card. Okay, so now we know. If it was the last prize card, that would have made things so much harder for Reagan. But really good odds of pulling it there, obviously. And Reagan probably knew it was prize as well. Over to Lee, no metal, pass, and then boom, earn for 2. Got the single strike energy off the prize cards. And that is game. Oh, is there one more? Actually. Oh my gosh, this actually would have gotten really interesting if... Nah, I wouldn't have been that... Well, if Lee had boss on Archeops there... No, there's another urn in the deck from Reagan eventually to get retreat. Nah, with one more urn in the deck, I think it would have been... Reagan would have always won eventually. Yeah, I think Reagan always wins eventually there. I was like thinking about it, like maybe if there was a boss there from Lee, but I don't think Lee had a boss in hand, so... And Lee would have played a boss if they had one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, those are some rough. We didn't really get to see how that matchup can play out more favorably on Lee's side. I don't know. We just didn't see like the back and forth. We kind of just saw Lee draw, not draw very well. And usually, I feel like Lee in the matchup, the Arc Dura applies the pressure, and then the Lugia deck has to respond aggressively. But in that game, we just kind of saw like game 1. Obviously, Lee just dead drew, and then this game we just saw Lee. Just not draw very well, which led to Lee not actually putting pressure on Reagan to have to like more aggressively find the urns and the attacks with the Urshifu. So it was just kind of like Reagan was like, okay, I'll eventually draw my Urshifu plays, and then eventually didn't, and then just beat him. But it would have been nice to see a game where the pressure was coming from Lee to force Reagan to find the stuff more aggressively, because I feel like that's generally how the matchup plays out. Actually, is like the Arceus deck is almost like the aggressor in the matchup. It feels like. I guess it kind of depends. Like if Lugia just goes first and gets turn 2 KO on your Arceus, you kind of just crumble from there. But if you go first on Arceus, it's like you're putting the pressure on, and then the Lugia player has to find the responses and so on. I don't know. It's maybe a little bit more of like a crapshoot. Going first seems pretty important, like overall, but the lack of the No, I guess what's it called? Yeah, I mean, the lack of the Stone Journal is kind of relevant, but not really, because you have T-Tar that can 1 KO Arceus anyways. Payback for Reagan prizing Urshifu VMAX twice in day 1 versus you. Oh, did he really? I feel like a big thing I don't feel like it's talked about a lot is dead drawing versus not drawing well enough to keep up in tempo. I played a lot of matches in Portland where I got to play the game, but had to discard crucial pieces early on because of bad draws that made me fall behind. Yeah. So one of the big things with that is like people don't realize when they have the biggest thing with that, like that you want to get better at as a player, is understanding. Is understanding when you need to make sure you prioritize certain resources over others. Like even at the cost of potentially whiffing like an attack that turn, it's maybe better to save that boss. Like you just know you need that boss, or you know you need that switch card or something. So like you play in a way where now maybe you whiff the attack because you're conserving the card, but it means you actually can win the game, and it's not like you're sitting there for the next 4 turns. You can never win because you got rid of that switch or got rid of that boss on turn 1. So being able to like see that far ahead into the future is important. And one of the big things that comes with that is just like testing certain matchups and understanding what cards are like a higher priority than others as far as resources goes in certain matchups. Like knowing, even though I have to like potentially whiff my attack for the turn, keeping this Charon's Care because in this matchup for this reason is like too important to not get rid of or whatever. Especially if the game is developing down like a natural line of play where you know where you usually use it. All right. I do kind of want to watch this, to be honest. I wasn't sure if we were going to watch this or not, but I'm kind of down. Are you actually like talking about this match in the chat? I didn't expect Puka to be playing Jump Love. Puka played this match well. Reminded me of how scary it was to play him back in the day. Bro, I didn't expect Puka to be playing Jump Love. All right, Ghastly start. So we got the Gengar. Are these the worlds list? Is this just the juniors jump left deck versus the where are these decks? Because these are real decks. Whose decks are these? I'm actually curious. Are these just the worlds list as well? Is this just Frank Diaz's Kurskar? Is it called Kurskar? I don't know if it's called Kurskar. I forget what it's called. Versus the other one. Could you attack turn 1 going first? Like, is the pitch black gonna happen here from the Ghastly? Is it pitch black or pitch dark? Also, can you attack? Dude, I don't remember. No, you can't attack if you go first, right? They're real. Lots of league promos too. Dude, I can't understand how people remember those things, bro. Remember if something's like, if you go first, you can do everything but supporter. Everything but supporter. No, it's no TSS, right? No trainer supporter stadium. No, it's no TSS. It's no TSS. No trainer supporter stadium. I remember now. No TSS, but you can attack. You can support a first turn? No, you can't support a first turn. It's no TSS. That's where that came from, back in 2010. No TSS, no trainer supporter stadium. Okay, this is not the... This is definitely not the list that got... This is not the junior list, not the junior list. It says Spare 2 Minute. What format is this? This is 2010 Worlds format, I assume. It might not be Worlds. I mean, it could be like... It's like World. Yeah, it's Worlds format for sure. Dude, watching the old format games on day 2 here, and then the ones in day 1 really makes me want to go like play some old format decks. To be honest. All right, Claydol online. What? Ethan not putting the 1 damage on the Spiritomb, bro? I get a judge in here. Oh, we got the bright look on the dude. Puka's cooking, bro. He's got bright look. You KO the Claydol here every time, right? Yeah, Puka is cooking here. I think you always KO the Claydol here. Think about the Crobat instead of another Hoppip? Interesting. Oh, there's a Hoppip in hand. So maybe just in a Pokemon out of the hand. Another Hoppip makes sense to me. Think about the Crobat though. What are you Crobatting here? I think you need the Crobat right now. Hoppip would be like the most crucial thing to get down. No TSS, and you could candy turn 1, right? Oh, and has the Poke turn? That's so rude. Oh, that's right. You had to put Luxray in the active first. I didn't think that was... Dude, this turn 2 was insane. What the heck? Dude, this turn 2 was absolutely absurd. Is Puka gonna do it to him again? Dude, Ethan thought he would get away with it too. That can be relevant in this matchup because if you build your Spiritomb up to 3 damage counter, so you can KO with Leaf Guard. Poke turns in hand. I think Puka's gonna do it to him. You don't really want to put the BTS in play though for Ethan to abuse. Do it to him. Dude, let's go. That's so sick. The baby search, bro. Let's go. I wonder if you should Uxie here as Kyle. Because you might want to like establishing your Cladle is a pretty big deal. Because like there's a lot of judge in the list in the deck that Ethan's playing. Dude, he's cooking. You definitely don't want to give him BTS, but maybe using the Uxie to try and establish the Cladle here would have been like okay. You get to leave your best place to open those, so if you like into a collector or Roseanne's off of another judge, then you can use that to recover through an Uxie again though. Nidoqueen probably. Is Nidoqueen even? Oh no, you want the Duskull for sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, is Nidoqueen even worth it? You're giving them plus 10 damage. Probably not worth it. Speaking of the Nidoqueen with Spiritomb deck, so that reminds me of the Chatterlock. What did Chatot need you to have Nidoqueen in play to make it work though? What did Chatot do again? For a double colorless, Chatot did like 20 damage or 30 damage. Oh, you didn't even need Nidoqueen, right? Yeah, you could. Well, it was something else that you need Nidoqueen to be in play for, I think. But yeah, you could Chatter with Chatot on a Spiritomb, do 0 damage, and they can't retreat. And people didn't play switch cards. So the way to get your Spiritomb out of the active was to, I believe Frank Diaz played Warp Energy in his. Frank Diaz played Warp Energy in his build, and then you could also KO your own Spiritomb to get out of it as well. Yeah, Warp Energy, or you could KO your own Spiritomb. But if you like didn't have enough you only put a damage on Spiritomb though when you actually confirm an evolution, confirm an evolve. SP Chatot, yeah, it was SP Chatot, I think. No, it wasn't SP Chatot. It was the other Chatot. It was Mimic Chatot. It was Mimic Chatot. Did you see do it again to him? No. Oh, that's so unlucky. I say that, but it was not that unlucky. Oh, but you can Psychic Return here, and then yeah, send up your tomb to clean. And then you can Crobat KO it next turn. Sheesh, man. Puka's cooking. There's also like importance so that you don't get Dusknoir this turn. You can get Dusknoir this turn as Puka, but you won't lose both of your Jumpluffs because then you could like go KO Jumpluff plus. Actually, I don't even know if the deck that Ethan's playing could have KO'd a Jumpluff this turn. Oh. DC 20, point of care retreat. Yeah, okay. And then the resistance is Spiritomb's resistance is to colorless. So Chatot is a colorless Pokemon. Damn, bro. Ethan cooked himself. Oh, Ethan does have the Warp Energy as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter for this matchup, though. So you just, what, pass? You just pass here. Maybe you don't want to bench the Crobat, though, as Kyle on the next turn, because then you could get Dusknoir. Could get Dusknoir. Alright, there we go. But if Puka does find like Poke Turn, then you can KO the Claydol again, probably. Also, you can set up a third Jumpluff. Well, not anymore. Well, no. Is there a Poke Turn in hand? There's a... Dude, what the heck, bro? This is like cringe. This man is just going after him. Jeez, dog. I guess you'd want another Hoppip down now. Well, no, but your active can't get... No, your active could get KO'd. Ethan could have Candy Gengar, Candy Dusknoir, and then go Poltergeist, knock out the Jumpluff, and then Dusknoir the Jumpluff back into the deck off the bench. What did Poltergeist do again? You don't want to give Ethan BTS either here. That was that card. It got more and more that card as the format went on too. People were like playing like 3/3 lines of it and stuff. The later the format went on. What do you think is the highest skill ceiling format in the game so far? I have no clue. I don't know. I don't think it really matters. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's too hard to ever think about and like determine. 30 per. Yeah, so that have to be 3 trainers in the hand. But that's like the win con here for Ethan, I think. You need Candy Nor, and you need Candy Gengar, and you need Basic Psychic to attack. So you need to get like Uxie here as Ethan. If there's even one, there's one in the deck. So you have to get Uxie. Uxie, is it Uxie? 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 You need Uxie into that comment. You need Candy, Gengar, and Energy. Yeah, it's not happening. I think I had the candy. Oh, no. Is it happening? I thought I saw a candy in that hand, but there's no energy. Flygon was so dominant, they got beat by bees. Wild. Dude, bees, bro. Well, that was 2000. That was 2009, not 2010. That was 2009, not 2010. Yeah, bees winning is wild. That is definitely wild. Dude, actually, Ethan was hella close. There's just no psychic energy. You put back the Claydol here, I think, as Ethan. Because you put back the jump off, it just gets reset up, potentially. And you put back the Claydol here. We'll see. Yeah, you're up by 1 year. But this does allow Kyle to now bench another Hoppip. Yeah, now Kyle can just bench another Hoppip. And then has triple Hoppip in play, theoretically. Run to the tomb? I don't know. We need Dusknoir reprint. Dusknoir is a super cool card. It's actually crazy how, like, Dusknoir was kind of insanely strong, to be honest. Gyarados was the sneaky deck from 09 Worlds that almost won. Yeah, was mortified. I think he had it. I mean, I think from what I heard is that he should have beat Silvestro against the beach. Not like, I mean, should have beat and like, you know, like he didn't beat him. So like, how often can you say should have beat? But I remember hearing that like basically the Gyarados player just drew really really bad, but basically had it won. If I remember correctly. Silvestro was the main character that day. That's what it seems like, bro. Because like every time I go back, I was literally saying this yesterday because we were watching the old format game. Every time I go back and play the stupid B deck, it gets smashed, bro. The B deck gets smashed by everything back then. Like the deck was so bad. Silvestro couldn't be stopped though. Broken bees. I take it back. The deck's insane. Almost as insane as this game from Puka though. What the heck? I actually wonder if Jump Bluff was actually a little bit like no one played Jump Bluff. Like no one who was like as far as I remember, no one who was good played Jump Bluff. I think the deck was probably just mid. But whenever I go back and play this format, the Jump Bluff's not bad. But Jump Bluff I think does struggle against Spiritomb starts from decks. So like your Guardian, your Gengar matchups are always gonna be tough, which is probably enough to not play the deck. Under explored because Luxchamp was just better. Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Corner. Yeah, Dusknoir was insane, and you could set up Dusknoir on 1 turn, right? Because couldn't you go bench Candy Evolve in the same turn? Right? Couldn't you go bench? You could Candy immediately in this format, right? That changed the next format, Black and White, where they changed the Candy rule. So yeah, you could Dusknoir out of 1 turn, and it was just insane. Dusknoir was crazy. I like that Puka's just playing face up at this point. And then there it is. Get him, dude. Wait, did Puka actually Luxray 5-6 times? No, one prize card wasn't from Luxray. It was Luxray 5 times. 5 Luxrays and Flashbite. Why do they always give Guardy cards a broken effect? Oh, they just have some Pokemon that they give really good cards. It doesn't really like change the outcome of the game, right? Because like theoretically, Guardy could be Hatterene and be the exact same thing. I feel like they would have to come up with the effects of cards, and then they assign it to certain Pokemon, and they come up with certain effects that they want to synergize well with. So Kirlia has Refinement for a reason, so that it makes Guardy EX and Shiny Arcana Guardy better, because Refinement's so good. But theoretically, that could have been the Hatterini line. So they just choose popular Pokemon and Pokemon they like or they think people like to give the better effects to, which is like fine. Is it just me, or are the cameras that look at the prize cards overexposed? They are, right? Explain Zard then. I mean, they already have that taken care of, bro. If a Zard exists, people want it. Just not competitive players. Yeah, Charizard's like, we've had good Charizards. I couldn't give good effects to the same family though, because of how evolution works in the TCG. I mean, they do it on purpose, is what I'm saying. Like they didn't give. I don't think they gave Kirlia Refinement by accident, knowing Guardy EX and Shiny Arcana Guardy were a thing. Like they didn't. I don't think they did that on accident. Like it's not an accident that the stage 1 psychic Pokemon that got Refinement was Kirlia. It was like on purpose. Like I'm saying, like all that stuff happens on purpose. It's not like, oh, we're gonna give a bunch of good effects to Guardy lines, and if they synergize well at the end of it all, who knows? That'll be cool. But yeah, they're not just like good effect here, good effect here. Oh no, these ones collide all of a sudden and it makes like a good deck. I'm pretty sure most of that is on purpose. All right, we got our first top cut match though. We got Reagan versus Alex. This matchup I think is pretty close because Alex does play the Kyogre, but I do really think that is the win condition here for Alex is the Kyogre. And there is the Halucha start and an immediate Pokestop from Alex. So really bad start for Alex. Let's see if Reagan has a little bit better of a start here. We could even see Reagan use the Pokestop. It wouldn't be the end of the world, I don't think. But decides not to. Doesn't want to risk some weird discards. The hand is pretty good here from Reagan as well. So, and I'm pretty sure Reagan probably has a pretty good idea of what kind of build Alex is running. It's actually interesting that Reagan played the Ultra Ball, though, because I thought, I was thinking maybe Reagan was just going to hold the hand, because Reagan has the V-Star in hand. So you could have started with Mezagoza here as Reagan. If Reagan knows Alex has no way to KO this Lugia next turn, then Reagan doesn't have to actually play the research in the hand. But that does allow you to dig for your judges more aggressively and your bosses and stuff like that. And boss is probably pretty good at this point when Alex has such a slow start. Like prioritizing anything down in this situation is like pretty good. Like chasing Comfy, chasing Greninja, stuff like that. Anything that could lead to Alex actually being able to set up and play the game. It's pretty good. So we'll see. Chops grab. And probably see attach plus research. Could see, yeah, attach plus research. But like I was saying, you could just, and it's definitely fine to save the Mezagoza, because if you draw into an Archeops now, then you can Mezagoza for something else. If you don't get into an Archeops, though, you can Mezagoza now for the Archeops and then read the Winded away. And I think you would go for that because you don't want to get that to the discard pile. But like I was saying, like Reagan didn't have to play the research. You could have waited. I'm not sure how much value there is in waiting. You would limit your options on next turn by quite a bit. He didn't really discard anything too important there. Gives up the Urn, actually, to draw 3. And there's the second Chops. But I don't think there's a way to discard the second Chops in the hand. And we do have a Cold for Alex, so... Oh my gosh! Let's go! That's hilarious. Just triple Dark Energy off the top. Does get rid of a Recycler there, though. I don't like that Recycler get rid of there. Yeah, I don't like Alex getting rid of Recycler there. I maybe would have ditched the Double Dark. Like I was saying, I think Kyogre is your win condition in this matchup, so getting rid of a Recycler there, not a huge fan of that. Between needing to find like double Recycler at the end of the game potentially, or T-Tar potentially milling a Recycler. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of... I think getting rid of the Dark Energy is a little bit better there. I mean, we got such a rough start here from Alex, it's hard to make these kind of calls, but I like it a little bit more, I think. Yeah, I definitely like the Attach Retreat. Comfey, and you really need to find another basic Pokemon here as Alex. Okay. Another Comfey on the way. That is kind of a little bit of the power of something like the Fog Crystals and Level Ball over the Battle VIP passes. Is now all of a sudden there's something to use here as Alex. Energy versus Clara. You kind of need the Clara to recover the Kyogre. And once again, it's one of those things where it's like if your second Clara gets milled if you lost on one of them, that's not very good. So, all right, heads here from Reagan. Gonna go get the V-Star. I wasn't sure if there was one in the hand or not. Does not have a way to discard. Once again, doesn't have a way to discard the Archeops in the hand yet. Reagan doesn't, I believe. And you definitely want to attack with it this turn. You do have Luminion. You also, in this matchup, though, to be honest, you actually don't... You don't need double Archeops. Solo Archeops actually is not that bad in this matchup. Heads on the Mezagoza, and I assume we want to go into T-Tar just ASAP here for Reagan. I'm curious to see what Reagan actually goes after here. Reagan, it looks like Reagan's thinking about setting up like multiple Lugias, which I kind of like as well. Like T-Tar's a little bit softer in this matchup, just like its HP is just less. So if you get Serena set up and you just like run between Lugias as they get hit, you're gonna remove a lot of damage that would get dealt. I think that's what we might see Reagan actually go with here. Early T-Tar I think is good, but it is, like I said, it's a little bit softer. Alex does play the Snorlax as well, which matches up pretty well for the Lugia deck into the Snorlax, because like Sableye or Cram Sableye doesn't actually 2-hit KO T-Tar, but Sableye Snorlax or Cram Snorlax does 2-hit KO the T-Tar. So that might be Reagan's thought process here. It does have like the second, actually has second double turbo, so can actually just like not, that's actually interesting. Reagan actually doesn't need to get down Archeops at all this turn. You can just attack, and that's fine. Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll see from Reagan, actually. It does have a second double turbo, so you don't even need to use your Summoning Star this turn. You could wait a turn, try and get out double Archeops. I think there could be an argument. I would actually be curious if Reagan played it this way, because Kyogre is such a major win condition for Alex. Theoretically, don't you always Mezagoza first before Ultra? Ultra Ball? I would capture a Aroma before it, but you could do it, yeah, I think. Capturing Aroma, then Mezagoza. Mezagoza, then Ultra Ball. Yeah. Reagan could theoretically put in, like, I would have to like do the math on how this would work out. Theoretically, Reagan could set up one Archeops, triple Lugia, and if Reagan doesn't discard anything else, that could work actually. Maybe not. No, Reagan didn't Ultra Ball this turn. Reagan used Aroma into... That's like a thought I have. That could like do something. You could actually, with the penny... So Reagan is going to go for the one Archeops, which I think it's fine. It seems fine to me. Reagan could also go... With the penny, Reagan theoretically could go set up 3 Lugias, set up Serena, and then the turn that Alex could go for like Kyogre to KO Archeops Serena, you could like penny the Serena into the hand and just have Archeops. That's like a big play, and you'd also have to not have anything in your discard pile that Alex could Echoing Horn. Another thing with this strategy is you're not putting on the pressure with T-Tar of the milling, but sometimes that the milling isn't as good as you think it is because it actually mills the... Oh my gosh. You definitely need the Nest Ball to get... It's a third energy to the Lost Zone. A lot of energy in the Lost Zone. You need to attack this turn. Yeah, so you got the Cram Punch or Snorlax Punch maybe, where maybe it's 7 here, and you also need Greninja here. If you do attack with T-Tar in this matchup, you do mill your opponent, so that could theoretically help them get to the Kyogre, but usually they can get there themselves. They don't need you to help them, so I don't think it's like that big of a concern for Reagan to be like worried about. So this game is actually coming together a little bit better for Alex now. It looked really bad to begin with, but actually it's not looking terrible anymore. There's still a lot that Alex needs to do. And needs to start putting some damage in play. Like, he needs to start attacking. Needs to find the Snorlax. Snorlax is super important, I think, to put on the pressure. We're going to see the Cram Punch here, I assume, from Alex. And then, yeah, you just need to start punching. And then try and put together something with the Kyogre at the end of the game is going to be the game plan here for Alex. Ooh, is using a Recycler? Interesting. Actually, I'm super curious about that. The other thing that Alex does play is the Baby Moltres, which can make a pretty big deal. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what Alex is doing here. Alex is actually going to attack with Greninja this turn, put the pressure on the Archeops to KO it next turn with Sableye. I actually kind of like that. So it removes the only Archeops. That's still weird, though. This is interesting. I don't know if Alex can do enough damage Yeah, Sableye. Okay, sure. So I like it. So the play's interesting. So Alex is gonna go punch the Archeops, punch a Lugia, whatever. Then knock out the Archeops next turn with Sableye, the lone Archeops. Knock out the lone Archeops next turn with Sableye. There's still so much HP for Alex to get through at that point. That still seems so tough to win as Alex. That seems, or as Alex. It seems like so much work to do. There's a T-Tar in the hand there for Reagan. I think you want the pressure of the potential of the mill, so probably loading up the T-Tar this turn makes the most sense for Reagan. Like, the thing is with this play, too, though, it's not like... So, K.O. the Archeops, like, just doesn't run Reagan out of attackers at all. Like, Reagan has 3 attackers set up. It's like... So that's why I'm not a huge fan of maybe going after the chops here. It's like, seems okay. Yeah, going after the Archeops here, like, seems okay, but it's not like it's locking Reagan out of attackers. Like, in the past format, that's kind of what you could do with that play. It's like you could pressure the double Archeops with the Greninja play and then save like both Archeops on the following turn, last format, and then they couldn't like set up stuff like Stoutland or Raikou for the rest of the game, which is like a pretty big deal. But in this situation, I mean, this deck just sets up way less attackers and cares way less about like late game certain situational attackers. So yeah, Serena also does hurt the speed of this, but putting Serena in play does give Alex the out to 2 single prize attackers. So if Reagan puts Serena in play, Reagan's definitely gonna want to penny the Serena up at some point, probably. There is the Mezagoza, I think there. So could have Mezagoza'd for the Serena. Oh, Serena's prize in this situation anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, but I'm definitely curious to see how this plays out from here. It's an interesting choice from like Alex to go down that route because you also lose your Greninja, of course. So the question is, how many are in the loss zone now? We all get 8. I always forget that there's a little counter up there in the top left. So Greninja comes back, and the Kyogre comes back. Still has Echoing Horn as well, so that's going to be a big part of the win condition here for Alex, I feel like. But I don't think Alex is actually getting the KO on the Archeops this turn. I don't think it's happening. I think we're just going to see a Cram Punch, maybe. Ugh. It's not looking good. Yeah, Cram Punch, maybe. I think we're going to see Cram Punch, maybe. Can get... I think Alex is going to go for another Comfy here. But that can only get you to 9 unless the counter up there is wrong. 1, 2... I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, unless there's one more, there could be. Mirage Gate coming down as well. Maybe we're going to do another attack with Greninja then, I guess, from Alex here. And just, like, KO the Archeops. That's so much... Such a massive investment into KOing, and only 1 recycler left. So I don't even think Kyogre's an... There's so much energy out of the deck from Alex now. I'm pretty sure Alex only plays 2. I'll confirm that right now. Or 3, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure Alex only plays 3 recycler. Yeah, so it's 1 recycler in the lost zone, 1 recycler played, pretty much all the energy out of the deck from that second recycler. I don't think Kyogre's like a viable option here from Alex anymore. Which I think is which is what Alex I think needed to focus on was... using, yeah, I don't see a win condition here. I don't think for Alex. I don't think Alex can do enough damage to win this game. KO on the Archeops, and then punch the active. So the active can be chased by Sableye next turn. Yeah, I don't think enough damage can be done from Alex anymore to win the game. We'll see. But yeah, Kyogre, it doesn't seem like it's a viable option anymore. Because yeah, you've burned through 2 recyclers, and if your deck was like full of energy right now from the second recycler, then you would have enough energy to like set up Kyogre 3rd recycler to play for the damage. But I don't think it's an option. Burnett from Reagan, just gonna thin out the deck. The question is, I think you have to attack with the active Lugia here from Reagan. You theoretically would want to retreat it so that way the Cramorant couldn't take a KO. I don't think it really matters too much if Cramorant takes a knockout here versus a Sableye. And you don't want to lose the energy off this Lugia. You want to get the attack off with it, probably. I guess it doesn't really matter too much one way or the other, to be honest. But you probably just leave it in the active here. I'm curious to see if like Reagan actually retreats it. Probably not, though. Has a Mezagoza. Is going for the retreat. So wants to force the Sableye, I guess. I guess my only concern with that, potentially, but it probably won't be a concern because, like I said, Kyogre's not really a threat anymore, is that like kind of like saves it as like a Kyogre target. But yeah, I don't think that's going to matter in this one actually at all, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's fine. Another energy hitting the discard. There's just no way. There's just no way. The Kyogre just can't happen this game. There's just no way. All right, T-Tar push from Reagan. Sableye comes up. Oh, no, not yet. Got the Comfy first. Go with the Mirage Gate. Yeah. Gonna go with this Cram, I think, instead here. There's no, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the Cram here instead here from Alex. I think I like this actually as well though, the way this played out. Oh, goes has the boss KO. Okay, so gonna go with the boss. Still just feel like you just don't ever do enough damage, right? I don't think you ever do enough damage here as Alex. You have to like hope. How do you ever win? How do you ever win? You have to hope Reagan doesn't. Okay, the win condition actually here, I found it. The win condition is that Reagan never draws enough energy to attack with T-Tar. That is actually the win condition here. Yeah, that's the win condition here for Alex. So Alex needs to 2-hit KO the active with Sableye Snorlax, or Snorlax Sableye, or trap the T-Tar on the active with an escape rope, attack with Sableye, and then maybe it can't be retreated, although that seems unreasonable or unlikely. Yeah. But if Reagan just draws like an energy, I think the game just ends. Why doesn't Lugia run Stoutland anymore? Because you don't have powerful energy. So you don't hit for relevant enough numbers often enough with the Stoutland to make it worth playing for the matchup. Yeah, this one's not looking good. I think it's like I think Reagan pretty much always win here. I guess this is the win condition right here. But Reagan does have Penny in the hand, so you can just Penny the T-Tar, and then there's no way for Reagan to. Oh hey, there's a gift energy. Gift energy off the prize cards. Top deck gift energy. So the only way to lose here from Reagan is Kyogre, potentially. Now, the Kyogre play is not possible, but for Reagan just to be super safe, Reagan can pick up the T-Tar, and then, yeah, pick up the T-Tar, and then you just win. If Reagan just, like, picks up the T-Tar, you just win. It's possible Reagan could lose. It's possible for Reagan to lose if Reagan leaves the T-Tar in play, because then Alex would go Escape Rope. Alex would go Escape Rope, Kyogre, Echoing Horn, KO the T-Tar, and the other two prizes that they put in play off the bench with 250 each. But I think Reagan just knows that's not a possibility, so just goes for the mill. And the horn just got milled there, so the game's 100% over. And we'll see Alex scoop. Yeah, it was a pretty rough draw from Alex. Couldn't get going early. And I think the only way to win at a certain point was definitely the Kyogre, but then lost the Kyogre play when the second Recycler got played, so it wasn't possible after that. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, it's just a really, really bad start for Alex. That's basically it. Really bad start. Anything relevant prize? Not really on either side, to be honest. The Recycler is like the most relevant card prize out of all of these, I think. Chops, Urn, Lugia. Yeah, Recycler is the most relevant prize out of all these cards. The second most relevant prize card might be the Escape Rope as well, but they're in the first two prize cards for Alex, so we can definitely get a hand of them. Definitely grab them before it matters. Looks like Greninja top deck or Comfy top deck there from Alex. Energy versus switch card. I think you get rid of the switch card here because if you're retreating for turn is just as good, and you're probably just going with a cram hit on the next turn from Alex. Like, you're not playing a turbo build, so you don't have like any potential of like any bigger plays. So you just like always kind of settle for the possibility of just going with the cram on the next turn, which is fine. So probably from Alex next turn we'll see cram into potentially cram into Snorlax for the first two prize cards. There is the Serena there for Reagan though, so if you do cram into Snorlax, actually doesn't 2-hit KO a Lugia if they get Serena and use it. So you'd be off by 10 damage then, but then you could clean up with Sableye for 1 damage counter, plus you put 11 on like an Archeops, and then you can chain Sableye for a couple turns and then try and close out the game with Kyogre, or you could like KO the Serena, which is probably a little bit better. You go 1 on Lugia, 11 on Serena. Serena heals down to 9. You attack again with Sableye, and then you clean up from there. We'll see how it goes here for Reagan. Does bench second Lugia. Doesn't have to. But I guess you maybe want to retreat to a fresh Lugia potentially the next turn. And then, yeah, draw 3, off read the wind. Not sure what the issue was there. And then over to Alex. Alex has a way better start this game. The Horngate boss. Boss isn't that important, so I wouldn't hate to see giving up the boss for a Fog Crystal. But it's still potentially a pretty big deal, so it's probably fine one way or the other. No out to the cram yet is not great for Alex. Like, you definitely want to get that cram hit. Unfortunately, they give up a dark energy to get there, but it's not that big of a deal. Switch card, another comfy use. Tries to dig for it first. Keeps the baby Moltres. You can kind of, I think with the baby Moltres plus Snorlax, you definitely can brute force your way through your opponent's active as Alex. Especially if like Reagan whiffs a turn of an attack. But we see this game, I don't think Reagan's whiffing a turn of an attack, so it's not going to be as easy for Alex to do this game. But there definitely is a possibility to kind of like just brute force your way through your opponent's active Pokemon with Snorlax plus the baby Moltres in the late game. I think it's possible. But I feel like usually Lost Box has to Kyogre in this matchup to actually win. I feel like without Kyogre, it's I feel like it's pretty tough. So you usually have to Kyogre to get your last 2 prize cards, 3 prize cards, even sometimes get 4 prize cards with it. I actually had a game in speaking of 4 prize cards, I had a game at Portland where I basically couldn't win, but I was like, I have enough stuff for the Kyogre play to do 250, and I was like, if I play Escape Rope on my last turn to do it, if my opponent doesn't send up a 2 prize Pokemon, then I actually win. Because they had a Lugia they were attacking with the active, a T-Tar on the bench, and that's it for 2 prize Pokemon to play. I'd already played my Echoing Horn, and I was like, well, if I have 4 prize cards left, I was like, on the last turn of the game, if I Escape Rope here and they send up an Archeops instead of a T-Tar, I actually can Kyogre for 4 prize cards. I was like, okay, sure. So I played it all the way out to the end of the game, and then my opponent did send up Archeops because they didn't think I played Kyogre, so I kind of got away with one there. All right, we do have the double Archeops coming out from here from Reagan, and gets the Serena. So like I was saying, with the Serena use, the Snorlax now doesn't KO the Lugia, which is pretty big. So on Alex's side, I think you still like punching with Snorlax is still pretty good. It looks like Reagan might not be attacking with the active though. It might be purposely retreating it, which I don't hate either because it spreads out the damage quite a bit. But we'll see. Could just put a gift on the active, then attach active, and then attack with the active. I'm curious to see how Reagan actually approaches it. But that's 2 chops to the bench. So Reagan is definitely moving the active out of the way. Which I think is probably, it might even be better to do that because it does disperse the damage out a little bit more, which means it's harder for Alex to start cleaning up knockouts, which it maybe is just correct to run around as much as possible. The one thing with this deck though for Reagan is it's hard to run around. Yeah, there's the retreat. So we're gonna be running around a lot here. Yeah, Lugia like doesn't play as efficient of attackers as it used to, or as much energy as it used to have. So it's a little bit harder for Lugia to run around quite as much, but it can do it. The thing is, like, a bunch of your energy is single strike energy. So still setting up something like the Yveltal. I believe Reagan does play the Yveltal, right? Actually, Reagan maybe doesn't play Yveltal or plays the baby Yveltal. So even like attacking with baby Yveltal is pretty good for Reagan because the baby Yveltal has 130 HP. So Cram doesn't KO it and Sableye doesn't KO it. So if Alex wants to KO a baby Yveltal, Alex would have to use Yveltal after Reagan's drawn 3 prize cards or use Snorlax to KO it. So it's like another thing that way you can like utilize your single strike energy, and then if they're gonna hit it with like a Cram, you can like run it around still. But it does have lower HP but the lower HP doesn't really matter at the end of the game for the Kyogre either, though. So it shouldn't be a big deal one way or the other. All right, Colress here for Alex. Probably wants to prioritize the energy. Yeah, I don't even know what you hit with here at this turn. This is why it's so awkward. He's up another energy, so that's 3 energy gone. And I believe Alex does only play 11, right? Yeah. So 3 energy gone. Alex is capping at 250s on. Alex caps at 250 from each Kyogre. Grab Sableye. This turn, I am curious to see what Alex actually does. Are we gonna Sableye the Serena? Are we gonna Sableye for sure? Are we using Pokestop? Are we using Pokestop? Pretty good Pokestop there for Alex. I assumed Alex had everything in hand that they needed this turn. Pokestop was like a little curious, but I guess depending if you have everything you need in hand, you're not milling. Does use a recycler here. Every recycler use feels pretty risky because you are trying to save these for as long as you possibly can. Generally, just to combo them with. Another thing is like you usually need to do like the max damage with Kyogre. You usually need double recycler, but there's always like the threat that one gets milled by T-Tar. So it's kind of like the scary thing. So I don't even know. Is there enough in the loss zone right now? It says 9 on the screen, but I assume there's 10 if this is what Alex is doing. Like comfy use. Is there no switch card though to close it out here? Is Alex just gonna pass? There's no way that seems so bizarre to me. Alex really have no way to do something different to like guarantee a different play or something like that? That feels so weird that that's the end to that turn. That feels crazy. I'd have to like go back and rewatch that sequence fully there, to be honest. I feel like, yeah, that feels crazy to me that there was no way that Alex could guarantee the KO there. I mean, Reagan doesn't have to do anything besides Serena. It had the boss for the Sableye too, which is pretty brutal for Alex. So now Reagan is just super far ahead. Reagan is like super far ahead. This feels almost unwinnable. I don't even know what you do here as Alex. I mean, I guess you really don't want to hit with like Alex could have hit with Snorlax that turn. Yeah, that felt like pretty bad sequencing actually from Alex, because Alex needed a switch card specifically to be able to attack with Sableye, right? But then when that was pretty bad sequencing, right, from Alex, because has Snorlax in hand. Yeah, hitting with Snorlax is like isn't that good there though, because then you're spreading your damage out on 2 Pokemon, then they heal 40 instead of just 20, and then it can kind of like continue to snowball from there. Yeah, Alex definitely should have like Comfeed. No, but had to get the energy to the Comfy from the Mirage Gate. Oh, that was just rough. I don't know. That was weird. We do finally see the Snorlax coming down now. Needs to get a way to move the active and an energy. Has the Mirage Gate in hand. That just felt weird. It's possible that was the best way for Alex to play that, but that just felt weird that's how that ended. Has the Mirage Gate in hand, so should just be able to go Mirage Gate right now. I'm curious to see if Alex is going to actually attack with Snorlax versus attacking with Sableye. Does bench the Sableye is loading up the Snorlax, so I think the Snorlax is happening here. Hasn't played a support yet, I don't believe, so we should see Colress here maybe. It's possible that Alex wants to use Clara here instead. But yeah, there's a Clara in the hand, but yeah, Alex is not using Colress. It's also possible that Alex is really close to decking out and doesn't want to deck out. But then goes with the Colress. I think it's a missequence there as well. You should I can't understand the reason why Alex would want to do it the other way around. That's a pretty clean Colress though. You do lose a Colress, but basically you're on Claras here from here on out. I think the hand is still really big though from Alex. So like a judge here is still pretty tough to deal with. I would assume. Beach core retreat. So we're just going to slap with Lax. Once again, this does spread out your damage though. So now Reagan is healing 40 damage this turn instead of just 20 if all the damage was isolated on one Pokemon. And the more healing that happens, the worse it gets for Alex. There we go, there's the heal. 160 on the active, 60 left. So you probably want to find a Lugia V-Star here for Reagan. And is eyeing up the T-Tar, so might go with a T-Tar hit this turn. But T-Tar into Snorlax doesn't match up very well. But you might just want one. I don't know, putting one in play could be iffy. You could go with the Yveltal though. I do kind of like that actually. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like that way you get to actually utilize your single strike energy and run around a little bit more. So I kind of like the Yveltal grab here. You definitely want to evolve that Lugia as well though. He heals all the damage you don't do though. Well, yeah, of course. You need to do some damage. It just feels worse. Oh, but it doesn't actually take the Yveltal. So are we going to get a judge here from... Oh, the Penny. Bro, the Penny is kind of insane. Oh, so attacking with Lugia V in this matchup is actually insane. Because then you can Penny it up. I didn't even think about that. Yo, the Penny goes hard in this matchup. Not as good against, you know, if you have a... Yeah, Alex's damage being capped at 180 early in mid-game. That's actually, like, pretty big. Yeah, the Penny goes insane. That's funny. That's super funny. There we go. Penny up to Lugia. Pushes the Lumineon. Oh, so I think we are going into the Yveltal here potentially as Reagan. Okay, now I'm just kind of confused. Wait, what's happening? All right, 2, 3. Are we not attacking this turn as Reagan? Wait, I'm just super confused. Wait, we can't attack anymore as Reagan, right? Reagan used double Archeops, Lumineon free retreat. Oh, there's the beach court. Bro, I was tripping, bro. I was like, what are we doing? Okay. Yes. Beach court. Dude, I was losing my mind. I was like, this can't make sense. There's no way this ever makes sense. Makes fine sense. Win conditions for Alex. I think 3 prize cards left for Reagan. There's the Baby Moltres coming down. Okay, so Baby Moltres takes the return KO. Then Alex has to find another prize card, though, which is like the hard part. Actually, I just think Alex can't win. Is it just checkmated again? Alex has drawn 1 prize card. Has everything for the Kyogre play, I'm pretty sure. The casters are confused too. Bro, I don't know how I always forget about stuff like that. Like when I'm watching games. When I'm in the game, I usually remember it. I don't always remember it, though. I'm not going to lie. Like stuff like Beach Court. Like I messed up Mezagosas multiple times at Portland where I should have Mezagosa'd. I never got punished though. Like I would Comfy when I should have Mezagosa'd and then Comfy'd multiple times at Portland, where I should have Mesagoza at first and then Comfeed. I never got punished though, thank goodness. I either got tails on the Mesagoza or I didn't see a Pokemon off the Comfy. Yeah, little things like that I miss all the time, man. I wish I was cleaner with that kind of stuff too. He needs 1 KO, then he can KO. No, but Reagan only has 3 prize cards left, and there's no way for Alex to get a knockout next turn. Actually, that's not true. Snorlax plus Escape Rope could get a KO this turn. So if Reagan just benches something to play around Escape Rope, I think Reagan just wins. I don't think there's a way for Reagan to get a knockout this turn. It's fine. You just flipped tails on Mesagoza. You didn't forget. I did flip tails a couple times, so it made me feel better. See, those are the kind of mental things that like tilt me. Like when I misplay, like that tilts me. Even if it's like a super irrelevant thing, and even if I still win the match, that's like tilting that I misplayed. So me getting tails on Mesagoza is like super like almost important for my mental. I feel like sometimes, or me not seeing a Pokemon off the Comfy. I don't know. Yeah, the only win condition I see here for... Actually, I don't know how many Mirage Gate Alex has left. Alex might not have 2 Mirage Gate left. If Alex has 2 Mirage Gate left, then Alex can go Snorlax Escape Rope into Echoing Horn Kyogre. That's the only win condition. Oh, there's the Escape Rope. I don't know how many Mirage Gate are left, though, for Alex, or how much energy is left as well. I don't know if this is possible for Alex. Oh, no. There's 1 card left. I don't think it's possible. I didn't realize there's only 1 card left in Alex's deck. That's funny as fuck. He just like peeked it with the Poke Gear. How to beat Azul? I can't believe you misplayed like that. Bro, don't say that, bro. Yeah, this game's over. These were very close games, to be honest. The Kyogre play, like that's why I said Kyogre play is super important in this matchup. Man, this matchup is a lot tougher when you don't have the aggressive options like the Raikou and the Dragonite for sure. Or that's what it looks like. Because like having those more aggressive options, I feel like makes a really big deal. I think Alex is also misplaying here by not playing the Escape Rope first, but it's like not a huge deal. Because I assume the Escape Rope has to come down. Escape Rope. There's no like potential like deck out condition either here for Alex. Yeah, I don't think there's like I don't think there is a win condition. There is the boss, so maybe we see the boss KO on the Luminion, but once again the Kyogre play just can't happen, I don't think. There's the boss on Luminion, and then there's the knockout. Did wake up. The Lugia's gonna come up and take the knockout. Is there good enough I don't think there's good enough prize cards for Alex to actually win the game. There's another Recycler in the hand. Okay, maybe there is. There's Water Kyogre Recycler Horn. Okay, maybe there is just enough for Alex to win. No, there might be. No, but there's not another gate, right? I think Alex is out of gates. Yeah, there's no gates, I'm pretty sure. There's no gates. I'm almost positive there's no gates. Yeah, so I don't think there's no win con here. So it should just be over. Yep, Lugia slap. Yeah, no gates means it should be over. There's a boss in the hand here for Alex. There's a Clara. There's the Moltres. But yeah, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, the only win con here is like hoping Reagan somehow throws. Other Archeops get sent up. Could Alex even KO the Lugia if it got sent up there? Okay, yeah, there we go. That's the game. That was pretty rough. I don't like. It was weird. It's kind of unfortunate. Alex was never able to develop their board state to the point where they actually could use Kyogre, which kind of sucks. We never got to see like. It wasn't even like. Yeah, it felt like Alex never got to develop. Well, it's just because like those mid-game attack whiffs from Alex. Alex like stopped being able to put on pressure. The penny was pretty big. Yeah, it was just rough. It's just like, yeah, you need to be able to use Kyogre in that matchup to win, unless they draw really poorly, and we just never saw it happen. So that's pretty unfortunate. All right, I need to go pee chat. I'll be right back. I haven't seen the I've heard about the Squavette plays in this one. I haven't actually seen them. Alex is really playing into hoping Reagan messes up the Escape Rope. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. It would not be the first time that Reagan has messed up around Escape Rope. So it's a pretty good win condition, to be honest. It's definitely a solid win condition, but not so lucky this time. Really computer search? Yeah, we'll see that. We'll see. I'm down. How much time do I have? I can do like one more set. I don't think I'll be able to do the finals today. We can do the finals tomorrow though. We can watch the finals tomorrow. I'll be able to do one more set today. We'll finish it out with the top 4 match with the Squavet. Yeah, I've only heard about the Squavet plays. I haven't seen them. So I'm excited to see what happens. I don't actually know what cards. I definitely was told at some point what cards landed hit off the Squavet, but I don't actually remember what they are anymore. So it'll be fully. I'm sure I'll see it when the play comes up and the Squavet gets used. What the best card for them to get there is, but yeah, I'll be right back. Dude, that's crazy. It's actually Thursday today. For some reason, I thought it was Wednesday, but then I knew it was Thursday. For other that's wild. That's insane. Hey, what's up, Purple? All right, let's get into this top 4 match. Landon Catler with the Squavet deck versus Grant Manley with Turbo Kyogre Lost Box. Prize cards, do a quick prize check. V-Guard Energy being prized, kind of unfortunate. That's a pretty good card in this matchup, to be honest. Grant, like, these are all good cards, to be honest. Double Nest Ball, double Switch card. Like, these are all things you want in, like, your opening hands, but then from there, they're not as good. But, like, early on, that is a lot of good cards. So, like, we'll see. So he's going first. Grant with the go first. Comfy start. Heavy ball check. Nothing to get out of the prize cards. But we'll see all the good that is in there. It's a lot of good cards, to be honest. Switch cards and Pokemon search cards. Like early on, like turn 1, turn 2, those are like really good cards. Definitely fall off a little bit after that. Did Grant just like not relay out the prize cards? I think I give it to the judge to do. 4 Steel Stone versus Lightning Energy. No other Pokemon search in the hand? I don't mind the... Gonna go hard with the stop. Nothing really. Yeah, I like benching the Sableye here. Our hand sucks. We could see an attachment for turn from Grant, but has a switch card in hand. I still think I like the attachment for turn, though. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind this Pokestop use there, because you really had nothing. You definitely leave it in the active as well, and then relays out the prize cards. Over to Landon. Pretty good hand, to be honest. Has Ultra Ball. Go ahead and get a Bidoof or a Squavet here. Probably get the Bidoof. Could also just get another Arceus. Might not even go out of their way to set up the one prize goons. It's a little bit awkward to set up stuff like B-Barrel. And you definitely need to get another Arceus here actually as well, because Grant does play the Dragonite, so you need to protect your Arceus. So you definitely need to get another Arceus here and probably attach to the bench Arceus here as Landon. Bench Tina. And I don't know if I like playing the Path to the Peak or not as Landon. Like Grant didn't get out the Greninja already. I probably wouldn't put the Path in play here as Landon. You do kind of want to bump the Pokestop, but you also want to make sure you have access to Starburst so you can play the game next turn. Goes with the attachment. Goes with the attachment and the Path. Okay. The Path, I don't know how good the Path is here, to be honest, because... Attach active, I don't know. Like, it's going to be tough. It will be tough for Grant to pull off the Dragonite knockout. But the knockout here would be pretty game ending, almost, it feels like. But Grant still has nothing, so I don't think it matters. You could punch with Manaphy. No, you could actually punch with I'd probably get rid of Kyogre here in favor of the switch card. That's tough. Kyogre might be good late game. You probably want to get rid of the... Is it switch card or energy? Actually, it might be an energy. I think I'm tripping, actually. Path here is kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. The Path is interesting. I don't think it's necessarily bad. Depends on what your hand is as Landon. I'd have to... Because you don't know what the hand you're getting. That's kind of the problem. Goes with the Kyogre. I think that's fine. You could attach active here as Grant and actually hit for 30. Does that matter? It could. I think if Landon attacks you next turn, you lose anyways. So if I was Grant, I would either... Oh, might run to the Manaphy. I would either attack with... You could run to Manaphy, sure. I think you want to attach to the Manaphy as well, because you... Or attach to the... Attach to the Comfey as well. Yeah, in case you get judged, because you know Landon plays like 4 judge. Yeah, the... I'm not a huge fan of the Path, to be honest. I think it's fair for Landon to maybe assume Grant won't get the... Okay, so if Landon is already going to play with the idea that Grant is going to whiff the Dragonite play next turn because Grant had such a bad setup, at that point, I actually don't hate the idea of Path to like slow down Grant even further. If you don't bump the Pokestop, you probably also do attach to your bench. But if you put this Path in play, then I think attaching active is actually fine. Is Kyogre not a win condition here? No, it is sometimes, but sometimes just like you don't need that as a win condition in this matchup. If you just play the game, sometimes that's enough to win this matchup, to be honest. So I actually don't hate the way Landon played it. Was a Path plus attach active seems fine. Because even if you slow down Grant enough, then... So Burns, double Nest Ball, no Bidoof, no Squavet. Doesn't want either of them in play here. Like I said, and ignoring the one prize Pokemon maybe is just correct. I don't hate that. And then 4 cards off the judge. Once again, Grant's setup is really bad. Doesn't even have 2 Comfey, bro. That's like so... like, he hasn't played a Culver. No, did play a Colress last turn. Did get another Colress, though. So that's something to work with. A couple check and choose in the hand here for Landon. But just goes with the Trinity Charge. I guess that does make sense because you want to thin out the energy before thin out the energy before you actually use them. So actually I do like that. Throwing in one on the active Arceus, and then we should see 2 come down to the bench Arceus actually. So Dragonite is still really, really strong here. Deciding between grass and psychic looks like it doesn't matter. So yeah, Dragonite is still really, 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 really strong here from Grant. Dragonite would actually be insanely strong here to be able to pull off this turn. KO the active, and then there's not even a especially if you leave the path in play, because then Starbirth can't happen for basic energy guaranteed plus choice belt. So I think you give up I think you go for it as Grant as well. You almost have it in the hand. You're still a little bit short. If you give up Kyogre and Battle VIP Pass, you can almost get there. You're not quite there. There we go, going with that. But it does have to bump path in this situation. No, you don't have to bump path. I think you have to play Escape Rope, but still sends up the Arceus here for Landon. So now you can still do it. You can go Dragonite KO this Arceus, which is fine. Maybe should have Nest Balled there for... I actually think Grant probably should have Nest Balled for Dragonite before using the first Comfey. Maybe not. I don't know. I think I just want to increase my odds of seeing like another Colress as soon as possible. Depending on what the energy left in the deck, though, or maybe you need a Recycler as well. We're at 7 now, though, so if there's a Water and a Lightning in the deck, and I think there is, so I think this should be... Oh. Nope. The Lightning was in the top half there. That is super unfortunate for Grant, right? Was the Lightning in the 2 there? That's super unfortunate. So it was Gate and Lightning in the top 2. Yeah, super unfortunate. Like I said, I would have seen the Nest Ball. So I guess it's correct to not play the Nest Ball then, because you want to not see the Lightning, but thin out to... So I think Grant did play correct then, because you want to not see the Lightning, so you'd rather see the Dragonite. Lightning stays in deck and then go from there. That's funny. Attaches Lightning, retreats, Cram Slap for 110, and back over to Landon, who I don't think has like a ridiculously powerful hand. It's going to be off the Trek and Choose. Ultra Ball's pretty good there, though. We've got another one as well. Or goes for the Ultra Ball right now. No, it makes sense to go for the Ultra Ball right now because you want the Trek and Choose to hit something. What do you... So you get the Arceus V-Star. So I guess you just get Arceus V-Star and then you just play the next Trek and Choose and you see what happens. Yeah. So you grab Arceus V-Star. I would not evolve the active one yet, though. That's a mistake. Because, well... No, that is a mistake, right? You don't want to do that. You're not guaranteed an... This is actually really bad. This is actually really bad. You're not guaranteed an energy off the Trek and Choose. This is definitely a mistake here from Landon. So definitely just not hold it, because you might have to retreat to this Arceus. You might want to retreat to this Arceus and attack with this V-Star. Because if you don't hit an energy here off the Trek and Choose, that's bad. All right, hey, let's just see what happens. Trek and Choose. Barrel, draw another one. Yeah, that was a really bad play from Landon. That was really bad. Because it's fine to do the Ultra Ball, get the Arceus V-Star, put it in your hand. And this is why, so this actually, I'm glad this actually came up, because this is what I always tell people when I coach them or talk to them in general about sequencing. It's really important to get disciplined at sequencing properly. Now, even in situations that are not relevant, it's still proper. It's still good to be disciplined about sequencing properly. So that way, when you end up in the situations where it does matter that you sequence properly, you don't get punished for it. So let's say Landon's active Arceus V was the one with 3 energy, and Landon pretty much always plans to evolve the active Arceus V with the 3 energy to the V-Star and attack with it. Okay, so let's say that's the scenario. And Landon Ultra Balls for the Arceus V-Star. It is still improper sequencing to evolve the active one to the V-Star first until Path mess him up. I mean, maybe. Path's been in there for a while. I don't know if that did mess up Landon. It's still incorrect to evolve that one to the V-Star until you've used your Trek and Choose. Because whether you evolve your V-Star now or after you use your Trek and Choose, it does not change the outcome of the Trek and Choose. It doesn't matter if you evolve your active Arceus V to the V-Star or the bench Arceus V to the V-Star until you've used the Trek and Choose. So even if, let's say this Arceus V in the active with the 3 energy on it, let's say this Arceus V was the Arceus that Landon had in the active and not the one with the 2 energy, it's still incorrect for Landon to evolve this one to the V-Star before the Trek and Choose happens. Because you gain extra knowledge and information off the Trek and Choose that doesn't affect whether you can or cannot evolve it to the Arceus V-Star. So even in situations where it would theoretically be irrelevant for you to make sure you Trek and Choose first before you evolve, it's correct to do that. Because you want to just be disciplined about your sequencing. So that way when you end up in this scenario like Landon did, you don't evolve before you play your card. This seems like a very obvious thing. Well, yeah, but I know you don't sequence properly. Why are you talking, Yosh? You're talking like you've never missequenced before. So even in scenarios where it seems irrelevant to sequence properly, it's still good to be as disciplined as you can with your sequencing. So that when you end up in scenarios like this, you just play like a robot, and Landon would just go Ultra Ball, V-Star to hand, play Trekking Shoes, right? And that, like just because that's like the proper sequencing, you play like a robot in that sense. So that when you end up in these scenarios, you don't make this kind of mistake. This is a huge mistake here from Landon, though. And there's the KO, and then we go back over to Grant Manley. The Dragonite KO here would actually be absurdly good here as well. Here we go. There's the Greninja. It's possible for Grant to get there. It's pretty unlikely, though, I think. Boss Raikou. Yeah, we're not there, I don't think. So Ken just go retreat punch with Cram again, I guess. This is what can happen with this deck against Judge, to be honest. I experienced this when I went up against the Judge decks. Like, they judge you into like a hand, and it's just like, it's really hard to put together plays off of the Judge sometimes. That's why, like, actually in this matchup, I like searched out Dragonite turn 1 every time I played against Arctina or any Arc deck. You search out Dragonite turn 1, just have it on the bench so you can like start to build up energy throughout turns potentially, or as you draw into your gates, they're just ready to go, and then also becomes a target for your Forest Seal Stone. So not that Grant didn't have that option, but I'm saying that's what you should do in the matchup. Now we got the V-Star from Landon. So we can get, I don't even know what you get here as Landon, to be honest. V-Star plus Judge, probably. V-Star for the active plus Judge. I think that's what I would go for here, but I'm curious to see what Landon does take. You could also go with the Research, because, like, yeah, Grant didn't play a Colress last turn, so you'd probably want Research plus V-Star, actually. I like that a little bit more. I'm down with that. See what Landon thinks. And then you can attach the double turbo to the benched Arceus V-Star as well. Something curious actually playing up against the Arceus Tina deck is they can't really set up as many attackers as I feel like other Arceus decks have been able to do in the past. Goes for the Ultra Ball. So it thins out the Ultra Ball along the way. I don't know if I like that, though, because you don't want to not see Ultra Ball. You still want to evolve your Tina V-Star here. I don't like the Ultra Ball grab. Should have just grabbed a Arceus V-Star, right? Should have grabbed... yeah, because you still want to find Arceus V-Star. Because that's like, you know Grant's out next turn is... Once again, Dragonite. So that means you want to have your... that's a lot of Bath. You want to have your Tina V-Star ready to go. So actually, I don't like that play there from Landon of not... Yeah, I don't like that play there from Landon of not leaving the Ultra Ball in the deck. Definitely should have left the Ultra Ball in the deck there. Because you want Giratina V-Star. Alright, let's see if Grant can finally get Dragonite set up. Or if it's another whiff. The hand is meh. Let's see. He did Ultra Ball to thin out the cards in the hand, not the Ultra Ball from his deck. He did Ultra Ball to thin out the cards in his hand, not the Ultra Ball from his deck. No, but he got an Ultra Ball off Starbirth, unless I'm trolling. What is this? All right, here we go. I'm going to prove you wrong here, though. 6, 18, 23. Am I wrong or are you wrong? What's Starbirth for? The Ultra Ball was grabbed off of the Starbirth, right? Unless I'm trolling. No, the Ultra Ball's grabbed off Starbirth, and then Research happens, so you're losing the cards every time. I've never been wrong once in my life, so you gotta be careful when you challenge me on this. All right, finally see a Colress, or see another Colress here from Grant. Let's see if this Colress can put together. Grant does have the pieces in hand to actually, and whiffs, to actually use Dragonite, but doesn't have the Dragonite. So has double gate plus Recycler, so could attack with Dragonite this turn if they had it. But does not. Oh, no, wait. Has the Force Seal Stone. So can Force Seal Stone to Raikou to get Dragonite to knock out the active here, actually. I take it back. I don't know about the Psychic over the gate. I'm not too sure about. Because, yeah, I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. I don't know. I have no clue if that's correct or not. I mean, I think Grant's like all in on Dragonite, just sweeping the game from here, though. That's not really that reasonable of a strategy, though. Is it? You get 2 proc cards off the active, and then... The other Arceus could come up and just punch you, and then you clean up with like Shred from the Tina. So you would still need Landon to like whiff pieces from here. Here comes the Recycler. So you can get the KO with... Okay, there we go. There's the Recycler. You get the KO with the Dragonite. But if Landon can just attack twice, even if Landon doesn't want to KO the Dragonite, does Grant have enough other attackers to win the game from there. You could load up. You don't really want to attack with Raikou. You could load up the Greninja to do damage, or the Sableye as well. So there's the Sableye starting to get loaded up. I think that makes the most sense. That's why I'm not too sure about the third Mirage Gate versus just the actual Psychic Energy staying in the deck, to be honest, from Grant. I almost feel like Grant should have actually taken the Psychic Energy and given up the Mirage Gate, and then you could attach to Comfey this turn and play Switch Card. I don't know how much energy is left in the deck right now, though. So I'm not, like, overly hype on that play from Grant. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. Like, potentially keeping the Psychic Energy over the Mirage Gate is the only thing that I would maybe have swapped. All right. Landon pushes Tina. Double turbo in hand. Oh, that's right. You can do that. And then this looks like it's one of the infamous Squavette moments coming up right here. Landon's only way to one-hit KO the Dragonite. But see, I don't even know about this is correct, to be honest, from Landon. Landon doesn't have to one-hit KO the Dragonite. You could push Arceus Punch and then Shred KO. Go down to 2. Or punch with Arceus and then bring this up and V-Star, and then V-Star knockout into Boss KO on the Raikou. So I almost feel like maybe you just push Arceus. Like, I don't know if that's correct or not, though, to just push Arceus. But pushing Arceus there doesn't seem bad. Pushing Arceus here and hitting with Arceus doesn't seem bad. That's for sure. I don't think it's bad to push Arceus there. Used V-Star? Well, no, I'm saying you evolve to... You can never use Giratina's V-Star powers. That's not relevant. I'm saying attack with the V-Star. You literally never... This deck literally can't use Giratina's V-Star power. So this is the Squavette moment. But putting Squavette in play here is not good from Landon. Because... yeah, putting Squavette in play here is not good from Landon. Because now Grant can go Sableye. Oh my gosh. There it is. That's one of them. So 2 prize cards left from Landon. So Grant can go KO Squavette 6 on... No, so I don't think Grant has a win condition, right? 4 prize cards left. If there's a Clara left for Grant, Grant can go KO Squavette 6 on the active, then Dragonite next turn for the win. And pushes up Raikou. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is here from Grant, to be honest. I don't know if there is an out to use another Dragonite either, to be honest. I don't know if Dragonite can be used again. Grant might be out of Claras. There's one in the Lost Zone for sure. There might be 2 Horn left. I don't think Horn matters here, though, because Landon wins in 2 turns, theoretically. There's the heal, run to the Sableye. Boss the Squavette. Okay, I like this. And then 12 onto... I would bench the other Sableye here, I think, if I'm Grant to play around. Yeah, you definitely want to... So goes it all to the Tina. Interesting. So all on Tina's a little bit weird, I feel like, because... Wouldn't your win condition be 12 here? 6-6, and then... I don't know, actually, what makes the most sense there? Maybe it doesn't matter, because you're winning in 3 attacks anyways. You have to hope it gets stuck for a turn. Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter for Grant here, because you're hoping to get stuck anyways. Like, no matter what, you're hoping to get stuck. So you don't really have a win condition of... So you may as well go after... Because, like, Charon's Care, I guess, could be a thing as well. Like, I don't know if Grant knows for sure if Landon has Charon's Care or not, so putting more to the team... Arceus doesn't make a whole ton of sense. And then Squavette. So you need a switch card here as Landon. No back-to-back vets and pass. Yeah, Grant probably should have benched that Sableye on the last turn, though, right? Because why would you not bench that Sableye last turn? Like, what if you got Judge this turn, Landon whiffs, you Sableye again, but you can't recover the Sableye for another attack on the following turn? Yeah, that's definitely a misplay there from Grant. Because if you just get Judge... If Landon just has Judge here... Judge, attach to Tina, pass. Grant goes, okay, cool. Draw. Actually, Landon probably should have attached to the Arc. No, because then the Raikou could have been pushed off an escape rope. That's all. I think Landon only has an escape rope left, maybe. Yeah, so Grant should have benched the... And possibly even past benching the Sableye. Maybe should have even played the Mirage Gate on this turn as well, just to guarantee the energy on the second Sableye as well. Because I feel like if Landon is able to attack this turn, you maybe just lose. Not 100%, I guess. Not 100%. But Grant just wins now with another Sableye. Grant should just put this Sableye down, right? And then gate to it. I'm pretty sure there's a Psychic in the deck. Wait, this can't be correct from Grant, right? Grant should 100% bench the other Sableye. Now we're looking at 180. Wait. Oh, Grant has 4 prize cards left. I'm trolling. I thought Grant had 3 prize cards left. I'm actually trolling. Grant has 4 prize cards left. So you do need to split it up between these 2. So then if this gets knocked out anyways, you lose. Yeah. Grant has 4 prize cards left. My bad. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. So no, but you should still bench the Sableye, right? Because you don't want to draw back into the Sableye off this judge. I think you still bench the Sableye. You always bench the Sableye there. I don't know what conserving the Sableye ever does. So what does this guy left? It's got 160, 180, 190. So this gets KO'd by Greninja, but this does not. So the win con from Grant, I think, is now Escape Rope. On Grant's side. So Landon's going to send up Tina, attack with Tina, get rid of the double turbo off Arceus, and then there's 2 Pokemon on the bench that can't move, and then Grant plays Escape Rope. One of them gets sent up, you attack with Sableye again, then you attack with Sableye again, and the game's over. But your Sableye is going down here, so you would need the second Sableye, theoretically. Also, I don't know if Grant has any Escape Rope left. That would be like another thing. But once again, see that Grant drew into the Sableye there. I've been talking about I've been benching the Sableye for years. Benching the Sableye down. There's a double turbo in the hand, though, for Landon, so I don't think it matters. That is actually weird for Landon, though. If you discard the energy off the... Actually, is weird for Landon. If you discard the energy off the Arceus, the Tina actually gets KO'd by Raikou. And if the Tina gets KO'd by Raikou, then you should discard the energy off the Tina. But see, this is why Landon should have sent up the Arceus, not the Tina. Arceus sending up the Tina instead of the Arceus made things really awkward for Landon on this turn. But if Arceus, but the only problem with that though is if Landon sets up the Arceus and then gets the Escape Rope, then you push Raikou here as Grant. Or the other thing would be Grant could just push up the Raikou if Grant thinks you're going to be attacking with the Arceus and not the Tina. But the Tina's always a threat anyways, I feel like, as it is. It's just an energy away. That's interesting. You also whiff out on like being able to go like boss plus switch card, I guess. And boss KO the Raikou. Potentially if you, because you could use like Squavet there as Landon instead of judging and then gone for the boss play. So now from Landon, it's like, okay, do I discard the 2 energy off the active? The problem with discarding 2 energy off the active though as Landon is like then you can't move it and attack next turn if Grant doesn't want to take a knockout or anything. Did Landon double attach here? I think that's what they're discussing here, is that Landon maybe double attach, but I don't think Landon did. Landon attached to Tina and then attached to Squavet, right? I think they think there's a double attachment, but there's not. I feel like that happens so often on stream where they don't know what's going on. All right, Squavet. This doesn't matter though. This Squavet shouldn't matter. I don't think. Like, there's nothing this turn that Landon would see that would be like win the game because they already used Judge, I believe, right? And might get rid of the 2 off the active. But if you get rid of the 2 off the active, like I said, you can't retreat. That's so. Now you need switch card plus energy. That's so weird. Now Grant can just go KO Arceus off the bench with Sableye, and Grant has that in hand. Yeah, so Grant goes with the Sableye play now. Now you just go Sableye, Mirage Gate, KO the Arceus, remove the energy from play, and that should just win the game. Well, he's 160 on the bench, so yeah, 180 with 12 more. I think there's a Psychic left in deck for Grant. I actually don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure there's a Psychic and something else. I guess Raihan would be the only thing, right? Raihan would be the only way to lose at that point, but I don't think you really have a choice here as Grant. I think you just have to go for it. Yeah, Psychic Water. So you can throw the water on the active, I guess. Psychic to the Sableye. You can put the water on the Comfey. Theoretically, you win next turn no matter what on the Tina, so it doesn't really matter too much where this energy goes if it even goes anywhere. So you could also take no energy. That would be like the other argument would be to like take no energy, I guess. We have the switch card in hand, so you're always switching anything else that you'd want to possibly anyways. But yeah, I don't think it really matters. Maybe Grant didn't want to bench the second Sableye ahead of time to like throw Landon off of that play and not like telegraph the play. I guess that could be an argument for that as well. You could also like play the. I think Grant should play the Force Seal Stone out of hand and maybe something else. I don't think so though. You could also just hold them, I guess. I don't know what Grant's possibly thinking here. You just KO the Arceus, right? Am I trolling? Maybe I'm trolling. Wait, am I trolling? So is Grant playing around? If the switch cards are gone for Landon, this makes sense. Is Grant playing around Raihan here then? Yeah, I guess this does play around Raihan, but you lose the switch card energy on Arceus now, which could be found through like a research or something. I'm actually curious if Landon actually ended up playing. Yeah, so I guess this plays around Raihan, but let me peep the list. I mean, I'm not saying Grant should know for sure if Landon has Raihan or not, but Landon does have the Raihan. It's a good call to assume as well because most people play the Raihan. But yeah, if I guess you don't just. I guess landing doesn't just win with a switch card though. Landing would need switch card plus choice spell because you could push the Raikou. So maybe this is the better play. This might be the better play, to be honest. It doesn't seem like either of them are gonna either play would matter here because I think. Well, no, landing could still. It depends if landing has a switch card here or not. If landing doesn't have a switch card, then I guess it doesn't matter. There's a choice spell in the hand. The choice spell should definitely come down on the Arceus here. Oh, well, that's definitely a misplay from landing. You should have put the. If you put the choice spell on the Arceus here, and then hit research off of the Squavette, you could research into Escape Rope Energy and actually win by KOing the Raikou. Okay, didn't happen. Yeah. Yeah, the only reason I could see like Grant not benching the the Sableye there is yeah, the only reason I could see Grant not benching the Sableye there. Switch card is just for basics, right? Yeah. Grant not benching the Sableye there would be to like not telegraph the play to Landon. That's the only reason I can think of. Prize cards. Choice spell being prized is actually kind of a big deal because it stops the KO on the Raikou aggressively from the Arceus. Not that big of a deal, actually. It's like kind of a deal. But it also stops the KO on the Dragonite with a 3-energy Arceus and kind of forces the Giratina to have to be the answer to the Dragonite, which is actually a pretty big deal. Greninja Prize for Grant is really bad, but I think that's it. So Choice Belt for Landon makes it easier to KO the Vs with Arceus. And then for Grant, boss isn't really that big of a deal. Like it can be, but they're just like really the only real big thing. Greninja's probably Choice Belt might be the worst prize card here. Greninja's maybe second worst because there is Heavy Ball in Grant's deck, of course. All right, Arceus start for Landon. We'll see Grant get cooking. Grant could get, although it doesn't look like this hand is going to have the potential for it. There's a lot of switch cards. There's not a lot of basics. Grant could get a turn 1 knockout here though, with Dragonite, and the game could just be over. But I think we all know that's not how this goes. But let's see how it actually plays out. Dragonite is in the deck. So this Comfey has to find Colress or more outs to Comfey to kind of like continue the chain. And yeah, switch card wasn't for basics. You just like would never play switch, and you'd only play switch card. Yeah, you'd never play switch. You'd only ever just play switch card if it was also for the evolutions. I think it's only switch cards in the hand. All right, Comfey 1. Or Comfey. All right, there's a Comfey. We're still cooking. Technically still cooking. Attach Retreat. Comfey 2. Nest. Oh, Heavy Ball. We know Greninja's prized. Go get the Greninja. Greninja for 2. Rest of the prize, like I said, not too consequential. You might want that like last recycler at the end of the game to actually pull off a Kyogre play. But besides that, not going to really matter too much. Greninja for 2. Still going. And it looks like that's where this ends here for Grant. Not a terrible turn 1. No Cram Punch isn't great because now you can't follow up with a Dragonite knockout. And it looks like it's potentially considering playing the Escape Rope just to protect the Comfeys. All right, over to Landon. Landon's got a pretty good hand, it looks like. Landon did not bench. Interesting. Landon had a Tina V and didn't bench it. I don't like that. I'm not trolling there. Landon had a Tina V and didn't bench it, right? Like, you could have gotten turn 1 KO'd. Yeah, I don't like that. Because, I mean, you have Starbirth next turn, so what do you like? You should be able to get your switch card, unless that's not a Tina V, but I think it is a V and a V star. That also allows you to play the V star potentially if you want to research. Yeah, I don't like that from Landon. And then Starbirth immediately. You get something. I don't know what the gets were there. Path something. I also don't think I'm gonna like this Starbirth because I think this is ending. Oh, going with the boss. Okay, so I don't hate this. I don't hate this Starbirth to go with the boss. The boss not got her in a Comfey. Yeah, benching Tina V I think last turn was no, but you need the Tina V because that's your only way to KO. That's the way you KO the Dragonite consistently. I mean, it's Arceus are a little bit better, especially if you get the choice belt on a triple basic energy Arceus because that can KO the Dragonite. But we saw that Landon now benches the Tina V. The only argument to not bench the Tina V would be. Tina V would be. Let me focus. I'm like getting a little bit tired. Is if Grant plays Escape Rope, which is a really high chance that Grant does play an Escape Rope turn 1, then your Tina V ends in the active. But you have Starbirth, so you should be able to get out of that just fine. So I don't think it's like a big deal. Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal. It plays around Rope, but I think playing around not losing is a little bit more important. I think playing around just not losing is a little bit more important. I think being like, well, I play around Rope. I would rather play around turn 1 Dragonite, though, I feel like. I don't know. Maybe Landon doesn't think Grant didn't. Okay, so one thing is Grant didn't open a Comfy. Opening Comfy versus not opening Comfy is a huge deal in whether or not you're going to get off turn 1 Dragonite, to be honest. Or just turn 1 Gates in general, I should say. Yeah, I feel like with knowing I have access to Starbreath to get my own switch card next turn, I think I'd rather play around that. I'm not sure about that grab there from Grant, actually. It's probably getting rid of this. You had the Stadium bump. You could have used Greninja. Not sure. Instead goes for the other Comfy. That's probably correct to go for the other Comfy. But then doesn't go for the other Comfy. Oh, but I guess that's Cram Punch here, so it's not that big of a deal. It does have Cram Punch, so that's fine to get rid of the other Comfy, because you're still going to have 2 Comfy in play. Maybe because he saw the Sableye art? Yeah, when you open the Sableye, it definitely is a lot harder. Oh, does Grant actually have the... Oh, Grant does have a punch with Dragonite here. Okay, this is actually pretty big. Oh, no, not yet. Is going for Colress. I think... No, we're at 4. Oh, I don't even think we're close. Yeah, never mind. The chance that this actually happens is, like, pretty low. But... Oh, no, there's the Vacuum in hand. I think it's actually reasonable. How's the Escape Rope now, too? Ooh, this is actually pretty good, then. No, that's not a Vacuum. Okay, never mind. Grant's not getting there. I almost feel like you could have just nest balled. Maybe you just nest ball for Cram and punch with Cram. Yeah. Grant goes all out for the Dragonite play. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Even though you whiff it still doesn't mean it's like the wrong play or anything. It still seems reasonable. A reasonable play from Grant to go for it like this. But now you're just passing. You only got to 6. Feels bad, man. I would like to see it attached to Dragonite, I think. Attached to Comfy is okay, I guess, as well. I kind of want to see the attached to Dragonite, though, because depending on how you draw, that might be slightly better, and you get the energy down the Dragonite anyways, because if you could judge this turn, I like the attached to Dragonite a little bit more. This is, like, a pretty abysmal spot for Grant to make a comeback from, but it is definitely still doable. This is, like, a lot of turns where Landon has... There's, like, no damage built up in play on Landon's side of the field. Like, missing the turn 1 Cram hit, missing the turn 2 attack. Specifically, like, turn 2 Dragonite hit is just pretty big, so... This one's, like, kind of snowballing out of control really, really fast. There's the slap. Does not get the extra energy on Latina, though, but I think it's in hand. There's a Psychic prized. The other Psychic's in the hand as well. That's still pretty big, though, because right now there's no threat to the Dragonite. The Dragonite has no threat. I like the Comfy first here from Grant, because then you get to 7. Colress could see a bunch of energy, but you're not going to see a ton of energy off of this. So now you get to play the gate. But if you had played Colress, you could have seen like all your energy, theoretically. Possibly. And that would have been like, really bad. So yeah, there's still not a guaranteed out to the Dragonite swinging here. So the Dragonite survives 2 turns. Ooh, okay. I don't hate the Greninja play. But I feel like when you're betting on Landon having Choice Belt, I like punching with Dragonite a little bit better this turn and maybe doing Greninja next turn. Yeah, because what if Landon just goes Boss Punch your Dragonite next turn? Like, if you attack with Greninja here, as Grant, Landon doesn't really care about KOing your Dragonite. Or KOing your Greninja. Landon's probably just going to Boss Punch your Dragonite next turn. So I don't think I like this choice from Grant. I think attacking with Dragonite's better here, for sure. Yeah, I think attacking with Dragonite is better here for sure from Grant. Attacking with the Greninja is like, Landon's just going to try to... if Landon doesn't Boss Punch the Dragonite next turn, I don't know. Although Landon could build up the Tina to be able to one-hit KO the Dragonite, so maybe you do go through the active. I don't know. I'm curious to see what Landon does now, because Landon does have the 2 energy in hand, so Landon could theoretically just go through it that way. Grant throwing everything into play here. The Kyogre, the Sableye. Here comes the Greninja. Double punches the Arceus. Like I said, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens on the next couple of turns. I kind of like punching with Dragonite there, because now I definitely wouldn't assume that Landon doesn't have the energy to attack with Tina. I would just assume that the energy to attack with Tina is probably in Landon's hand. So I would kind of bet on Landon being able to KO your Dragonite in 2 turns from here. So I would have, yeah, I think it would, yeah, that's another reason it's probably correct for Grant to attack with Dragonite here, is because, yeah, I don't think Landon doesn't have the Psychic energy. I think the Psychic energy is just in Landon's hand here. If I was Grant, that's what I would assume. So then next turn, Landon goes attack Psychic, and then you go swing with Dragonite, and then they just go Tina knockout, and you're like, oh, okay. But you could get 2 turns out of Tina or Dragonite if you attack with Dragonite this turn, and then maybe if Landon doesn't have Boss, then they have to punch into your Dragonite. But actually, Landon having Boss here, I actually think Landon shouldn't Boss the Greninja here, and maybe should even Boss the Kyogre, just to remove that as a play. Of course, Grant would be pretty comfortable with probably using Clara next turn. Also, Knockout plus Judge, I think, is really strong here from Landon. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I like Knockout plus Judge here from Landon. Because Grant did this play, I'm kind of down with knockout plus judge. Grant has been working on the hand for a while. Your Tina is set up ready to go to get the KO on the Dragonite next turn. Play the judge, put the grass energy back in the deck, try and search it back out onto your Tina. Or get the double turbo. Yeah, I just like knockout plus judge here from Landon, I think. Boss is okay on the Kyogre, but like Grant would probably be pretty comfortable using Clara next turn anyways if they have one. So like this isn't like a turn where you're making it hard for Grant to decide if they want a Clara or not. And definitely don't punch the Dragonite because you're just going to be ready for the team is going to be ready to go and run over it next turn, which is why I think Grant should have attacked the Dragonite this turn, is because Landon's board state was not as good as it could be to respond to Dragonite. It was only good to respond to Dragonite if they have Choice Belt for Arceus, but now it can be Choice Belt for Arceus or attack with Giratina. So I like Judge here. I think Judge is the best here. Cleansing Glove somewhere, then play the Judge. We'll see what Landon goes with. Goes for the boss on the Comfey. Removes the only Comfey from play. I don't hate that. This is actually a play that Landon did against me, which I think was a huge mistake in my game against Landon. They left my Sableye, my Sableye alive and boss a Comfey when I had like no outs. I had 2 Psychic Energy in my Lost Zone. I just don't think Landon took count on my resources in that game, but it was yeah, Landon definitely should have killed my Sableye in that game. I think my only win condition was actually if they didn't KO Sableye, was what like for how the game developed after that. I think my only win condition was like I need to have Sableye available that turn, and that's actually what happened. So now it's like really awkward for Grant to use Dragonite because now it gets return KO'd by the Tina. So like I said, I think Grant should have used Tina or Dragonite on the previous turn when there was way less chance of it actually getting return KO'd. And actually it was impossible. We know it was impossible because Landon did prize the Choice Belt. And then even if Landon does go boss around the Dragonite for the turn to get a knockout, that's fine. But as Grant, I think you're hoping that they just don't have the boss around and have to punch through your Dragonite that turn. So yeah, like I said, yeah, the Dragonite on the previous turn, I think when Grant gave him a lot better shot there, for sure. And this turn, I think you kind of, I don't even know. Yeah, committed to the Dragonite, I guess. So Dragonite coming in hot here for Grant, leaving the Psychics in the discard pile to set up for the Kyogre play. It looks like. Nope, goes with the Psychic. Undecided. Gets rid of the Psychic. You want to leave energy in the discard pile to recycle later with your other 2 recyclers to be able to use Kyogre more efficiently. Theoretically, is like the idea here. Mirage Gate. Lighting water. And then we need another water for the turn. Looks like there's pretty good odds of getting there. And then I think Grant's game plan is Kyogre to KO the Arceus with 9 damage on it, and then Echoing Horn and Arceus V to the bench. We do know Landon has a Judge in hand though right now, so it's gonna be tough for Grant to pull this off. To be honest, the deck's still pretty thick. Did not get thinned out very efficiently. So here we go. Colress needs a water. And whiffed. Get rid of Vacuum and Manaphy there probably. Unless you can afford to get rid of something else, then you want to kind of keep the Vacuum to keep thinning out your deck further. Play around Judge. So yeah, does that to keep the Vac, to use the Vac, get rid of the Battle VIP pass, to get rid of the Force Seal Stone, or the Pats of the Peak. Goes to the Pats of the Peak bump. Now we see Greninja use here to try and get the water. There, the waters. A little bit late. There they are. Not too much else to work with in the hand. Pretty close to decking out, and does have the Colress though, so it's definitely possible on the following turn to actually get the Kyogre play off. But like I said, Landon's got the Judge. Gonna make things pretty tough. And we'll have the KO here on the active. Landon will also have the KO on the active here. So gets the KO on the active. For 2 prize cards. So Grant like has to win next turn. There's the Judge. Grant just kind of had to hope that the Judge didn't exist. Or that Landon forgot what Judge does and then didn't play it. But obviously that wasn't going to happen. I think Grant has to work a little bit too hard here on this last turn to get there. We'll see how close Grant gets. We know this goes to a game 3, but no Colress. Yeah, this is not. No Colress, no Comfey in play. This is over. Definitely over. I'm trying to think if there is like a possible win condition at this point. Not with the hand that Landon has, I don't think. I like the energy discards there. The choices there from Landon can make both things viable attackers, just in case. Greninja for 2. And concede. Maybe not actually, because actually Landon can't attack currently, so you don't have to concede yet. And then attach. Doop. There we go. Dub. These prize cards. Double Comfeys. That's not good. Double Comfeys and the Cram prize. So I know Grant will be going first in this game, but having the Cram prize, like that could be like your best turn 2 attacker, could be the Cram. You ideally want to look for Dragonite almost every single time with this deck, but if your opponent is like hanging a Bidoof for a Squavit in the active, then to be honest, attacking with Dragonite's not even terrible then, because then if your opponent can like respond with a 1-hit KO on the Dragonite on the following turn instead of going to 2-hit KO through the Dragonite, then you give your opponent like 1 less prize card while you attack through with the Dragonite. So it's not even terrible to actually attack with Dragonite to like KO Bidoof or Squavit. And if they don't have 2 of them in play, then you can like escape rope. And if they do have 2 of them in play, then you can like aggressively follow up with Sableye. So it's like not that bad. But it's just best not to have the creme of the prize cards. The double Comfy being prize actually isn't that big of a deal if you find the first two pretty aggressively on the first turn. Generally, if you go first, you only need double Comfy. It's just when you go second, sometimes you want that third Comfy. So, but it should be fine here. And pretty good opening hand here for Grant as well. So has the Battle VIP pass. I think this is the first Battle VIP pass we've seen Grant play, actually. Is right now. Ninja, Comfy. I'm not sure what the rest of the hand looks like. And I wouldn't... It has the Dragonite in hand. I was going to say, I wouldn't hate to see Nest Ball for Dragonite here. Nest Ball for Dragonite. Just having it in play means if you get judged next turn, both 4 Seal Stones become outs to Choruses and stuff like that. So you kind of want to establish the Dragonite. It's like also not a Pokemon your opponent can like pick on early on to like get 2 free prize cards or anything like that. So pretty good to just get it down. So I wouldn't even hate, to see this Nest Ball come out. And this is where you'd actually probably grab a third Comfy if you're a Grant. But yeah, you always go with the Sableye. It always feels really weird to get Sableye out this aggressively with this deck, but it just is correct. Like a lot of the time. Yeah, with the Crayons, like I think if there wasn't a Comfy prize here as Grant, you probably just grab the third Comfy. But that is unfortunate that it is prized. And we're going to the Comfy's double switch card. And is it triple switch card actually in the hand? It might be. Beach Court versus Recycler. I ditched the Recycler here. You don't know if you're going to need it until way late game. The Beach Court is just good now. It's good as a path count. Yeah, okay, I like that play a lot. And then we have 1 switch card. You really want to find an energy here. 4 Sealstone, not bad. This opening start is... Also getting rid of a Claw is not that bad. Because this matchup, you can kind of play straight up with big attackers like Dragonite. You don't have to like kind of run around with like a bunch of schmucks. And then follow up with Kyogre. This was like my opening board state, literally. It's funny to see this because this was like my opening board state literally every game I played against Arctina almost. This was like my opening board state. I get the Dragonite down, put the 4 Sealstone on it. Okay, pass. So if you just get judged, you got the backup, and you're cooking. Been waiting on Pile Shuffle all tourney. The thing is, they pan away from the players when they shuffle it up for the next game. So you never really see it. More Nest Balls coming out. Listen, and I know I shit on Pile Shuffling a little bit, but like I'm not trying to like if you want to Pile Shuffle, you should go for it. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to be scared of my judgment of you as well. I know some people are going to respond and try and be like, I'm not scared of what you have to say, Azul, which is fine. But I'm saying like, don't let my judgment of Pile Shuffling like influence your... I don't know if why not get a third Arceus V here? If all the Arceus V stars are in the deck, I feel like getting a third Arceus V there is pretty good. But there is a third Arceus V star prize, so yeah, if you want to Pile Shuffle, go for it. It's like not the end of the world. I want people, the biggest thing with Pile Shuffling I want people to understand is to understand what you're doing. There's way too many people out there who think Pile Shuffling makes your deck more random or shuffled or like whatever. That's not a thing. You can't be more random. You are sufficiently random, and once you're sufficiently random, you're random. That's it. If you think you are more random, then you're actually just cheating. Okay, so we got double turbo from Landon, but not much else. Here comes the Trinity Charge. And then on Grant's side, we're going to be looking for the KO with the Dragonite. Does have the 4 Sealstone, has some energy to work with the Greninja. So I think you do load up the Tina here as Landon. You just get it ready to go. Because like if the Dragonite comes out swinging, which is a very good possibility the Dragonite does come out swinging, then you're going to kind of be in trouble. So Landon does have to go, should load up the Tina here. Do it to establish good faith that you're not running 63 cards? No, that's just stupid. That's just dumb. I don't hate splitting it, though. I don't hate splitting it here. I'm not a huge fan of splitting it, actually. I don't love the splitting. Do not love the splitting. I feel like you should just commit it all to Tina. If you're active Arceus... I guess the only reason to put the energy here is like if Grant plays Escape Rope, you want to push Arceus. And then if Grant doesn't have the knockout, then you can actually use this Arceus. Okay, actually, I don't hate it. But you still have Starbirth. Well, with your hand, though, your hand kind of sucks. I'm actually not too sure on that one, to be honest, from Landon. That's rough. It's dumb, but people have run 63 cards and gone away with it. Yeah, but anyone who would run 63 cards is not going to pile shuffle in front of you, brother. Like, anyone who has 63 cards in their deck is not going to do a 6 pile shuffle in front of you. That's like, that's a bad take. That's a terrible take. They're gonna make sure that you never try and find out that they have 63 cards. Like they're gonna sit down, they're gonna riffle shuffle 7 or mash shuffle 7 times and offer you to cut. Power shuffling is proving you're not running 63. That makes no sense. If you're no, I'm just not even gonna. I'm done. I'm cooked. I'll let Proto win this one just because I don't want to talk about it anymore. Congratulations, Proto. You win. So we're sitting at 3 here for Grant. Actually, I don't know about the switch card first here. It's possible it'd be better to actually go for the Colress off the... it's possible it would be possible to go for the 4 Sealstone for the Colress first. Yeah, I'm actually not sure on that, to be honest. You definitely want to go for the Mirage Gate here, I think, as Grant. I don't know what the hand is, though. Oh, you definitely need the Mirage Gate here. Oh, yeah, we Mirage Gate here every time. What? Why is this even a question from Grant Manley? What is Grant thinking about where you'd ever want this water energy over a Mirage Gate? It's not that big of a deal. It's good to take your time to think. There's plenty of time left in the round, so he's like not hurting himself with his chance of winning. So he's only getting to 6 here. Third Comfy being prized hurts your chances here from Grant. And Grant only ran 1 vacuum, so getting to the vacuum is tough as well. No, yeah, that means you do probably want... I think Grant actually played it correctly here to actually go with the Comfy first, because you really do want to find that vacuum, and if it's not prized, which I don't think it is, you would maybe need to use Force Seal to find the vacuum. So the chance that actually Grant gets the knockout here is actually pretty low. It's actually not likely that Grant actually pulls off the KO here. Here we go. And that is close. Not quite. We definitely get rid of the... Oh, actually, the Heavy Ball does get a Comfy. So that would be the last one. So if you get a switch card off of that Comfy, then actually you're kind of in there as Grant, right? Has Grant retreated yet? I don't know if Grant... No, Grant's not retreated yet, right? So second Mirage Gate also gets it for Grant. So if you take switch card Heavy Ball... No, you need switch card Heavy Ball. No! Wait! If one energy was prized, he could not attack. I don't know if energy are prized or not. Wait, I think Grant could have got there, right? Then I can just walk out of the menu with my 63 and not get banned. Bro, but not everyone's pile shuffling and not everyone's cheating who doesn't pile shuffle. That's like such a bad take. Wait, Grant could have got there, right? If you take the switch card... I don't know what the prize cards were and the energy was left in the deck, but I think Grant could have got there, actually. You'd have to get Comfy and then... This is also, like, fine, I feel like, from Grant as well. It's also, like, fine for Grant to just get Cram and Punch. I don't hate Cram Punch here either, to be honest. But Grant could have got there. 1,000,000%, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if you go for it there or not, to be honest. It's, like, so likely that Landon kind of just starts playing the game next turn, though. Yeah, it's so likely that... the second recycler would be gone. That's fine. If you get this KO on this Arceus, I think it's fine probably that the second recycler leaves, to be honest. I think it's probably okay. Maybe it's not. I don't know. You don't need to use Kyogre in this game, so if you can get the third recycler and get use of it to like attack with Dragonite again or something, that's probably not terrible. That's a tough one, to be honest. This is now... this has to be second Squavette moment right here. He didn't know prize cards too, so could secure it, I think. True. All right, Squavette is out. This does... So the one thing with putting Squavette in play here is it does line up for the Sableye, right? Sableye 6, you could just spread another 6. You Echoing Horn the Squavette back. 6 more, spread 6 more. So I don't think Grant's like in a terrible spot here. Surely he doesn't get it. Surely the Squavette for 1 wouldn't lead to a research judge or, God forbid, Arceus V-Star, baby. It's so dumb. It's so gross, man. Can't touch, we're going to attach the Dragonite at the same time, so could have needed 2 gates, which I don't think he had. Well, no, he could have got the second gate off the second Comfy, and then you gate twice, one to the Comfy and the other to the Dragonite, or you Comfy into another switch card, and then you switch again, or Beach Court, and then you retreat, and then you attach the Dragonite plus Energy Drag. Because I don't think Grant retreated that turn, or did end up retreating that turn at the end, but instead of retreating to the Cram, Grant could have gotten Heavy Ball for Comfy, switch card to Comfy, see what that Comfy gives, and that Comfy could have given second Mirage Gate, or a switch card, and then attack for the turn. Also, Grant didn't have to give up the second Recycler. Grant could have taken switch card Energy Recycler and got rid of... No, Grant could have taken switch cart Heavy Ball. Grant could have taken switch cart Heavy Ball Recycler and given up the energy, the double energy. So instead of the switch card, it would be did I skip forward 5 or backward 5? Whatever, we're back. The V-Guard energy here is curious and probably just incorrect, right? Because doesn't Dragonite take the knockout anyways? Yeah, the V-Guard energy here is just bad, I'm pretty sure. Also, why doesn't the Arceus have 110? Why does it only have 100? Is that correct? Am I trolling? Yeah, that Arceus is getting away with it, bro. Yeah, the V-Guard here doesn't make any sense, I don't think. Like a second, or just a basic energy. But I guess you want to leave the basic energy. I don't know, the V-Guards are pretty important to put on your other Pokemon to play around Dragonite, though. So actually, I don't like this play from Landon. I think you probably should have put a basic energy there, and then save the V-Guards to try and get the V-Guards on these to play around the Dragonite later. I think it's probably more important. But, I mean, Landon's definitely cooking right here. Yeet, yeet. Sheesh. All right. So Grant this turn, man. Oh, KO that Squavette, bro. That thing's a rat. Yeah, you could KO Squavette and then put like 6 on Tina. So one play that Grant can look for, KO Squavette with Sableye, 6 on Tina, and then go Dragonite Boss KO Tina, meaning there's no Pokemon in play on board that could KO the Dragonite on the following turn. Then you can maybe get another hit off of the Dragonite on the following turn. So that could be a play that Landon looks for, or Grant looks for, excuse me. And also could like build up to, it helps. Grant could also go like Sableye into Kyogre as well, and does have 2 recyclers left, so that is possible. I'm pretty sure. What are these cards? I know one of them is a gate, but I just don't know what the other one is. Grant's stressing though. I wish I could see the Lost Zone a little bit better too, because that like helps. Oh, what is it? What do we take? Oh, switch card. Okay. The question is, what does Grant attack with? We're looking at Colress here would be really good, because I think getting to a Sableye attack this turn would be pretty reasonable, but that seems pretty tough to pull off here for Grant. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. It's definitely tough from here. Yeah, there's like there's just a good play doesn't exist. Although I think Grant is just committing to Dragonite here is so bad though. Yeah, attacking with Dragonite here is literally terrible. But I don't know if Grant has like another choice really, to be honest. Like you KO this Arceus, the Tina comes up, and then if Landon just has a double turbo energy, sheesh, like it just falls apart so fast. All right, Kyogre's coming into play. You love to see it. Love some Ogre action. But I think Grant is down. Grant's down 1 recycler, maybe 2 at this point. This is rough though. Looking at Goodra list from Portland, I don't know why people are playing Panic Mask. Any clue? Panic Mask is to stop Gardevoir's Zacian V from 1-KO in your Goodra, because they have to put a ton of energy on it up to the point where Zacian has 40 or less HP remaining, and then they can't actually attack you. Now, it's possible for them to play around it through Energy Attachment Return and the ability from Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, and if they have Penny, they can kind of like bait the Goodra player into bossing up the Zacian V. So they boss it, then you just go Penny. You go Punch with Guard EX, bench Zacian, attach the Zacian. They go boss your Goodra. Then you're just like, okay, play Penny, pick up the Zacian, attack with Guard EX again, bench the Zacian. If they have a boss again, you go Pal Pad the Penny, Penny again, repeat. So okay, another energy to the Tina. Looking pretty good for Landon. Going to go down to 3 prize cards here. The Kyogre is still available as an option for Grant, but having not played courses. Grant's played, what, 1 Colress in 3 turns, I think? 1 Colress in 2 turns? Wait, actually. How many turns has Grant played? 3rd turn, right? That was Grant's 3rd turn. 1 Colress in 2 turns is not great, but... There's the vacuum a little bit late, the Pokestop a little bit late. The whole hand just kind of sucks. It's not that good here for Grant. It's like super important to like establish attackers. Like, yeah, I don't like the Dragonite route there from Grant. I don't know if Grant really had another choice. I don't think, like, I couldn't see Grant's hand fully, and it's hard to like play from here, but... I didn't really like that Grant had to go that route. Not that Grant really has a choice, but yeah, attacking with Sableye here is definitely going to be huge if Grant can get there. Grant needs to get this attack off of Sableye, because you can go Sableye. Ooh, okay, actually it's kind of lining up okay here. If Grant can attack with Sableye, Grant can go Sableye the Squavette, 3/3, Horn the Squavette. Wait, yeah, attacking with Sableye here is just the move. You just need it. What is the card? It's a Nest Ball. I don't think Grant's attacking with Sableye. No, we could still get there, though. We could see the Nest Ball first, and then we could see the Pokestop into a Mirage Gate. I don't know how many Mirage Gate are left for Grant, but I'd love to see it. More Comfies. Let's go. You'd also need a follow-up Sableye from Grant as well. There's 2 Mirage Gates left. Yeah, you need the Mirage Gate hit here from Grant. Box Disaster is probably a better tool than Mask. It depends. I'd have to test the matchup personally to like know how I really feel about that. It's possible though for sure. Oh, there's an Escape Rope in the hand here for Grant. So we're probably gonna see Escape Rope to Comfy first. If Grant just had like a Psychic Energy here, Grant would be chilling. Because if Sableye takes what? Oh, the Mirage Gate. Okay. Okay, this is still doable. Doesn't need Clara next turn though. Doesn't need Clara next turn though. Now all of a sudden. Got there. Yeah, so you don't really want a Pokestop here because you need Clara. I wouldn't hate to see the Pokestop come down. So you want to play the Mirage Gate. Whoa. 1 to Sableye. Yeah, Mirage Gate. 1 to Sableye. 1 to the active. And then I wouldn't hate to see the Stadium come into play and then use Greninja to keep digging through the deck. Because you do need to try and find Clara. A lot of Escape Ropes. You do need a Clara next turn. Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see that from Grant. The Greninja get used here because you need to dig through the deck a little bit more if possible. And we have to see the Clara next turn. So you can go Clara. Wait, did Grant have a Nest Ball in hand before the Sableye hit the Lost Zone there and could have actually Nest Balled for a Sableye? Or did that happen first? I think it did happen first. I'm sorry, I wouldn't hate to see Pokestop play. Yeah, okay, so Grant agrees. You don't want to use the Pokestop, but I like seeing the Pokestop come out here. You kind of want to play the Vacuum here because you want to thin out the deck of those two dead cards, but you want to leave the Pokestop in play for next turn, so that's a little bit of a tough call here from Grant. I wouldn't hate to see... I would definitely attach Active here, I think, because you need to Clara anyways. Yeah, so attach Active is good. I'm leaning towards Vacuum the Pokestop because if you get judged here, it depends how many judge are left, I think, because it also has a lot of path left for Landon as well, so there's a good chance that the Pokestop gets bumped anyways. So I'd rather just have the... rather not have the two dead cards in my deck. Yeah, I think that's a mistake there from Grant. I think Grant actually should have bumped his own stadium there. Yeah, I think it's actually a mistake from Grant. I think Grant should have bumped his own stadium because I think Judge is like the biggest threat here. Like, that's what I'd be most scared of here as Grant is Judge. I don't want to get judged. Please don't judge me. There's only one Mirage Gate left for Grant. So that has to be comboed with Kyogre. So next turn we have to see Grant go. So what Grant wants to do is like go Echoing Horn the Squavette, attack with Sableye again, KO the Squavette, and then if the Echoing Horn's left, but I'm pretty sure it is, KO the Squavette again, more damage on the Arceus and the Tina, and then the following turn Dragonite for the game. So again, no great plays there from Landon. Landon might chase the Kyogre here, but you really need to KO the Sableye as Landon. You need to KO the Sableye here as Landon. Goes with the the Pokestop. But you don't take the tool card. Or you don't take the... Yeah, tool cards are item cards now. That could matter, but... Ooh. Grant could actually go Escape Rope KO Tina off the bench with Dragonite next turn, actually. That's a play. Or, like, if the Sableye lives, though, that's also pretty good for Grant. There's not that many cards left in the deck. Okay, that plays around the Escape Rope now, though. And the... Yeah, so that plays around Escape Rope now. And the Tina will get loaded up here, I'm sure, because Dragonite is a threat. So I'm pretty sure you have to load the Tina here as Landon. Otherwise, the Dragonite could just come through. Grant can go with Dragonite now, though. Yeah, Grant could go with Dragonite. It's all about finding the Clara. Grant just needs to find the Clara. That's the biggest thing. Like, Grant needs to find Clara. You have to find Clara here. It's all in on Clara. It's Clara or nothing. I wonder what the math is. You never Pokestop first, right? The math is never correct to Pokestop first, right? Or am I trolling? I'm sure someone in chat knows, is a little bit smarter than me and knows. But the hand is actually kind of dead here for Grant, so there's not really that many options to work with. You need to hold the Recycler. Unless there's another Recycler in the deck, then you could theoretically Recycler a couple energy into the deck so you could Comfy into an energy and then Greninja off the energy. That isn't, like, a horrible idea. If Grant was also able to not... So goes with that first. See, is that correct? I want to know if that's correct or not. Like, is that right to Pokestop first? Because what if you just mill the Clara, right? What's the math on that? Because that feels sus. No Clara, but has two more Comfies to work with. So we're not done yet for Grant. Yeah, has two more Comfies to work with here. So you can go Retreat. How many are in deck? I have no clue. It was like 8 or 10. Wait, what the fuck? Let's go! Landon wins! I guess that Pokestop was too much for Grant to handle with, and Grant conceded. Yeah, it's like 7 or 8 cards. There is the answer always neutral? Because it's like, yeah, you could mill it, but you could not mill it, and then they're just in the deck. Yeah, is the answer always neutral on the Clara? Because if you Pokestop first, the chance that you mill it... I just don't know how that works, man. There's got to be a correct answer, though, right? So apparently we don't get to see the last... Did the stream just, like, die there or something? Why not RNG of Kyogre? Because you didn't have the Kyogre setup. The Kyogre setup wasn't set. There was only one recycle. Grant only had one recycler, I'm pretty sure, right there. So it wasn't possible to do the Kyogre play. Well, that's it. Grant does lose. So definitely doesn't get the Clara there, I'm pretty sure. The stream did die. Okay, makes sense, yeah. The Twitch VOD has it? Oh, unlucky. Sheesh. All right, chat. I don't have time to go over the finals today. So we're going to take a look at the finals tomorrow. And also we're going to watch some of the Champions League Nagata tomorrow as well. We're going to take a look at what's going on in the world of next format over in Japan. And then I might watch some of Sao Paulo regionals as well. I don't know. I'm not really committed to doing anything specifically. But I do want to watch some of Nagata, Champions League Nagata. So we're definitely going to be doing some of that tomorrow. I'll catch y'all tomorrow for some more intense Pokemon TCG action and bad takes. If you want more content from me, always check out the YouTube channel. Always go check out the YouTube channel if you want more content from me. And wait, I need to find someone to raid. I almost was like about to go over to Azul, avoiding playing live. I mean, this is just a nice switch up, bro. Even when I was playing PTCGO, this was a nice switch up to do stuff like this, to be honest. I'm not specifically like avoiding PTCG live, or am I? Let's go ahead and raid the luckiest player in all of the Pokemon TCG, Grant Manley, aka Trick Roar. So if you have 8 cards in deck there, it's that 1 is Clara in the top 3. With 7, it's 42. Yeah, but what do we play first with that knowledge? Do we stop first or do we comfy first? I don't know what to do with that information. Ewit. What do we do first, bro? Do we Poe stop first? Do we comfy first? What do we do? Chat, have a good one. I'll catch you tomorrow. More VOD review. That's for you to decide? Alright, appreciate it. Thanks for no, I want to know the math on what one I should do first, not just the odds for the Clara being there. But with the potential of the Clara being there, which one do you first? All right, I'm out of here, Chad. Have a good one. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Friday? I'll start up the stream. Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. I'll start up the stream around. My goal is 1:30 Pacific time. Will I actually be able to do it? Let's find out tomorrow. See y'all then. Peace.